We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Rudiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is when we begin to see it for the first time. Yeah, we also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter, Mr. Adlerstein?
General terms for binding document.
Legally document. Excellent. Between whom? Who are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly, that's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 100 might have 10,000 people in. Right? These are not really complex organizations, but the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king, will be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them, because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history, we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding society. Some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900. Where, they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that right in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet that you could say, hey, we're allowed to do these things. We're allowed to have monopoly because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It had, it was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't, discard these documents. It was very hard. There's also a significant number of things that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom in the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Tuman. Well, because let's say someone was trying to encroach on their right. Let's say, for example, a right sole providers of power, which is something that was very much the case in Eastern. You've heard maybe the term krek, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation of alcohol, up to the 20th century as well. And is the only guy who can make vodka. I'm going to make some on here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local Poritz and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the Poritz says, I don't even remember saying that. He said, oh, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the Poritz can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that can be a temptation for forging these documents too. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, no, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land, exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle here? Mr. Franz? People always like land. Mr. Remind me of your name? Mr. Schwartzman. Might get kicked off your land. Right. One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on day. Because I don't, sir, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to, pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But yeah, the right to residency is something that was desperately needed. The fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story. Very good. Mr. Leakey. Well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, I did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 2% literacy. It was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably did it, oh, well, of course I can write Yiddish. I thought you only meant, for example, 2%, and has had more like 15%. So we big. Mr. Franz, you got your appointments, but you got to raise your so maintain in order. Go ahead, Mr. Franz. Yes, precisely. We're seeing non-term will now. It's built into our culture in a very big way. We also have a much higher rate of literacy as well. We go back to there's even. Well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger. Medieval period, where I'll show you some examples in the screen in just a minute. You'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis the Pious, right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. Who you looked at in the assignment, notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpaya. I want actually Jews to come here, and so I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have, sell meat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would be animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the Gid Hanasheh is difficult to remove. Kenazim typically don't bother trying; they just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trade for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and do mikor and remove the Gid Hanasheh. On the other hand, with their filet mignon, they say we will actually do the removal of the Gid Hanasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying we're not eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight them, or just a few of them. Instead of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I should use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their community? Keep them separate and separate. What are we worried about, Mr. Blanchard? Pogroms, that's right. It's just purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time in imagining that, direct you to Boca Raton, all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and it's the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt Main, where it became a ghetto, it became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of sure that they could be safe. They're a highly linked minority. They're the only Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore about the economics of it. And so they're a target for they can have a wall to protect themselves. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but it marks the presence of communities to people who can get a place to bury their dead stepmothers. There are two synagogues, which is interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even Jewish documents, that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president synagogue. Our means leader, and that archisynagogue is to serve as a judge. So Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you examples of that in a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would problem hiring Christian employees? Mr. Tuman, it's beneath the Christian slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves. And if those slaves were Christian, that was hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Kranz. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of threats, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things you want first. First, we want safety and security. Then we want financial success. We want all these things, and so you will have a whole race who will be behaving at various along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want. First of all, we want not to be attacked, but there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too, and it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. And selling meat, we already mentioned. Okay, so these chairs are hugely important. We have all of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loity's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido P. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but a Jewish state. An incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understand Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he's compiled this massive, 4 volumes, big, thick medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he eventually survived. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was the Allies, and all the records were, and Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. To write with tremendous, prodigious intellectual and rewrite this huge framework on medieval German. In particular, he studied a document called Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel means mirror, and it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Kranz? Excellent, Mr. Kranz. More of the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law, primarily because we've inherited a revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of the word halakha is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive edition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. So essentially it's got a source, a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of like invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, on what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox or somebody else's cow and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right, go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was popular that it was repeated over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Loiki's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books. The judges, certainly the government officials, the kings, nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. And if you're studying like you say, well, this biology text, there's so many big words, like a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsenspiegel. So he was great, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsenspiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the queen? Yeah, I think it was actually a king. But you're right, royalty. Right? Royalty. Royal person. Crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. No, not right, but Christians are not. And these gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That will be you. Yeah, I'm teaching. No, the first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers. And who are these people here? Yeah, look at them, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Esther, nice call. No, not a bishop either. Bishop's the miters. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant churches, like the Dominicans or Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. Who's this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the usher haircut kind of thing, right? Another friar, exactly. Friar tuck. Those guys are not cool guys. They only have teacups. You want to hear? This is, I think, is a long finger thing, like yours. You know? I have. You guys ever hear of a rapper named Nathan Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like, like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things. We had a podcast segment, but I happened to see him at the OHEL once, so there with him. I was at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. We said, "Hey, let's take a picture," right? So my son takes a picture of me and Nathan Black, and Nathan Black, he just puts his finger out like this. It felt so good. Anyways, so here, 2 mendicant friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Why are there 2 women? I think they mean general Bichlal. Women. Yeah, all women. You put plural to mean all women. One type of mendicant friar, you got another type of mendicant friar, you have 2 women. Who's this guy? You, right. Okay, not Gandalf. Yes. Right. What? Yeah, so how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but other people have beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was according to the Fourth Lateran Council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the council, but it is from there the institution of the Jewish badge, where sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star. That comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're going to look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, I'll get to you in a second. There is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually comply, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, wait. He's Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Vasilevsky. Good. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women women, and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, who are fighting or whatever. They're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. These are all people that the king protects. His face is not as fingers is maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying my fingers, like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his. And as Mr. points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip and, oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Krantz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. But I'm pretty sure that the Shtreimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today. Right? It's like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gang hats? Right? Because it was forced upon them? No, it was a cool hat. We just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbi with the black hats. But, we have like great inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear it too. You very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like tourists for a student to have beards. Beards. Mr. Edgerton.
Talk about things that like a rabbi is
the beard?
And then another thing like Rabbi
So interesting. I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ram got into so much trouble with the Venice based in, it was the first of his many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother used to say, "Besser Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe," which I'll translate if you are usually impaired. Better to have without a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so here, this is what the Saxons are saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, in this particular part, if a judge is saying, okay, the king, in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies and everything. Why do I have to do this? Well, look at the Saxon Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Saxon Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. A slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. That's derogatory. We'll see. Eventually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is a English tax roll. This image here, tax roll from about the same period. This guy you sort of read, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing a Judenhood, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aaron of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? Because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. Here's demons glowing so far, stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Ellerstein? I'm not sure if he's the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of the images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Well, yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons, right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got these. Good, army draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably, because there's a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And standing there on the wall indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? You got boy, right? The dark washed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows and they've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help or you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Because these guys all have pipes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pipe? Oh, wait a minute, we should count this. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, the girl. I think that's a peasant. Oh, so you want to say that there's the pipe, but this guy doesn't? Everyone's hands are empty. It looks like they're in the back or something. And look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading what for sure is involved is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with Rudiger's one as well. And here's another one also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how this P and that W might be kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is, Like this is like a book that the king would read. Like amazing. It's so good. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Black. And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing hoods. What is this picture even telling him? Maybe. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. But even if we examine in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abraham? It's interesting. Yeah, upon inviting you to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. What about? But how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Right? Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride donkeys, or there are some exceptions. They're allowed to ride side saddle, but they can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. You can win the sword for sure. Not as long as the pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall tell us about the status of Jews, Mr. Abdullah? Yeah, any Muslims who are dhimmi. If you're a non-Muslim and you don't make any category, you can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. That's for sure. That's sure. And even if you're not aware of what's going on in countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms. Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is out the Spiegel. So see what we do, and they'll take it out and they'll flip through and they'll say, "Is there any words?" Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here, obviously, they can carry swords because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yample? One, yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwartzman, Mr. Schwartzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that pipe picture. We're not sure if that pipe picture says they're not allowed to carry pipes. The pictures say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Yeah, but let's ruin it. Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear. And it's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research. But you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so but what I think we can walk with us here is that we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, third, a characterization in general about the status of in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century. Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Okay. Right. Very fair. Very good. Mr. Abrahams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely where you might want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Actually already there's certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of trade. It's not invariably dark everywhere. Mr. Anderson.
That it was necessary to show Jews specifically that can alter, otherwise they wouldn't be able to so
I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also know Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are in walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Point? Question? Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right, so we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility, the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no kind of I'm going to put this here in America. Assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We will look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they become infamous new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history. Make history tend to be rather negative. In fact, it's good because where I'm going is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from us, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz and I often mean Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy, Emperor Napoleon the Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply, disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate. Right? They could do math. And so, in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of Jews, non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. this is our country. It's true. The Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lenders, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemy? Do we have to do something for Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisors, so what? Who runs things for the Jews? The final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Daf Yomi? I didn't say that. I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 7 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Europe, Italy, France, Germany, asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourself separate from Frenchmen or the same as French? Police force, how do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate equal citizens, or do we have to enemies? You'll join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so. So of course the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear, so very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it, it's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But that he essentially emasculated the power of the Jews, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get, I don't care, you can just walk away. The French government says, we don't get involved in your internal things. You get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I talked so long there. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's 250 years later, but we're still, when the decisions were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. We know every one of them. The majority of them were what we would call Muslim. We'll talk about them more later on, of course, but majority of them would be they would want to change halakha. Very inclined towards, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish names in order to achieve citizenship. We'll spend more time, but they did a very important Rabbi time, who was the head of a very respected Jewish called Yad David, still today, it's 20 volumes. So they had some filmings on it. He very carefully threaded between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really. We're so grateful that being confirmed citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and Roi, Emperor King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on? You see, so Grand Sanhedrin has the years when he sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yeah, Moshe. Crazy. And what's he giving Moshe? Yikes! And what does that mean? Portraying that? Yeah, that's like a old artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, you've made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Lahavdil, Ellen, Alfe, Havdachos. You're like Hashem giving the loop to a grateful, genuflected Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get an It was to please him, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely want to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist, and he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, this is my humble opinion. But going up to my citizenship interview, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but so indicative of the status attitude that a lot of us took to say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Bob was very much against this. They called, Napoleon means Bonaparte means Pelech Tov, and there were Jews that were saying he's the Pelech Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good portion. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with this. Okay, so let's Ashkenaz. Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call Jews Ashkenazi. The Yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word is over here in Bereshis, Perek, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, son Gomer, who are the children of Noah. So do this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth's a son Gomer, and Gomer's son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first thing called Ashkenaz is and it is not a place. Associated with people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case. That's where we first get from Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz.
How's your day going? Taliban, can you hear me? Yo, Taliban. Taliban. Yo, can you hear me? How are you? Taliban, how are you? How is your day going? How's your day going? Audie, what are you doing? I almost banned that person because I thought it was them. I almost banned that person because it was them.
Oh, well, you say Taliban, I was like, getting a Taliban.
Yeah. That was their name.
Rabbi, I know, I'm just like...
You are anticipating my next slide. So, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 10% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazi. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught. It became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is placed somehow with the people. Where exactly, like Mr. Kranz was asking. So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about this in the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English, raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like 19th century map, the world as known to the Hebrews according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel center. And if we to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is different from what this is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here's the region of Gomer next. Oh, look at that. It bounces up. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them Phrygians. Not as a good grounds for that associated linguistic. It's most likely somewhere in the Near East in this possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains near the Caspian Sea. This would be Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near at this point, right? These are where we think these places. Here is, by the way, Babylonia, home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Those of you who are not new to. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Shuvot HaGeonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So something from the biblical account in the Chumash, which gives us a place. Then go to Yirmiyah. Probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the which is 1,600 years later. So Rav Haigon, writing in Kumbadisa, which is in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes from all the lands, from Yemen, and the east, to be Central Asia, Bukhara, places like that, and from the north to be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely, right, this is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and these places. Where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Right? Yeah, it's probably between Ethiopia and likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt. We're getting closer to you, right? Yes, those places have high down. There is a Ashkenaz, and that's the context of the Tshuva, and it's probably somewhere in Europe. We're going to refine this one further. Mr. Vasilevsky? You'd think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the Vavs. Kush, the Ashkenaz, the Tzarfas, the Ashkenaz. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course, refers in a different part to a word called ser or shneer, and he writes to sheleg beloshen Ashkenaz. So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for, of course, this is snow. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language. Schnee, that is in fact the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Semitic language, Sneak, which is also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of the Lush Ashkenaz, which corresponds from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying Ashkenazim speak. Yes. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, snee, modern day snee. But you're right. Could be the words changed totally. It'd be hard to press it as snow, but not terrible to me. Not the English is, of course, from Anglo-Saxon. So. Yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon region, at least, or at least Saxon region. So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitely small. At the maximum, right? They may throw out the word Ashkenaz context whatsoever. But drill down, it seems to Germany. And I'm going to show up that hopefully will. This is for sure, by the time you get to post this geography, we got a region here which is kind of cut off Farad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a Pashas and Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly correctly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it was really very different culturally than Sarfat, which is France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like early settlement, Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Speyer, Worms, and Mainz are smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Canaan. They called it because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time, and Canaanim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that, and they say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slava, which means glory, not like Slava, Ukraine, glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians, but it does translate basically. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here, the Jews who lived in this part of the world, later are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and migrate all the way to North Africa. But this is where we're going to start. Mr. Leuchtman. Mr. Kranz? And Yiddish is basically German phlegm. That was a joke, guys. Thank you. Okay, to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this topic for the rest of the hour, but it's pretty fascinating. I have two sources of information on how Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition. Yes. Yeah. I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say, that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. We're going to see today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel. Yes, and including this recording, because I got a camera. So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It's very soothing. You can put it by your bed. Mr. Remind me again? Adlerstein.
Look up which German time that Rashi was around, and the word for Sion at the time was Sioux.
Neat, perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition. It's associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northerly to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did he get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who is a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of it is on the inside of that. I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of cool and fascinating. He probably did not. We have other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews. We definitely have his son shown here, Louis who was actually much inviting the Jews. Already still 8th century, where we know the kings interacting with. We have like Jewish sources that operate the idea of Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald. His courtier here looks a little bit unhappy. It looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular was very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Kranz. Yes. Yes, there's this interesting story of the 3 boats released by Vespasian in the, well, there's 2 actual rudderless boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent us abroad. Let's go to the first one. The Vespasian rudderless boats one says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews on boats in the 1st century. This is after the base of Mikdash. He gave them skippers and no rudders and pushed them to the Mediterranean. And then they landed at 3 distinct ports: Aton in France, Arles also in France, and strangely enough in Bordeaux. Although to get to Bordeaux, there's no out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishing Jewish communities in France. Most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these this period of these 3 things, kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the Jews there. And they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You'll have the right to settle here. No one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters, and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? It's a good thing to accept these charters or not. The colonist family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. And this is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about Jews genetically? Here we're getting to me saving $5 because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and The municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. If you go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river, because Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery out, and here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also put the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psak that it could, and a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, the 1300s. Included among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote a 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, and he ruled that under these circumstances, where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, but finger bones could be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're not so permanent. We don't like, if you lose a tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, we do tend to save it and bury it. It's kind of weird use of your deep freeze, but, you know, sorry. So yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same prejudice with regards to teeth and bones. They discovered some amazing things about their diet, and they also, of course, did the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Center in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping center, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to being thrown into the well, or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. Here are 2 reconstructions of an adult and child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color, and in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known, so that we knew a lot about these. Then what they did was they said, okay, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into the well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in a Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. I forgot again, Eberstein.
So exorcisms was really neat, but that here is actually something that is both for feeling out.
What does that mean? Not natural for Jews to have? Say it's
From the Jews who red hair were from.
Okay, but correct. But so you're saying two different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are characteristics which are not commensurate with their Eastern origins. If it was Em achar av for generations, we probably would not look like we look here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are sort of like convergences where there are bodies. No. So that's precisely, because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see a Jew with red hair. So that's the point, that we what is a Jew? This really speaks to the question of who is a Jew. One thing we can say for sure, a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic complexions. Yes, Mr. Siegel. Yeah, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern in origin. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics. I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest, Ashkenazi Jewish. Wait, we shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole when we get to the bottleneck. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones not too long after Jews apparently, according to the literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic record Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here. The going from bottom to top is time, right? This is long ago. This is the present day. And this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews, nation Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most people in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazic descent. So you have in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, in the Bible, Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. They joined the Jewish people. They attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed one way or the other. We have Adia Bene, an example. We read in Masechta Sotah, Queen Hilni. She's versus Malka Hilni from Adia Bene, which would be today's Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the Second Temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome to be saved. Between the first and the, it's a massive number, attested not only in internal Jewish sources, for example, in Josephus, who was for a Roman audience, huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 Jews, maybe not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with Southans, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazic Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to Northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to what kind of, God forbid, diseases a person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that, you can also calculate backward. You can figure out when did this come into this person's system? How many generations back does it go? That's why some amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome on a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living 1,000 years ago, which is mind-blowing. Doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great, who knows how many Zadis back, someone else, which is consistent with the biblical account. So what happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. You gotta tell me again. One more time? Tuma, how can I forget that? It just doesn't go back that far to find an Eve. We do find, however, with the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set. But when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites in particular, Leviim, that 46% of people who are Ashkenaz and Leviim from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. But no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people who call themselves Levi. So, well, it's through the father, right? A Levi can marry, right? So if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converted. And what is then the massive question, which is not for us today, but is conversion. We have a basic idea of for a woman to be mikvah and kabbalas or mitzvos. So what if her daughter goes mikvah and is below mitzvos, even if her wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting chuvas on this from Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic silage. You can ask about that. But what exactly is conversion? What we do know genetically, half of Ashkenazi, Levi, Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and the Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were centered in Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are the Jews who lived in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years? Constant endogamy, constant in marriage, over and over again. This tiny community, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases. Lactose intolerance is associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, third cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. Okay. That's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear that from me. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this? Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews? And the what family? The Bones. No, we're really close. We could be beside them today, and people would think they'd fit right in. They wouldn't look weird and things like, yeah, we look a lot like, similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is like astounding. You know, we tend to look at each other and we look at the huge diversity, but when you look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar. Mr. Tuman. Right, bottleneck, based on small or founder event, and then endogamy over the last 700 years. I can give you the citation for the study where it goes into it in great detail. Okay, Mr. Edelstein.
So first, that Ashkenazi were so genetically close to each other that basically every Ashkenazi Jew is as genetically similar as like a fourth cousin.
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read too. Mr. Russell?
Where's the remains?
They're right here. Like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the founder event, and then I probably should not made these curve. It's basically like a straight up and down. What is big is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number coming in. Whoops, huge number of Jews coming in. We do that, and then at this point, like Irish populations, not necessarily into Italy, would have like moved across North Africa, mixed. Oh, you know what? Let me just show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified these as having those four mothers, and it looks like Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the first century. A certain number of them make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you will have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhineland. We begin to see archaeological evidence from Jews in Spain in the first century. We have good external record of them in the 6th century, and by the time we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by a few hundred years. Big civilization happening here. Much searching out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany. And later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Russia, Ukraine, refer to the people who trace their origins back to the Rhineland in particular. And then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim after, especially 1492, with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic hint. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Erfurt Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70 is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things, but this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our collection. If you look at Italian, we sort of look like Italians, darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more Italians than we do, like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. Right. That's the Ashkenazi genetic. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Akolonimus family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships and things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic. They confirm here, and it seems to be a pretty reasonable rate of how the Jews got, also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Loiky. Well, again, when you look Erfurt, they had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest could be, German, French, or whatever we would associate European at that time. Mr. Siegel. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have, well, what is a Jew? Right? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far, then yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, Yitzchak Avinu, before Yitzchak, all Jews are either, no, I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or convert to Judaism. It's always been that way. Well, as far as we can tell, goes back to the 4th millennium before the Common Era. I mean, it goes way, way back to Parshas Bo times. But it gets very hazy there because we don't even know what to do with it. We don't have big samples of other peoples also. There's huge amount of people moving around in different parts of the world. So it's not easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are useful because, yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of a well. Good chance they were Jews. I shouldn't say that. That's terrible. You take that out of the recording. But, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent with it. We have a literary record confirming it. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians. So what about Khazaria? Mr. Loiki, there's a book. Yes, a Khuzari. We're going to see that in a second. What is the Khuzari all about? Yeah, a king, this region in central. Let me just close this a little bit. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a while. Yeah, there's no screen there. So I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Khuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Bulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him. Christianity, two different kinds, Orthodox and Catholic, and Islam, and so on. And he held a debate between the or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Khuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened.
Tommy Jones.
Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicated, the depth of that conversion, broad it was in society, rabbinic or something else, and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Levi wrote Hakuzari is because writing in Spain in the 15th century was a great way of contrasting Judeo-Christianity and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other religions who were very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, for religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many, many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large group of territory, which would be actually penetrating to what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now. Its war with Ukraine is basically the Khazars penetrate. According to some prominent Ukrainians like the great Melian Pritsak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. It was definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia and so on. And by the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who it appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Kuzari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Hasdai bin Shaprut. I don't think, none of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so, none of you. So he was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anyone please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we've been there, and letters, and they went and they brought back from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers, meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want and tell you whatever story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Khazari, the Kuzari. We also had evil travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll block it a little bit. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. I'll stand over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is this a massive treasure trove of documents that was discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jews living in the medieval period, is a document which sometimes a petek.
Everybody love
You
you.
ever heard of petek? You may have heard it like, because that ticket, I'm sorry? No, that would be petak, but petek with a kuf. And it's like, someone knocks on your, nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door asking for tzedakah, saying this guy represents a real tzedakah and he has good midos, and usually a story of how he fell and things like this. So document from Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, a Khazarian. And there's this, usually when you see these peteks, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if a parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of a petek? What do you, signature of whom? Right, saying it's for real, it's not and they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name in Hebrew. It's as if, you got a petek from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote it. His name is, I don't know, Christopher Robbins or something like that. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community couldn't even write in Hebrew representing the Jewish community. Mr. Loiky. That this is the way he always signed it. But it's a Hebrew document. He's going to Hebrew communities, Yeah, but if you wouldn't sign if you were an aide on a kasuba, would you write, Mr. Loiky? No, you want your Hebrew name, right? In Hebrew. Yes.
The Gemara that means some Orion don't use like their bases or signatures, like one of
Yeah.
our drawing the fishes.
Triangles and stuff like that. Yeah.
Uh,
But this is actually Turkish letters.
let's say like as signature of well,
Oh, you're so done with Hafskus. Yeah, so you're so done with Hafskus. This, I think, means he's an ignoramus. Doesn't know how to write his name in Hebrew. But maybe, this is like, we're so close to Kabbalah Yeshiva, we should be done with Hafskus. No, it's an error. It says, we have read it, and then there's a signature, Elik. So it says. Exactly, because he's an important guy. He's the president of the Jewish community. The president of the Jewish community can't sign his name. You wonder what's going on there. And it tells you something about the nature of the Judaism there. We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazar. I'm just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document. Is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, because although the Russians claim this is that too, the people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khuzari. This Prince Volodymyr was like a pagan. They were actually trees and thunder and river. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 9088. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000. It's a modern. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative. They invite a Jewish representative, and they representative of Orthodox Christian. The Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not become Muslim. Anyone guess why? Nope. He was illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that drink alcohol? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no way. He says, literally, we will not give up our cups. So, and then there's a little comment which was probably added Christian monk afterwards saying, so they smear their beards with excrement, which is hard to believe. I think the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he was very, very close to adopting Judaism. He likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is the way a Khazarian Jew, exclusively a Khazarian Jew, and he says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our many sins. And he says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely be Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev and Russia, the world, was Jewish? Came that close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up pointing to the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of the Khuzari, although with a very different, outcome, obviously. Okay, they have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate on how authentic Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Professor Shamfer, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asked three basic questions. He asked, why would they have converted in the first place? He thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khuzari seems to take it. Definitely big question is, how Jewish were they? The evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. Meaning, even though they're very close to the Gaonim and places like Babylon, we don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria, probably because maybe they had Karaite leanings, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those guys? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these. If you remember the map, that Ashkenazi Jews get back to Germany, but the great bulk where Ashkenazi Jews live by the time you get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, and a lot of scholars, will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sand was one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic world, writes this book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. You have to say it again now. You're speaking way too fast for me. You're already speaking English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these evil mud people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would, think about political, why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, Shlomo Sand, he says, I wish to resign and cease considering myself a Jew. That's kind of funny. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim aren't real Jews? Which land? Israel. What do you mean by that, Mr. Friend? Exactly. Where you belong. If you look carefully at the comments, you will frequently see that pro-Palestinian sources will accuse the Jews of being illegitimate colonists of a land that is not there, saying they're all descended from Cars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel. Right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? We've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly, Jews, Israel, it's the same thing. And they'll say, well, that may be true for the true Jews. Who are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazim, they so conveniently admit the fact that 50% of Israel's population is actually Sephardic and Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazic in origin. But they'll say that there is a separation of Israel and the Ashkenazic people. One more political context. What else would it mean if you want to say that Ashkenazim are not the descendants of Abraham Yitzchak? Do we not have claim to? Mr. Kranz, brilliant. What do you mean by that? Right, we're not the people, is what the argument is. Oh, those Ashkenazim, they're not the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible, we love them. We can be so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shlomi and David, definitely not Jewish. They're Khazars, not Jews at all. So this is like the argument that's used against Jews, both in terms of a political position for Israel and also in terms of their connection to the biblical world. I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out when here, this is a book on Amazon, by the way. You can buy it right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the earth are Satanist gangsters, Khazarian scams, right? They have all these strangers, Khazarian guys wearing Khazarian black hats, there's this star of Hazaria with the number 666 in that thing like that, right? Masters of lies, deception, illusions, and mind control. This shocking book is not available anywhere else. Like we're not saying we're not anti-Semites, we're anti-Khazars, right? Okay, I am actually at the end of today's lecture. Do you have any last questions or arguments? Mr. Tuman. Right. Are not racially Jewish. It has to. The only way this argument makes sense is if you adopt a racial definition of Judaism, which we never have. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you on Wednesday.
You crank up that AC, but then also all that injection. Well, how does that work? Yeah. Well, at least you're doing this, you know, blow themselves for air. But what I'm saying is, on this scenario, I guess at the end of the flight, when you give them, you might want to go, hey man, next time.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to give you a brief update on my experiences in my most recent trip to Israel. I just got back yesterday. And tell you a little bit about what's happening on the channel and answer one question in particular and then a call to action. So I just got back yesterday, as I mentioned, and it's always such a phenomenal experience to go to the land of Israel. I was there in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, meeting with new and prospective students who will be coming to us, God willing, in the fall. These are primarily students from America and Canada. We also have quite a few students from the UK and elsewhere who have gone to Israel post high school full time in the yeshiva, and they are really amazing students. I mean, these are students who are totally focused and motivated and ready to commit to a very rigorous program of study when they come to us at Lander College for Men. I was especially pleased to spend a little bit of time in much smaller, having with some of them, and I feel really great about the future of the Jewish people with students like these that we'll be having in our campus. I also had the opportunity, of course, to enjoy some of the great historic elements of the land of Israel, especially my return to the Jewish Museum where I got to Dan Steely. This is, of course, a remarkable find that has reference to of David, Beit David, real Hebrew. I also really like seeing the Theotokos. This is a stone that was discovered in a well that dates from somewhere between 100 BCE, 100 CE, and it was found in Jerusalem. And it is the world's oldest extant synagogue plaque, in which it records in Greek that, and this Theodotus donate money to the renovation of the synagogue and all kinds of things like that. And, you know, this is a very, very old tradition that is maintained lovingly in synagogues all over the world today. You know, continuously amazes me how you know, if you're only seeing what's happening in the news, you tend to get an impression of like a highly militaristic culture, locked down in an internal struggle, and there are parts of that which are absolutely true. This is a society that is absolutely on the edge, focused on the news. You can have conversations with people on the street. They will break out spontaneously over all kinds of issues. You know, there are protests against the government, protests for the government. There are all kinds of things that are happening, but everyone is united around the central idea of bringing home the hostages. I brought home, for example, the Jerusalem Post that had the entire cover in orange like this on the day of the funeral of Shiri Bibas and her two sons, who were sadly murdered in captivity by their captors, an absolutely horrific event that galvanized the entire nation, with tens of thousands of people lining the streets to watch the funeral cortege go by. It's really, really heartbreaking. Here, one of the last photographs I took, all this is from the Ben Gurion airport. You know, all over Israel, there are impromptu signs and memorials and messages reminding everybody how long the hostages have been in captivity, and photographs of the hostages talking about their individual lives and so on, and prayers for their return. This is sadly the section where the Bibas children are representatives that people have spontaneously brought, you know, various kinds of. But I was especially moved by a sign put up by the airport authority that at the behest of the family, they've asked that no one should remove the photographs of the Bibas children, even though they are now sadly killed. And it's an absolute time in many ways. But Israel remains an incredibly vibrant life. I mean, I flew on El Al. It's incredibly loud flying on El Al because everyone on the plane feels connected to each other and conversations sparked, simultaneously and so on. Here's an amazing thing of flying out of Newark. A couple of people on the flight happened to have a guitar and a saxophone, and they got up and they just started playing spontaneously for the people who are leaving for Israel. You see that the combination of vibrancy and the seriousness. For example, is visiting Machane Yehuda, which is an outdoor shuk, outdoor market that's very popular in Jerusalem. It's incredible displays of spices and breads, and we bought for our grandchildren a whole pile of candies. But even in the candy story, but even in the midst of all of this vibrancy and this vivacity and all of this joie de vivre, this simchas l'chaim, this joy in life, you also see reminders of how fragile it all is. This is a plaque that's posted. We picked up some of these candies, and I'll translate it for you. It says, for eternal memory, on this place was killed our dear son, Shimon Chaim ben Chazali, son of Chazali. He was the father of a 3-month-old child, and he was killed here by a bomb left by cruel and heartless terrorists on this date, Dal Sivan of that would be 1968. May God avenge his blood. Terrifying kind of reminders of how Israel lives in a state of vigilance for terrorist acts at any moment. Nevertheless, Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people live, the Jewish people preserve. Just had to share that with you. Now, in terms of public information, I want to let you know that I am giving some public this coming Monday and the following Monday. These are going to be on my campus in Queens. RSVP is required, and you'll have to bring ID to be allowed in, but it is open to the public and no charge, and I hope that you will be able to attend. The first lecture is going to be on the Jews of Bukhara in the Sephardic world, and the second lecture is going to be on the Jews of Russia in the Ashkenazic world. Both of these populations are known to exist in the immediate world of Queens, so I'm hoping we'll have a popular turnout. Since a lot of you are not able to get to Queens for these lectures, if you are a channel member, please check the community tab and you'll be able to get the link for the live cast. I want to address one quick question that came out of most recent videos that I posted. I had a lot to the brief discussion of Euro-African Jews from the Caribbean. This seemed to get a lot of reaction from many viewers, and quite a few viewers were very upset with this idea, perhaps paradoxical, that Jews could be white people too. And I know it comes from a certain segment of my viewership. It's amazing how active they are on YouTube. I think that must be part of the deal. But there's a lot of comments there about how Jews can't possibly be white, all Jews are black, and so on, and things like that. And if you go to Israel today, of course, you see the incredible diversity of the country racially, that there are so many non-white Jews, so many non-white Israelis who may not necessarily be Jewish. It just seems like such a silly question. But I would like to point out that I'm really not talking about race at all in these Jewish history lectures. These lectures are about the history of the Jewish people. The Jewish people is not a racial concept. It is a partially tribal concept. As I've discussed many times, there is this matrilineal descent. Some Jews in the 21st century recognized matrilineal descent. That's quite a bit more controversial in the 1980s, at least since antiquity. But nevertheless, the Jewish people is multiracial. So at any rate, I don't know what's that, but maybe they'll comment on. Finally, some calls to action. So as I mentioned, that public lecture that I'm giving Monday, you can either attend in person or it's one of the perks of becoming a member. So I'd really encourage you to join our learning community. Another perk of joining our community is that, unfortunately, I get so many comments in my inbox that I can't possibly respond. But if you are a channel member, I do prioritize responding to you, and I try really hard. Since you have committed to belong to our community, I want to at least, respond to your comments. So that's a perk. YouTube channel membership is not available in all countries, but you can always sign up on my website. My website is henryabramson.com, and of course that's free to sign up as well. On that website, you'll also see I've got online courses, many of them free. Pay what you want. Have a look there. You might find something. And I guess that's a fantastic Shabbat for those of you who celebrate it and mark the seventh day, and for a fantastic weekend. And I look forward to speaking to you about Jewry in the near future. For all due time of year, I'm recording this on January. Another opportunity to review and refresh. Rosh Hashanah, which usually occurs in the fall, that's a great time to do tshuva and really focus on our spiritual needs and on our priorities and things like that. This time of year, it's another new year. Of course, it's a secular new year, but it's a way, and I find it a useful tool to kind of go back and figure out, what am I doing and what can I do differently? So one of my big priorities for change this year is I want to appreciate you much more than I have in the past. I'm speaking to you as YouTube members of this channel. I'm really grateful to see that, since we started the membership program, it's grown really nicely and lots of people are participating. And I have to say, the kind of comments and the kind of messages I receive from members tend to be on a qualitatively different level. So I want to give back. I want to try and invest more in membership this year. I want to find a balance, and I've been struggling with this for many years, to try and find a balance between those students who are really invested in learning Jewish history, and I have to prioritize, obviously, the undergraduate students I work with during the day, but I also have so many students online, and I want to relate to you as well, but I simply can't deal with the masses, so I'm going to focus specifically on those of you who have made the commitment to become members. That's really the best I can do to try and maintain that relationship and still maintain my sanity. So planning to do for 2025. First of all, I am going to prioritize responding to your member comments on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to respond to yours with greater alacrity and sophistication than I have in the past. Secondly, sometimes you ask really hard questions that are way too hard for a short comment in the comment box there. But what I can do is I can sort of defer those questions for a hopefully weekly email like this one, where I can send them and talk about them with you. I have a few other ideas, especially for researchers and colleagues, of more active participation, live participation, but that's what I'm going to start with for now. I'd like to ask you all to please consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course, and the advantage of subscribing to the website is that you can see lots of the other things that I'm doing that don't fit very well on YouTube. For example, one of my major projects since 2019 has been the writing of multi-volume history of Jewish people. Together with a lot of comments that I see from many of you, I completed volume 1, which is right now with the publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and they're working primarily on the images and on the maps. The maps are a bill. It takes a long time to do those maps. And I'm writing volume 2 right now. So on my website, I'm going to post with a password the second chapter, which is just completed. Hopefully, I'll finish it today or tomorrow. And I'd like to allow members to have a chance to review that first of volume 2, chapter 2. All of volume chapter 1 of volume 2 is already online. and hear your comments and hear your suggestions, because that really helps me improve the trajectory of the work as a whole. I'm hoping to have all of this work done by the summer. That's my publisher due date at any rate. So this is something that I can offer to you through my website. Right now, I'm thinking I'm only going to offer it to researchers and colleagues, because it's a big deal to share a manuscript and to think about reading all the comments I get back, but let me try that for now. So please do consider subscribing to my website. There's lots of other cool things that are there. It's henryabramson.com. Finally, I want to say thank you so much for all of your support since we started this channel. It's really been a wonderful experience for me. I hope you've gained some benefit from it as well. And look forward to learning with you in the future. I hope you enjoy many, many blessings in 2025 and beyond. Thank you very much for watching.
Here's something special for first timers. New to DraftKings. Cool. Bet 5 and get 150 in bonus bets. DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code. That's code GOLDEN for new customers. Get 150 in bonus bets instantly when you call 877.
Explorers in Jewish history. Following the research I'm undertaking to promote the Kosher River
or visit cc.org. Please play responsibly.
exploration of Antarctica in 2026. I'm really amazed that we had such a phenomenal response, but it's important for us to note that besides the hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish explorers that existed over history, there are also equally as many enablers of exploration who had a signal effect on this wanderlust, this desire to see, unknown areas of the world. And I think one of the most important of them was Abraham Zacuto, who's a phenomenal individual who was born in Salamanca, Spain in 1452, but his main career was in Portugal. He was an astronomer and also a philosopher and a historian. Let's focus, however, on his work in supporting exploration. I think one of the most important things that he did was he wrote a book called Hachibur Hagadol, which is essentially a kind of a, Chibur means literally a collection or a book, a great book, and he completed it in 1478, and basically it's 65 detailed astronomical tables that tells you exactly where the various planets are going to be at various times and various dates and things like that. This proved to be extremely important for navigation at the time. And then he actually followed that up with something called the Biur Luchot, which is like the explanation of the tablets, I guess explanation of the tables. Maybe that's an interesting reference to the Alphonsine tables that were written some time earlier that he developed further. The Latin translation is the Almanach Perpetuum, which is like the perpetual almanac, the calendar of all these celestial bodies, and together with the new metal astrolabes, which is a really important device. Many of the astrolabes that come from this period actually have lettering in Hebrew because so many Jews were, working in navigation at the time. This allowed ships to have a much more accurate sense of their position wherever they were sailing. This is especially important when they're sailing around the equator, when they rely on the North Star when it goes below the horizon. So this was an incredible leap forward, so much so that in 1497, Vasco da Gama, who was, of course, one of the greatest Portuguese explorers, he already used Zacuto's work's way to India, and then became very important afterwards. There's also a fascinating story that based on these tables, Christopher Columbus was able to actually predict a solar eclipse, and in a conflict with the indigenous peoples that he encountered on his life at one point. So who knows, another Jewish individual to blame for Western civilization, right? He also did many other things in his life. He unfortunately, despite the fact that he was the astronomer to the royal house, He was nevertheless expelled from Portugal in 1497 because he refused to convert to Christianity. This terrible story at the time. He ended up, spending his life in the Eastern Mediterranean. And while he was in his exile, he also wrote a very important book called Yuchasin, which is essentially his historical account of the world. And it's a work and it talks a lot about not only his personal story, of course, the story of humanity. Okay, if you are interested in getting one of the few rooms that we have left on this amazing expedition ship, please visit the website below. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing my research with you and hopefully some videos of penguins and other things that we see there. Thank you very much for watching.
I look over and notice the teacher. She's standing talking to somebody at the desk, and she has white pants on, and she's up. Okay. Now.
So moving along in our series, looking at famous Jewish explorers, I have to talk about someone that I really didn't know about until I heard his name quite recently, Ibn Yaakov. He's a remarkable 10th century traveler. Part of the reason I may not have heard about him before is because there's actually a certain amount of debate as to whether or not he's actually Jewish. I mean, his name is sort of a giveaway, right? Ibrahim Ibn Yaakov, Abraham the son of Jacob. I mean, that sounds very Jewish. Like, if your name is Sam Goldstein and you're not Jewish, maybe you should consider becoming Jewish because it's a really Jewish sounding name. But most of the scholars that I really respect have come to the conclusion that definitely this is a Jewish traveler, among many reasons, because he reports in the 10th century on Jewish communities to a degree that would just seem out of place if it were not for the fact that he himself is Jewish. So anyway, let's talk about Ibrahim Ibn Yaakov. He left behind writings that have not been preserved under his own name, but they have been preserved as quotations or paraphrases in several really important medieval Arab geographers. Why was there so much Arab interest in world travel? Well, we should remember that in the 10th century, when he was active, the Arab world were actually at the peak of scientific knowledge of the Western world at the time, but they had very, very little knowledge about lands outside Dar-ul-Islam, the region of Islam. Very, very ideas about even Rome, certainly about things like Eastern Europe, where Ibrahim ibn Yaakov really was prominent in his travels. And Jews actually had an advantage, especially after the establishment of the Chaldean Empire, where there was kind of like a sort of an iron wall, an iron curtain that descended between Christian lands and Muslim lands. And it was very difficult for Christians to travel into Muslim lands and vice versa. But Jews who were equally poorly regarded by both Jews and Muslims, but nevertheless protected by Christians under the doctrine of witness and by Muslims under the Pact of Umar, they did have a certain amount of travel. And if you combine that with the fact that they were engaged in international commerce through connections with others behind or on either side of this Iron Curtain, it was actually a prominent time for Jews to travel. We spoke about the Rabbinites and others, so Ibrahim ibn Yaakov about 100 years later than that. Why exactly did he travel? We actually don't know. The references that we have to his work in Arab geography never asked the question, why did he actually travel? Some historians have assumed that he did so for some kind of trade, perhaps the slave trade, but there's no evidence to suggest that. Salabaran and his genius of 20th century scholars suppose that perhaps he was the envoy of Hasdai bin Shaprut, very important Jewish figure in 10th century Spain, but it doesn't fit with the dates, because the earliest possible date is 966 for Ibrahim ibn Yaakov's travels, and that will be too late for Hasdai ibn Shaprut's major diplomatic efforts. Eliyahu Ashtor, who wrote quite a bit on Ibrahim ibn Yaakov, says that he must have been a diplomatic envoy, perhaps on a scientific mission of the scholarly Khalid al-Hakam, who was like a really curious intellectual supporter of the arts kind of figure, so much so that he actually commissioned a history of the Franks, and this would have been entirely in keeping with what he was doing. That makes some sense, I think. Now, route is somewhat in doubt. We know several of the places that he visited, but we don't know exactly how he got from A to B. He is called in one of the sources Al Tortosi, meaning he comes from the city of Tortosa. He may also have come from Cordoba in southern Spain. We know the places like Rouen in France. He went to Magdeburg, where he actually met the Holy Roman Emperor Otto first. Fascinating. He went to Mainz, Fulda, and Prague. And actually, one of the most fascinating things about his trip is that he is actually the first person to mention in extant writings not only the city of Prague, but even the entire kingdom of Poland. Right? We're talking about the 10th century. It's really quite old, and he's the first person to tell the rest of the educated world, in this case the Islamic world, hey, there's a whole country here called Poland. And when he visits these places, he gives us fantastic details about the demographics there, about the health of the local population, their diet, disease, and so on, economics, like their agriculture, what kind of industry they're involved with, their trade, fascinating aspects of their religion and house of worships. You do Christian lands, you went to Christian lands, and so on. There's a lot of things to say about it. And here, by the way, is one of the giveaways. He tells you where to get the really the best Asian takeout in all of these cities. Okay, I made that part up, but I just couldn't help myself. And of course, like our Kosher River Cruise travelers, he likes to visit the local Jewish communities in all the places that he visits. This is something, by the way, for those looking forward to an Antarctica trip, a little bit more difficult there, but nevertheless, we'll try. But Yaakov tells us that Jews working in salt mines. This is in nearby Germany. He talks about the trade going on in Prague and other things that we would not have known about this period if we were not for the people in Yaakov and the Jews involved in the trade. Fascinating material. I hope you found this interesting as I do, and I hope you'll be able to join these cruises. If not, I look forward to sharing the research with you in these videos. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, my thing is like, let's say don't wear a wig, but I guess it is what it is. It's like, what it looks like, right? They're seeing all the money that these girls are making, this money all in the field, so they're like, all right, let me start looking, it's a whole thing there.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm working on a project right now on Jewish travelers in history, and it made me think, why do Jews travel? Or maybe we could refine that question, because travel, in the sense we think of it today, is really a modern phenomenon. Why would Jews ever have traveled before the existence of kosher river cruises? Because kosher river cruises are really a tremendous cut above. It's a phenomenal experience that I love so much, and I think that enthusiasm might communicate itself to you a little bit across YouTube. But the question is serious. Why would Jews have traveled, especially before the modern era when traveling is so much easier and so much more convenient and so on? So I came up with 5 basic reasons why Jews would have traveled historically, and I think kind of useful to frame the historical debate as a whole. Let's go through it. First, Jews traveled not by choice, that is, specifically they were expelled. Jews are not the only people in history, of course, who have been expelled, but they are rather unique in that Jews have survived multiple expulsions through millennia. And the questions for why they were expelled in various times and places is quite complex and fascinating, and we've talked about it in a few different videos, but the concept of expulsion is really burned deep in the Jewish psyche. The Babylonian expulsion memorialized in this really arresting 19th century portrait by Edward Benjamin on the morning Jews in exile. Closely related to expulsion is the concept of coerced migration, which would be something like the Maimonides family experienced in the 12th century when the new Islamic regime really placed tremendous pressure on Jewish families, and they eventually left southern Spain, made their way across North Africa, and landed in Egypt. But if we take away the whole category of expulsion as travel, why else would Jews travel? So I think the second most significant example, the reason for travel would be economic opportunity. Jews, of course, got very deeply involved in international commerce in the medieval period. You have the remarkable Radhanites, may have actually emerged from southern Jewish traders that were known, particularly in the Arabs among the Arab writings, as being people who were able to speak many languages, travel all over the world in trade. I think you'd also add to these economic migrants. My own grandparents who fled from Lithuania. I use the word fled there for the fact that there was a pull towards North America, in my case Canada, because of great opportunities there, but also the increasingly hostile environment of the late 19th century, early 20th century Tsarist Empire that meant them wanting as well. So expulsion is one category, economic opportunity migration another category. Now we get to things which are perhaps more quintessentially Jewish than the first two categories, because the first two categories, of course, apply to virtually every people we know of in history. Pilgrimage. I think we could probably say that Jews invented the very idea of pilgrimage. If you look at the Bible, you have the Shalosh Regalim, the three pilgrimage holidays, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, which required you to travel centrally into Jerusalem from ancient times. But even were sent out into the widespread diaspora, especially after the Roman diaspora. The very first example of literature that we have is from the so-called Bordeaux Pilgrim. It was written in the year 333, which for a long time people have assumed it refers to a Christian pilgrim because there are some references to Christianity in there. But there's some interesting theories that suggest, that Bordeaux Pilgrim may actually have been Jewish. We talked about that in another video, so let's skip that. But we have so many examples, kind of like reacting to the centripetal force of being attracted into Jerusalem. Rabbi of Bartanura, and so many who've left descriptions of their travels. Fourthly, a little bit related to pilgrimage, you have, I would like to call religious needs. And these are not traveling specifically to Israel, it would be more like pilgrimage, Israel missions. I'm thinking about Jews who specifically travel either from Israel, around the diaspora for a religious purpose, Rabbi, the Fidah, who left laws of his experiences collecting money for charitable causes in Israel in the 18th century. But you also have some religious missions which are tricky, like David Rabbi with his Messianic mission, so many other examples of that, of, like Jews traveling to other Jewish communities to try and, raise up Jewish support for X, Y, or Z cause. Now we get finally to the fifth cause, which I think is the most modern, although it has very, very old roots. I'm speaking about the motive of this beautiful German word, Wanderlust. Wanderlust basically means the urge to wander, the urge to travel, the urge to experience new things simply for the sake of experiencing new things. Now, again, the cost of travel has dropped precipitously in the last couple of centuries, and the possibility of Jews organizing for kosher travel is something that's only happened really in the 20th century, really the second half of the 20th century. And now we're beginning to see incredible potential for this Wanderlust in organizations like Kosher River Cruise. I mean, we're going to Antarctica, right? Like, what's Jewish in Antarctica? It's true that it's closer to traditional Asian food, but seriously, examples of Wanderlust would have to include people like Benjamin Tudela, the great 12th century explorer who wandered around the Jewish world and collected lots of information on Jewish communities all over the world. And even you can go to the 21st century with scientists like the great astronaut Ilan Ramon, who unfortunately was killed in the Columbia disaster of 2003. But nevertheless, he's just indicative of this wanderlust, this desire to see the world just for the sake of seeing what there is and appreciating the tremendous variety of the wonderful universe that we live in. I don't know if that's quintessentially Jewish, but I do think it really resonates with so many things. my personal Jewish identity, and maybe in yours too. Okay, I hope you enjoyed thinking about these 5 reasons for Jewish travel, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Congress might act. Yeah, what do you mean you've been there? Like, not I'll tell you right now. It was first year.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. We're going to continue our series looking at Jewish explorers in connection with my research for the lectures that I hope to be giving on the Kosher River cruise expedition to Antarctica. It sounds so amazing for me even to say it, but today I'd like to talk about Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Harizi, fascinating individual who was primarily known as a poet and a translator. He lived between the years 1165 and 1225, but he was also a remarkable traveler. He was born most likely in Toledo, in Spain, but then he made his way top of the Mediterranean into Provence. We had quite a bit of activity there, and then he shows up later in Egypt. He probably crossed the Mediterranean directly from the southern France, and he's in Egypt for a while. He is in Egypt for a while. He goes up to Aleppo in Syria, all the way over to Baghdad. About these long travels, writing about who he meets, and these are like, and especially producing a tremendous amount of poetry. His work has phenomenal lyric value, phenomenal literary value, and incredible historical value as well. I want to focus in on a couple things. First of all, I should mention we don't know exactly why he was traveling, like motivated him to do this. Maybe he had Wanderlust, who just wanted to see this, which is, I think, something we can all identify with. But he also may have been doing this for economic reasons, because this is an era where you had a certain number of Jewish poets for hire, where they would walk around and a whole series of consultations, like funerals, all kinds of things. They would create poetry for hire. Some of the most famous poets in Jewish history from this era, Yehuda Halevi, for example, were poets for hire who made quite a bit of their income through, creating these kind of spontaneous, sometimes poetic presentations. But anyway, focusing on Harizi, I want to specifically look at one particular aspect of his work, and that is his role as a translator of Maimonides, because he produced what is most likely the most influential translation of the great Moreh Nevuchim, the Dalav al-Chapirin, the Guide for the Perplexed that Maimonides wrote originally in Judeo-Arabic, meaning it is basically in Arabic, written with Hebrew characters, and a lot of quotations directly from Hebrew, from Tanakh and rabbinic sources and so on. And at the end of his life, Maimonides had worked with one particular translator from the Ibn Tibbon family. This is a family of translators that live in southern France. And the father, the elder Ibn Tibbon, had a particular method of translation that, and using that, he rendered a lot of really famous Judeo-Arabic works into Hebrew and made them really quite famous. And so he started working, Maimonides started working with his son on this translation of the Moreh Nevuchim. However, when the son came back with some of the early versions, Maimonides was displeased. He said, wait a second, no, this is not the way you should translate my book. Specifically, the younger Ibn Tibbon was following his father's method of translating as accurately as possible, including, when possible, preserving the precise word order from Arabic into Hebrew. And this particular translation is renowned for its precision, and it has become sort of like the overwhelming standard. However, Maimonides himself disapproved and wrote back to him saying, no, not like this. The feel of my text. What I need you to do is to read the paragraph, understand it fully, and then express it properly in Hebrew. You don't have to be rigid and stick to the word order and the specific vocabulary and so on. And then Maimonides died. And what happened was Ibn Tibbon went ahead and just continued with his original approach, even despite Maimonides' explicit approval, and he produced the translation that we have today. Now, our protagonist, Yehuda ben Shlomo Arizi, said, wow, this is so often losing all of the time, the taste of the Guide for the Perplexed, which has some pretty good places in it. And he says, I'm going to do it the way my mom said. And he wrote another competing translation, which was written with the skill of a poet, and it's far more readable, far more accessible, and so on, although it was naturally criticized being less accurate. He added as well a kind of an appendix where he said these are the kind of complicated philosophical words that Maimonides uses, and it's a glossary to help people through some of the more complex ideas. So he was heavily criticized by Ibn Tibbon. They had like kind of a literary war for a while, and did pick up his idea of street cool idea. Let's add that too. Ultimately, what happened is Easy's translation lost a lot of popularity in the English world. It's very hard to find an edition of it today. I don't have an edition that migrates to me, but it had huge impact in the Christian world because it was Al-Kharizi's version that was later translated into and then incredibly popular among Christian readers. And that's where he got the brilliant title in English of Guide for the Perplexed. It is rendered in Latin as Doctor Perplexorum, the doctor, the teacher of the perplexed. So that's, now, I have not even touched some of the most famous works of Al-Kharizi. He wrote the Tachkamoni. He wrote some amazing poems and some fantastic things. But in terms of his role as a traveler, he provides us a tremendous amount of information about the Jewish communities, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Baghdad of this time. And I have to say, it probably was his particular personality and his desire to see the world that motivated him to take these journeys. And we're very grateful for it, and we emulate it, I think, in many ways. So I hope that you will be able to join us on this remarkable trip to Antarctica. And if not, I look forward to certainly sharing my research with you on this channel. Thank you very much for watching.
Just being a good Samaritan, that's,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In connection with the upcoming Kosher River cruise to the Antarctic, which is not going to be a river cruise, but I'm continuing this series of discussion of Jewish explorers, and I'd like to speak with you now about one fascinating figure named Eldad Adani, also known as Danite, because he claimed to have come from the tribe of Dan. So here's the story. It's really bizarre. This individual shows up in Kairouan. You can see where that is in modern-day Tunisia, in the late 9th century, in the year 880. It's an amazing claim. He tells the people living there that he actually comes from biblical of Chavila, which is mentioned 5 times in Tanakh, and it's associated especially with precious metals like gold and things like that. Now, the actual location of Chavila has never been definitively determined, but the way that Eldad describes it, it probably is somewhere on one of the banks of the Red Sea, either in contemporary Yemen or maybe in contemporary Ethiopia, Somalia, something like that. But at any rate, what he has to say about this place is absolutely phenomenal. He says, and by the way, Hebrew, which is apparently the only language he knows, that he is actually a member of the otherwise lost tribe of Dan. This is one of the 10 tribes that inhabited the north part of Israel and were essentially lost to history through the invasion of Syrians in the 8th century before the Common Era. Dan, he says, fled early or migrated early to avoid the onslaught of the Assyrians, and also with some other interesting motivations. And they made their way down to Havilah, where they settled. And later, after the Assyrian invasion of Israel, several other tribes, specifically Gad, Asher, and Naphtali, made their way to Havilah as well, and he lives beside them. It's an amazing story, and basically the people of Chiron listen to this, and they're boggled with the possibility there's actually a Jewish kingdom living in this region, not so far away from them. Is it possible? Furthermore, what Eldad tells them is that they've been there, for 1,600 years, and the Judaism they practice is somewhat different from the Jews of Chiron. Specifically, they lack certain historical holidays that began after the Assyrian invasion, like the holiday of Purim, which takes place in the period of the Babylonian exile, which is 100-odd years later. And also that everything they do is in Hebrew, including their Talmud. And the Talmud that we have today in the standard tradition is written in Aramaic, both in Jerusalem, or really in the land of Israel. We call it the Jerusalem Talmud. So it's really written a little further to the north. Or the Babylonian Talmud, written in Aramaic. His Talmud, moreover, not only is it in Hebrew, not in Aramaic, it also lacks a whole bunch of the names of rabbis who are quoted in our Talmuds because they lived many hundreds of years later after the dispersal of the 10 tribes, like Rabbi Akiva, Meir, and so on. These great rabbis are not mentioned in Talmud, although their Talmud, he says, comes to the same conclusions. But there are some details that are different. For example, the way that they slaughter animals to make them kosher is not exactly the same as the rabbinic tradition. So that prompts the people of Chiron, the elders, to send a letter all the way out to Baghdad, where you have the Geonim. This is the great Talmudic center of the 9th century. And they say to them, hey, this guy showed up here. He told us this amazing story. He speaks a beautiful Hebrew. And he says these things about we're not doing shechita, we're not slaughtering animals for kosher consumption the way they do. And so they asked Rabbi Tzemach Gaon, one of the great leaders of the academy at the time, is this guy for real? Is this story true? And if the story is true, then what about the way he practices Judaism? Are we doing the wrong maybe? So fascinatingly, Rabbi Tzemach Gaon writes back, he's the real deal. Yes. And you know how we know? Because he was here before he came to you. And he quotes how several elders actually interviewed him in Baghdad as well. So this is someone who claims to come from the southern Arabian Peninsula, maybe Eastern Africa, makes his way up to Babylonia, to where the Baghdad Stalemate is, actually, and his way all the way over to Chiron. And we also have another tradition, which was written a few hundred years later, but also citing actual witness testimony from Hasdai ibn Shaprut, who lived in the 10th century in Spain, in Al-Andalus, who also say that he was there as well. So definitely, Eldad Haidani gets around. He's traveling all around the known world with this amazing story of the independent Jewish kingdom of Havilah. His story as a whole is absolutely fascinating. He talks about how he and a colleague were shipwrecked, were seized by cannibals who ate his, and he talks all the escape and how really fascinating how Jewish community is organized in Havilah. They're very military. They defend their territory. He talks about the amazing river Sambation, which is also mentioned in the Talmud. This fantastic river apparently flows with rocks so violently during 6 days of the week that nobody can cross it. But on the Sabbath, it amazingly rests. And theoretically, it could be crossed at that point. But the people who live in Sambation are very religious Levites, and they do not want to cross and violate the Sabbath. So they stay in their area, trapped as it were by this remarkable river. So, wow, what an incredible story. Now, we have all kinds of difficulties trying to parse this story. One of the big issues is the earliest texts that we have of this story were written down hundreds of years after Eldad lived. We do know from the multiple documents from both Tzemach Gaon, the Jews of Qumran, and Chasdai ibn Shaput, that he was a real person and he did come with some kind of story, but we don't know how much of it was actually what Eldad was saying, how much of it was embellishments by laters and copyists who just want to add to the amazing qualities of the story. But that begs one question, like, okay, so there was an Eldad to be a Danite from the Jewish kingdom. Was he really the real deal? So Tzemach Gaon, as we mentioned, and ironically, much later rabbinic opinion says, yes, his story is real. It corresponds with so much of what in Midrashim and in the Talmud and so on about the history of the Jews. And so his story, it checks out. You know, we met with him, we interviewed him, we had all these facts, we were able to confirm with other documents. So yeah, there is some kind of happening there that's a Jewish kingdom. However, they disagreed with halakhic analysis and said, but the Jewish tradition follows the Babylonian Talmud. That's how you determine the halacha. You should not follow his method way. The second opinion, which is more characteristic of Jewish historical scholars, particularly in the 19th century, and people like the great Heinrich, who wrote that this guy is a charlatan. He's there as a swindler. He made up this big story. In the text that we have, there's no ask for money or things like that, but they assume that he must be kind of trying to swing some angle. And what he really did was he read all these midrashim, which means a very learned person, and he concocted a story that is based on these ideas. For example, we know about the river Samba from Talmudic passages he read, and then he described it as a place to live. So he's really, though, trying to scam the communities. So that's kind of like the second opinion. The third opinion, which is raised by Professor Haifa, who recently wrote a book about Eldad Adani, says that, well, there's one third possibility, that he is a true, but he actually does claim, honestly, he comes from a place called Chavila, or whatever that place was, because the text could be corrupted. And the people that he lives among, they are descended from the tribe of Dan, perhaps living next door to people from Gad or Naphtali. But this we do find in Jewish history as well, that there are sometimes spontaneous communities who associate themselves with these of those mysterious lost tribes. There are like dozens of examples of peoples that say, oh, we're really from Menashe, or we're from this, or from that, and we simply have no way of really validating the veracity of those historical claims. Some seem far more reasonable than others, but it could be that he is incorrect, and this is like sort of a more spontaneous community that somehow developed this amongst themselves. He could also be a charlatan, and he could also be a true believer. I mean, all of these things are possible, but at any rate, it's an amazing story of a fascinating Jewish explorer from the 9th century. I hope we'll be able to speak in person on this amazing exploration for the Antarctic. I know it's not going to be for everybody. It's a pretty daunting enterprise, but I hope to share my research with you. I'm preparing the lectures for that. Thank you very much for watching. Fellow students of Jewish history, one of the most mysterious groups of Jewish travelers that we know about from the first millennium are the strange Radhanites. We don't know a lot about these very influential traders. We only have two real significant references to the Arabic sources and a couple of scattered passages that may allude to them later on in medieval history, but they were especially widespread, and they must have had a phenomenal impact on the economy of the 9th century and later. Our most important and extensive source, which is really just a couple of paragraphs, is in a remarkable 9th century book of geography called the Book of Roads and Keys, which was like essentially a geography book that had lots of politics to it and so on. And in this context, this Persian geographer is describing all kinds of trade routes. The name of the geographer is somewhat complicated and difficult to pronounce. It comes in two different transliterations. One is Ibn Khordadbeh, and the other one is Ibn Khordadbeh. Okay, my Arabic is not so great yet, but I am learning. I'm working on this. At any rate, he describes this unusual people called the Radhanites. And his description of them is so fascinating because in a couple of paragraphs, he talks about how they're ranging far and wide across the entire known world of the 9th century, going as far east as China and as far west as Spain, covering the Mediterranean basin. And when you look at this map here, you'll see that the blue lines represent the trade routes that we can project from Ibn Khordadbeh's account, and then the pink or the violet color represents the connections that would have happened after that. And these Radhanites were described just in 2 paragraphs here. He specifically describes them as being Jewish. They are polyglots. They know at least half a dozen languages, and they are involved in virtually every type of import and export that is going on in the 9th century. From they're bringing lots of spices and wares. From the west are bringing raw goods and some manufactured goods like swords and things like that. They are also involved in the infamous slave trade, which was pretty much par for the course for this period of time. And although modern sensibilities may recoil at that, we have to place that within historic context. And we should note that in the 9th century, the only people who really got upset about that were some of the churchmen, like Agobard of Lyon, for example, who was not so much upset with the institution of slavery, but upset with the idea that Jews might own potentially Christian or Christian slaves. That was something which upset him very much. He wanted Jews to divest of slaves so that other Christians could purchase them, but he did not like the idea of Jews owning slaves. But that is just one part of the many different things that they traded in from west and east. Now, there's a lot of questions about them because we don't have any Jewish sources that speak about them per se. There are some that may allude to them and some that might infer their presence, but really don't know about them. We assume that this term Radhanite is perhaps a family name related to the place where they come from, and there are several about that. One is from the Radan of southern Iraq. This would be Professor Moshe Gil's theory. Another that is popularized by the great scholar Cecil Roth is that it actually comes from the word Rodonos, which is the Latin name for the Rhone River, which is in the south of France, meaning they're based in around the city of Arles in the northern part of the Mediterranean. Both areas make sense. I tend to lean personally, not that I'm an expert, but I tend to lean towards the Rhone location because so much activity is really centered there, more even than you would have in southern Iraq, at least when you look at the entire map. At any rate, they're extremely influential for the trade of the period. There are some interesting discussions of the impact of their decline, which occurred a couple centuries later, on the entire consumption of spices, for example, in Europe. It seems like much of their business was essentially gobbled up by the rise of merchant rivals like in Venice and places like that. Now you want to wonder, why would Jewish merchants be so successful in this environment? There are a few things that would lend themselves to the success of Jewish merchants. Specifically, the increasing tensions in the 9th century that would eventually explode in the 11th century with the Crusades between Muslim and Christian lands. Jews in a level of tolerance in both Muslim and Christian lands, which may not have been extended to Christians in Muslim lands and vice versa. Not that they were equal citizens, Under the Christians, they were protected under something called the doctrine of witness. Under Muslim lands, they were protected under something called the Pact of Lamar, which again did not give them full equal rights, as it were, of some subjects or Christian subjects in their respective lands. It nevertheless meant that the law prohibited them from being openly molested, although that could sometimes happen against the law. Of course, it was known to happen with, some frequency with pogroms and things like that. Nevertheless, Jews who undertook to make these journeys could count on small pockets of community all over the region where encounter friendly faces or would find ways to make connections for more trade and so on. So they had some sort of built-in advantages because of the diaspora, ironically. Also, let us not forget that Jews, although they are polyglots, able to converse in many different languages, they do share a common language of Hebrew. And so you could have Jews coming from Christian lands, entering into lands, and although the vernacular might be, let's say, Frankish or Arabic, they would still be able to converse in the common language of Hebrew. So there's some advantages that would have lent themselves to making the Radhanite successful. So although really everything about the Radhanites is based in one principal account that occurred later, this derivative of the first account, and maybe some allusions to them, the question that maybe they reached as far east as China, and that some of the documents that may have been deposited along the Silk Road may have belonged to Radhanites, but is primarily conjecture at this point. There's nevertheless nation for the Radhanites among conspiracy theorists. And if you bounce around the web, either in Arabic or in American English, you will find some really bizarre things. Sometimes the term Radhanite, for example, is used as kind of like a cover term for Jew. Like people will go on and on about those Radhanite Babylonians who are involved in controlling the media and the economy and things like that. And that's just to use the Latin term totally Meshuggah, Radhanites who were traveling far-and-wide, highly active period of time. At any rate, really conjecture, but still amazing to see them described as such worldwide travelers. And in this context, putting in a plug here, we are getting ready for that amazing trip to Antarctica. That is going to be a phenomenal voyage of exploration. Can't wait to go on it. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to speaking again about more explorers and Jewish history. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to continue our discussion of great explorers in Jewish history. And someone I'd like to look at today is really more of a type than a specific individual. I'm thinking about Rabbi, who represents a group of explorers called the Nechute. This term Nechute is Aramaic. It is the translation of the Hebrew term Yordim, or those who go down. A little bit of a derogatory term in modern Hebrew, and it refers to people who leave the land of Israel, since metaphorically we speak about immigration to Israel as aliyah, as going up, to ascend to Israel in Hebrew, and those who leave are called yordim, those who go down. Of course, this is a very old phenomenon. Jews have been going to and from the land of Israel literally for millennia, but for our purposes, the Nechute is not used in an explicitly derogatory sense at all. It's simply referring, as the term Yordim does today for many Jews, simply leaving the land of Israel. So what this refers to is the traveling of rabbis from Israel in the 4th century in particular to the lands of Babylonia, and actually vice versa. Even though we go in the other direction, they're not called Nechute, they're called Olim, those who go up. What are we talking about here? So have a look at this map. I happen to like this map because it is a draft of one that's going to be appearing in my new book. Very excited, coming from Quorum Publishers. you'll see this is just a rough draft, and it's referring, of course, to the roundabout route that Abraham, the patriarch, used when he went all the way from the southern Euphrates River region, which would be in contemporary Iraq, not too far from Kuwait, all the way along the Euphrates River, northwesterly direction, and then eventually curving around and dropping into the land of Israel. This is the great first exploration of the Jewish people based on the command from God in Genesis 12. Go for yourself, from your birthplace, from your homeland, and so on. This doesn't include the sort of detour into Egypt, and it also is really significant because the map, notwithstanding the modern names there, dates from about 1750 before the Common Era. The topic that I like to address today is really primarily concentrated in the 3rd and especially 4th centuries of the Common Era. So here, let me add a couple of details. This region here is what let's call Talmudic Babylonia. It is the region where Jews had been settled from the 6th century before the Common Era during the exile under the Neo-Babylonians, right, when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the land of Israel and deported so many of the people, particularly from the region known as Judah, to the Babylonian region. This was like an ancient sort of thing that population transfers to try and control rested populations. And so you have a Jewish population developing in Talmudic Babylonia really from the 6th century before the Common Era. It's quite old. Fast forward like 800 years, and it's really well developed with all kinds of Talmudic academies, Surah, Pompedice, Nahardah, so many places. And they basically are centered around the region where Euphrates and the Tigris rivers begin to narrow and then slowly separate again. That's Talmudic Babylonia. And of course, it's a great center of Jewish learning, especially from the year 219 and onward, when the great scholar Rav returned from his visit to settle there, eventually being involved in of Surah. Now, in the land of Israel, you have a major center of Torah, particularly around of Tiberia or Tiberias, on the Sea of Galilee. It's in the north of Israel, in the Galil region. There's also several other cities, including further down south in Lod and so on, but Tiberias, the capital city of Torah learning during this. And the fascinating thing that relates to our question of exploration is that there are lots of rabbis who are making this roundabout trip, essentially following backwards, same path that Abraham took, like 2 years prior, going from Tiberias to Talmudic Babylonia, and relating to the scholars of Babylonia what scholars in Israel were saying about topic A, B, or C. And so quite frequently, when you study the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, it'll have this phrase, Ki asa Rav Dimi, or Ki ata Rav Dimi, when Rav Dimi came, meaning when this scholar came from Israel, he told us that this is how they decided this question, this is the kind of question they asked, and so on. Now, these are a group of rabbis called the Nechute, these long-distance travelers who will make this, massive trip all the way from Israel, way up north, down into Babylon. And obviously, the reason why they didn't go straight as the crow flies is because there's a lot of desert across. It could be done with caravans, but the tip was to follow the river banks where you would have oases and civilization, things like that. So the Nechute, those who go down, are those rabbis who are bringing Torah from Israel to Babylonia, and the other way as well, bringing that Torah back to Israel, cross-fertilizing two major centers of Torah scholarship at the time, and ultimately resulting in the production of two major Talmuds, so-called Jerusalem Talmud. That in itself is a little bit of a misnomer. It wasn't Jerusalem. It was really written primarily in Tiberias. However, it's also known as the Palestinian Talmud, but that's also somewhat problematic of a term, so people still call it the Jew Talmud, and of course the great, much larger Babylonian Talmud. Okay, that's just a quick look at some of the intrepid rabbinic explorers from the 3rd and 4th century. Rabbi is one of a dozen of them who've made this trip, but he's undoubtedly the most famous. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow student history. I'm so excited to begin this new series of Jewish explorers because we are doing some amazing like Kosher River cruises. We're excited to go to some of the what we have coming up. We have European locations in the Caribbean and so on, but in the next couple of years we're planning Japan and get this Antarctica. Wow. So now there are not that many Jews in Antarctica. There have been some people would say that because there are a lot of penguins there, and in slightly derogatory Hebrew slang, penguin is another word for ultra-Orthodox Jews. But otherwise, it's a pretty remote location. And so what we're going to be doing for this series is looking at Jewish explorers through history, which is just amazing. So today I'd like to talk about Benjamin Abdallah, but let's just begin with a background on the idea of Jewish exploration. One might say that exploration is right at the very heart of the Jewish experience. In fact, way back in the past, somewhere around 1750, before the Common Era, we have the first command of God to Abraham, the answer of the Jewish people, when he said, Lech lecha me'aretz, first place your homeland, and go to the land I will tell you. And from this map here, it's a trek, or as we would in ancient Hebrew, a shlek. I'm just joking, it's not ancient Hebrew, but it's quite a trek. Have a look at this Google map. He went all the way from southern Iraq, presumably by camel caravan or walking, I'm not sure, all the way up to what would be in Syria, and then makes the curve around south into the land of Israel, as it would be known later. At the time, it was probably called Amaru. And not all of these commands to travel were so benign. We have, of course, throughout Jewish history, numerous expulsions, including the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492. And also we have many voluntary migrations, such as those of my own grandparents who left Lithuania and traveled to Canada at the turn of the 20th century. So taken all together, when you combine the kind of adventurous explorations of individual Jewish explorers, you look at the forced migrations of Jewish refugees, and when you look at the expulsions, of course, you see a tremendous amount of Jews traveling all over the world. It stands to reason that as a culture, we would allow for kosher river cruising. Okay, so let's talk today about one of the most famous of the medieval explorers. In fact, if you just, I didn't try to Google famous explorer, you would probably get Benjamin of Tudela. He published a really fascinating itinerary of his travels in the 12th century, and he described his journey from about the year 1159 to around the year 1173. This is a century before Marco Polo, and it was an incredibly popular book. It was translated to many European languages because there were not that many people who were traveling such distances and bringing back that information to Europe. It doesn't exactly say what he was traveling. There's a lot of references to coral, which might guess that he was involved in the gem trade. That was definitely something that we've seen with the Radonites, for example. Many earlier Jewish merchants were involved in various types of trade, and hence he was engaged in that. But while he definitely had the Jewish communities, tells us every stop along the way the size of the Jewish people that he met. He talks about their economic basis. He talks about their intellectual population, about various errant sects of Judaism and so on. The Samaritans, really, really fascinating historical information. It's a trove of data for historians, especially of the 12th century. Here's a map where you can see where Benjamin Tudela traveled. You can see he started out in Tudela, which is in northeastern Spain. Then he made his way to Mediterranean, traveled the coast through Provence. It was fascinating material on many of those towns. There tells us a lot about that great era of creativity in the 12th century. And then he made his way down the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and then eventually all the way out to Turkey and his final destination, the land of Israel. Now, while he was in these regions, he also did reports on places that he never visited or not, but most likely not, shares with us what he heard about far-off communities as well. Really amazing and fascinating area. Now, what kind of tell us about? Well, he's especially good for us in terms of talking about the ethnology of the Jewish people in all these various places. He's very few other sources tell us about these kind of details. His is the first account of Rus people in the sources, and first European reference to China, that name. So it's really significant, very important. He is the only source for a long time on the fascinating figure named David Alroy, and he tells us a lot about really fascinating, unusual Jewish communities, like the Black Jews of the Malbar coast of India. Benjamin Tudela, fascinating character. In this series, we're going to look at a whole bunch of Jewish explorers, migrants, refugees, and so on, people who travel to unusual locations. And I want to put in a plug for these really amazing trips that I'm looking forward to taking with Kosher River Cruises, especially Antarctica. Here's a short video that gives you a sense of what it was like on the most recent trip to Bordeaux, with a few shots of penguins in it as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, the premier all-kosher, all-inclusive luxury Jewish cruise expeditions. Imagine luxury and expedition cruise ships, chartered exclusively for our guests, creating a close-knit community of like-minded travelers, exploring together in elegance and comfort. More than just a cruise, it's a unique experience of connection. Kosher River Cruises and KC Expeditions bring like-minded travelers together for worldwide exploring and celebration in a warm, inspiring, community-like atmosphere. It's a journey where friends, both old and new, come together to make memories that last a lifetime. Our 5-star ship expedition vessels, combined with our signature all-inclusive luxury service, make every day on board a wonderful escape into pure exploration and relaxation. With renowned kosher cuisine, expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green, every meal is an unforgettable experience. Each day, a new destination awaits. Our specially curated tour excursions offer deep insights into both Jewish and local heritage, creating a perfect balance of adventure, exploration, and learning. Our dedicated onboard team is with every step of the way, ensuring a seamless, luxurious journey from start to finish. Every detail is taken care of, from excursions to amenities, to dining to entertainment, just with ease, comfort, and a commitment to the highest standards of kashrut. Join Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, where exceptional service, community, and culture come together for a truly unique travel and cruise experience.
Now, if we step back a little bit to understand the economic background of this hike, besides the political and religious background that I began at the beginning, the Inquisition and so on, searching for places where they could freely practice Judaism, first as sometimes even in a Portuguese environment like Brazil, and then later openly as Jews. This was against the backdrop of a much larger economic phenomenon known as the triangular trade. Basically, the way it looks is somewhat of an oversimplification, nevertheless captures the larger picture. You have manufactured goods coming out of the great colonial empires of Europe, in particular Portugal, England, the Netherlands, and they're bringing their manufactured goods down to Africa. They are then trading them for slaves, and these slave peoples are then at the ocean through the notorious and horrific Middle Passage, where they are then deposited in South America and the Caribbean, and to a certain degree in the 13 colonies. I especially like this map because why they're going straight to the 13 colonies, when in reality, many of them are being dropped off places like Curacao and then being resold and shipped up to the Americas. And the Caribbean is extremely important for all of this. And then from Americas, the Southern American, North American continents, raw materials, all kinds of furs and things like that coming from Canada. But from the Caribbean, you have in particular cane sugar that is traveling. And the way the cane sugar was heavy amounts of labor, and that's where the slaves come in. They are employed in these massive plantations to harvest the cane sugar and then ship it off. From Americas, you have things like tobacco, for example, cotton, the same kind of idea. It's shipped off to Europe, it's processed into manufactured goods, and this cycle went on for a few hundred years to the tremendous misery of the enslaved Africans. So how did Jews fit into all picture? The issues and the slave trade is especially heated and is used often in polemics and apologetics. I'm going to return to it in just a second, but I do want to say that on the whole, the participation of Jews in the entire institution of slavery was largely unremarkable. And what I mean by that was we're not especially distinguished by a high level of moral allergy to this institution, which caused so much pain, or were they grossly oriented, particularly when you force not only the size of their population, but their place in the overall socioeconomic structure. In fact, when you look more closely at the trade, what were Jews doing primarily in the Caribbean, where a lot of slave trade was happening? They had the so-called Rothschild, the large trades, or Dutch terms, which involved those three basic elements: the goods, the manufactured goods, and enslaved Africans. Jews were only tangentially involved in both of us. They were heavily involved, however, in what was called the small, which was lots of that supported the overall economic structure. Like, for example, around Curacao, where there was a large Jewish settlement, the Jews, there were Jews definitely who were involved in plantations and owning slaves and so on. We're going to look at one of those in a bit. But primarily Jews were involved in sort of supported industry. For example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs, they have their ropes repaired, they need tar, they need to outfit the ships and so on. So Jews would be very much kind of the peripheral industries to support the overall economic structure. So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were on the hand, divorced from the Rothschilds because they were involved in all of the economic secondary activities, but it would also be wrong to say that they were overly represented in the slave trade as well. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. Geronimo Nunez da Costa, for example, also known as Moses Curiel, who lived between 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they called the Joden Savannah, or the Jewish Savannah, it was established in the 1600s, and it absorbed all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those who fled Sife. Some of them made their way up to New Amsterdam at that time, and others went to Yosemite. And at its peak, around the year 1700, there were about 500 plantation owners, primarily Jews, and about 9,000 enslaved Africans. It was a difficult kind of industry as a whole. There were multiple slave revolts, there were attacks from foreigners, but what really caused Yoden Savannah to collapse, and in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole was really, by this, was the development of beet sugar in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe, they can be transformed into sugar. Europeans had developed an addiction, really, to sugar once it had been exported cheaply from the Caribbean, but it was cane sugar that was sent, and molasses and rum, all derivatives of cane sugar. But once Europe had figured out ways to make sugar locally rather than engaging in this expensive shipping across the, all of a sudden the cane sugar industry collapsed. And it had a disastrous effect on plantations, including Yona Savannah. But as an illustration of how the Jewish economy was really much more diverse, it really didn't change the overall Jewish economy that much. But it had, like a general depressing effect because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave-based cane sugar industry. So therefore, from the 1760s onward, there's much more of an impetus for Jews to look for, better avenues for economic development. Now, in this regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right, Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000 enslaved people. As with non-Jewish plantation population, this led to the development, sometimes very explicit, of a European Jewish population. What this means that many slave owners, typically males, would take female slaves as wives or as concubines to produce offspring, and they would have some relationship with those offspring in some cases, but nevertheless, now you have a new population of people. And how were they dealt with in Jewish society? It is important to note that the actual disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male focused, but it was somewhat better than the non-Jewish population. This was due to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family units at a higher rate than other Europeans. They're all persecution, and so therefore traveling as a family makes more sense. But it also has to do with a specific institute dedicated to trying and produce Jewish marriages. The Dotar Society in particular was extremely important. This was a society based in Amsterdam that collected funds and underwrote marriages as far as possible for poor Jewish brides. So the problem was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for non-Jewish, but nevertheless it was significant. So you have a look at this remarkable picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria Louise de Hart, obviously with some African descent, and she is married to Johannes Ellis, also of African descent. They're dressed, however, in very European clothing, and they are, in fact, very important people. What's their parentage? So Maria's father was a Jewish plantation owner, and her mother was a freed slave. And Johannes Ellis's father was a non-Jewish Dutch governor of the region. His mother was a woman from Ghana. This picture is, by the way, from 1846. So, how do we know about these populations that, racially look different from Ashkenazi Jews or even from Sephardi Jews coming straight out of the Arabian Peninsula? Amazing research done by Professor Aviva Ben-Hur. And basically, the kind of sources we have are slave manumission records. That is, when slaves are freed, this is something that had to be recorded because obviously, if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork to ensure that they could preserve their freedom. And it's also important to note that this was an opportunity for the state to tax slave owners if they wished to free their slaves. It was an expensive proposition to free a slave. had to provide an annuity and provide like income for them and so on. And so people would generally only manumit their slaves if they felt an emotional connection with them. For example, if they were concubines or if they were children. And we have significant slave manumission records that give us a sense of why Jews would engage in this process. Related to this, by the way, is conversion, which we'll talk about in a second. We also have wills of former slave owners who then freed their slaves and then chose to bequeath money to them. And finally, we have burial records, which indicate what to these freed slaves or their offspring once they had become Jewish. Were they buried in a Jewish cemetery, for example, and so on. We have this large phenomenon of what were called reputed children. And these are the children typically of Jewish male plantation owners, like in Jordan Savannah, with wives or concubines of Africans who may not have the benefits of conversion and so on, but nevertheless was included in the wills of Jewish testators. Some of them are quite fascinating. For example, Emmanuel Baruch Sada, who died in Jamaica in 1795, he left a very interesting will where one of his sons was to be awarded a significant amount of money. And he also, this son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was raised by Baruch's cousin, who had a tremendous amount of fondness for him. And in her own will, she had left money. What is especially ironic is that Emmanuel Baruch cognizant of the fact that his children from his European life, it appears that his reputed child was the child of a mistress. He anticipated that his European wife and his offspring with his European wife would actually object to the allocation of funds to this reputed child, and so he actually put a codicil in his will that if any of them, his wife or his children by that wife, disputed the will or questioned the allocation of funds to their half-brother, they would formally lose all of the money that had been allocated to them in the will. It gives you a sense of the range of emotional attachment that these Jewish testators had for their offspring, even though they weren't necessarily joined by European mothers. Now, it is important to note, as Professor Ben-Or points out, that the records are spotty and inconsistent, and it's difficult to really project the overall picture based on these cases. They might entirely be something that reflects on individuals who have particularly close relationships, where otherwise we can imagine the horrific degree of abuse that could arise in these family relationships because of the intrinsically exploitative of the institution of slavery. We nevertheless do have lots of examples of the offspring of such relations being converted to Judaism upon manumission. We have examples of infant conversion and all kinds of things going on that are quite fascinating. This is, by the way, a picture of the mikveh of Suriname. It's now dry, but this would have been filled with water and would have been part of the conversion process. However, taking all of this together is a complicated picture. It's fascinating just to see the little details here and there, but it's a complicated picture. It is important to note that one other set of records, and those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how this society functioned in Jordan Savannah. And the reality is that it appears that the offspring of Africans who were converted to Judaism were accepted within the Jewish community, but nevertheless there was kind of a layer of racial ideology within that acceptance. This is, again, not at all exceptional when you consider the complicated degrees of racial distinctions the overall society was making between Europeans and Africans and half European, half Africans, and one African, one quarter Europeans, 1/8. And so they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much in and how much African ancestry they had. In the synagogue of Suriname, we have a racial distinction between two groups of people, the so-called congregantes or congregants, and that would refer to these partially African Jews, nevertheless Jews, but there was a distinction, and there were certain restrictions placed upon them where they could sit, often buried at the side of the cemetery, like that, and called Yechidim, which hard to translate exactly. It sort of literally means acceptable, but it really means like these people, and that's the purely European Jews who have more privileges and buried in the main section of the synagogue and things like that. So to think that once they were converted to Jews and they were automatically socially accepted, I think that would be kind of Pollyanna. That would happen. Nevertheless, they were considered halakhically as Jews, and maybe I conclude by saying that this is an interesting illustration of the overlay of societal prejudices upon a halakhic basis, because in terms of Jewish law or halakha, race plays absolutely no status in the role that the Jew has with regard to their obligations, responsibilities, and so on. There is no distinction made whatsoever within the halakhic literature that there any reference to a person's racial background or feelings or so on. So all of this other material of separating the congregants between congregantes and Yechidim and separate burial sects and things like that, it's either totally innovated as a visual reflection of that time, or sometimes it's a complete contradiction of halakha. Nevertheless, this is how the society functions. There's some great work. Please have a look at Professor Rabbi Ben's books on this. Quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. I just got back from an amazing trip to the Lesser Antilles with Coach. It was so fascinating to see this very special part of the world that was very, very crucial. Other communities of Jews in North America later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish step in the Caribbean was rather light, really about 100, 200 years where Jews were very active there, but it was an inquisitional place for Jews, the Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and then the emigration Jewry in particular to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting civilization. As we shall see, it turned out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically, so Jews moved on, as many other peoples did. But this is really so important for understanding the development of North American Jewish society. So let's start this discussion by looking at the immigration patterns. So have a look at this map here. This map, which is kind of complicated, shows you basically the origins of the Caribbean Jewish community, which is primarily coming out of the Iberian Peninsula. You have two distinctions. You have those Jews who were expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact in the early migration, because this is really just when the Americas were being discovered, right? The last decade of the 15th century, and then moving into the early 16th century, Jews moved out of Spain in 1492. So there were some crypto Jews, meaning they had been fortunes of forcible converts, who accompanied even Columbus' voyage. And Columbus' story elsewhere, it's quite likely that he was in fact descended from crypto Jews himself. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews, however, are far more significant. They are forcibly converted in 1497 to Christianity, and it takes them a while before they're really allowed to emigrate out of Portugal for reasons that we've explored in other videos. But then they make their way not only to centers that are more tolerant, such as Amsterdam, for example, which is hugely significant because the Dutch were very much involved in colonizing the Caribbean, but also making their way directly with Portuguese travel to the eastern Brazil, for example, to a place called Recife is very important, and also to the northern regions of what we would call Colombia, places like Curacao, and then there's a secondary migration that I've indicated here, kind of broken line that moves from the Caribbean up to North America, and that's very, very important. It really begins to gain a lot of steam in the 18th century as the economy in the Caribbean changes dramatically for reasons I'm going to discuss in a minute. But I would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about migration history before we get to that economics. So this is kind of like where these Jews are coming from. Portuguese Jews directly from Portugal, sometimes directly from Amsterdam. There is one really significant one in 1654 of Jews from Brazil to New York City. That was not actually a continuous settlement, meaning it sort of petered out after 1604, but it only took a decade or two before Jews began arriving in large numbers. Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to the Americas, not the Caribbean specifically, that would be Roman Jewish migration that occurred in the 1840s through the 1870s. This is especially associated with a noxious practice that was implemented in Europe, the so-called familians, that only would allow the oldest male child to marry. And that would mean that the other brothers could not marry. These are, of course, by this time, definitely monogamous in Ashkenazic lands. And so this was like essentially a really cool social form of population control that meant that so many Jews would look for other places to live and hopefully other wives to marry them. And so you have, skipping the Caribbean entirely, you have this creation of German Jews to the northeast part of the States, establishing themselves there, and eventually they would reach certain health within a few decades, and that would be very significant for the next massive wave. Also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge migration, about 2.5 million Jews make their way out of Eastern Europe after the pogroms of 1881. And these are people coming from primarily the former Russian Empire, the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. They're also skipping the Caribbean. They actually constitute the overwhelming bulk of American Jews. About 7 out of 10 American Jews trace their lineage to the Eastern European migrants who came to the turn of the 20th century. Now, there's one last Caribbean chapter. There is a surge of immigration from Germany and Austria out of fear of the Nazis and their rise. But by this time, America had adopted a much more nativist approach to these European migrants. They had largely closed their doors to Jewish immigrants, so therefore many of them sought out Caribbean locales, often as a stepping stone before they could eventually make their way to America. So you have a significant, smaller, but nevertheless a significant population of German and Austrian Jews making their way to Cuba in particular. And then after the Cuban Revolution, many of them flee to Florida, and then others go all the way up to New York. Also, Jews making their way to Puerto Rico at this time, and so on. So there are, once again, to encapsulate, there are 2 major Caribbean migrations to North America. The first is specifically in the 18th century, and it's a kind of a secondary migration from the Caribbean changes, and the second one is the refugees from the Nazis, the so-called Cubans, Jews who made their way primarily to Cuba, and then from Cuba moving up to Florida and the Northeast. So that's where the Caribbean plays a role Jewish migration, particularly to North America.
Unbelievable that he wanted to go get him there. Yes, you've been hanging out at the comedy club. It's like 2:45 in the morning, and beautiful white girl, she's like, she's hot. She goes, Crystalia, you know what I mean? And you go, you're like, oh my god, yeah, hey, it's a little no, and I know, what do you say?
Everybody say
Bro, at that point,
There'll be massive Jewish settlements in the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles where we are, but also hugely important Curacao. The Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating wildly.
And then tomorrow we really get going. So full schedule. So thanks again for coming. You guys do anything.
Okay.
If it was a woman in distress, I would help her. That would be my first thing. I'd be like, oh, if you need something, I'll help you. But yeah, but that's not how the press would. No. You would know that. Then you'd be going like this. No, she was in distress. And then Brenda would be like, she wanted to know. And people would on their end of like, that's not how it happened. Which I understand. But so that's my point though. That's what I'm saying. It's just funny because I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I guess in my head, it's weird though. He's so famous that it just, you don't know what he's thinking. Cheers. But I guess for me, I would just be like, even if I'm gonna hunt, is what I'm going to try to do. How's this up? You think of an meeting, yeah, then leave the woman in distress. You're like, I'm sorry, at this point, I'm doing this to him. Hold on. At this point, yeah. At this point, I'm being honest with you. I wouldn't even walk her into her car for safety. Because I'm sorry, dude, but no, absolutely not. I'm not, no way. Fuck that. Dude, what, you can say anything? Absolutely not. I've been on the other end. No fucking way. No way. I'm sorry, but go ahead. And that's one thing that made it. That's the story, which is crazy about it. Is like, he made it all about, you know, this was not believable because he made it all about, like, questioning my sexuality. At that point, he should have just laughed about it. If it was like, if he was just, if it was bad, he would be like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he's alright. And it's like, he's in distress and whatever. It's late now, so I want to pick her up. Yeah, it's like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's the way to say it. Yeah, I tried to help. I didn't even know, honestly, I didn't even know it was a guy in front of the car. Yeah, and then I realized it's a guy, and I'm like, oh, this is fucking hilarious. Alright, yeah. This is like, I saw your contract, and you're having this telling us the story of Jeremiah. So, sensitive story about, like, something like, you know, accidentally got my dick sucked in by a lady putting stuff on there. You know, but the way he's talking about it, you go, even if you're like, if you're that, how he talks about it, you're just like, he's like totally secure in his second mouth. He's like, whatever, what I'm saying is like, if that comes across, like, you know, you're like, hey, dude, yes. That's what I'm saying, your scenario's believable. But like, yeah, he made it unbelievable. Yeah, that's true. The way he explained it sounded. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, look, there is a world where you get trend, especially now. See, Challenge first 48, trend is inside. Right. And what now? One of those cases on first 48, and that's the one you want to watch. Just all sexy. He was trying to get his dick sucked. It took 48 hours to find out that wasn't. We figured it out in 4 seconds. He wanted to get his dick sucked. The first time the mayor was shot, like, and we saw that now. It's kind of like when you look at Jurassic Park now, you go, oh, it's CGI. Yeah, if you look at Craving now, you go, oh, it's a good. At the time, we were like, when the dick was on the screen, we were like, oh, I'm gonna watch that movie. I've never seen it either. You've never seen Craving?
Everybody say KRC. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, I know that most of the people like going on these amazing kosher river cruises trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing. They learn about Jewish history and then actually visit the places where it happened. And, you know, that's where I go. However, people tell me they also go for the beautiful scenery, for their luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. And I even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me to come for the food because Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. I want to make this a video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical, as what the fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. They would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, you know, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented them to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the costs, otherwise high luck, to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of enjoy your French chocolate because it's dealing primarily with the more dough. And you think about how wonderful it tastes. Think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of chocolate trade, and in particular the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on it. It promises to be absolutely amazing, fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thanks very much for watching.
And then I'm also going to now be, that same weekend, the 15th and 16th, I'm going to be at Club 808, Don't Know Club. Oh, yeah. Check me out. Thanks for watching Golden Hour. Check out the page, check out Fighter and the Kid.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with the very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because, you know, he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Nevis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small graphical details so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that we go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this Jewish World of Alexanderton by Andrew Portlancher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to test, I think, convincing that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. To say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Porwancher does, and it goes on the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish, right? The question I happen to be quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism, and everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates. Basic rule: does Jewish law create a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer reviewed and things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish. So that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jewish? And you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jew and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers them a Jew. And finally, religion. Do you consider yourself of Judaism? Meaning you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it and so on. There are people who can do that without necessarily meeting the other forms. So Jewish identity is like a complicated. People might hit some notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander himself, and that Dr. Porwancher brings. He was in fact Jewish. Legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a whole discussion of it in his book. You can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second. Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay? What about personal? This is where it gets a little more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the record, as a Jew. On those few points where he had to sort of like definitely indicate his religious identity, himself, for example, as an Anglican, and he did that in a legal person in order to testify as witness. Now, the way things were set up, and only could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican. But when they queried him, they felt the need to query, still living in the Caribbean at the time. By the way, he was Osage, but he admitted he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There's also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton at all. And he was, in fact, not allowed to testify. So, in other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not there to believe that, to allow him to testify. Interesting. Okay, third, ethnic identity. Alexander Hamilton's ancestors considered themselves as Jews. Well, obviously, on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves the one who counts. She considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even leaving her husband, still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother Peter. He only baptized as an adult. Again, very, very strange. And so there's every indication to suggest that when Alexander left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well, does the local Jewish community consider you a Jew? Rachel had her son, Alexander, educated in the Jewish school at Nevis. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happened, but the simple answer is he was Jewish. Universal. Would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her conversion was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in the 18th century. But, if that debate in and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish as the son of a convert. But, this is still one of the stickier things even in 21st century history. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Korlanter's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and, compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes, and he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he memorized like this even as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself at some form of participating in the culture, but we don't have much data on that. Public. Would the general community, meaning in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we know, although preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adulthood in North America, no, he's not yet, because now that he's been around for a while. And religiously, do you yourself an adherent of Judaism? Unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that there's no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was, in fact, Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the arguments. In Dr. Korlanter's book, I think makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertisements might want to be modified a little slightly, perhaps something like this. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise and screen. It's going to be fantastic. And if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
We just moved into a new studio. amazing. And we also do the Thursday Night Live episodes every Thursday on YouTube. And tune in there.
And we will be in Philadelphia for our live show. There was a chance that there was going to be a blizzard. However, that is not happening.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Kosher River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles, and it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. So first of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States with Florida and the peninsula hangs down into the Gulf of Mexico. And then just below it, you have two major regions of concern to us. You have the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles, which are over here on the sort of west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising. And, you know, it looks like just a tiny little place with these little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of settlement for the Portuguese in particular. They're an unusual population. They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496, the beginning of 1497, to Christianity. But for generations, for centuries, they were discriminated against and called newcomers, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World and quite often simply assumed their Jewish identity once they felt safe to do so. So you have Jews settling in both the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, all a very important center of Curacao and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. It is a beautiful part of the world. You know, it's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, cold in Poland. Why don't they say go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that develops in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the beam there where the Torah scroll and sand is on the floor. Here from the U.S. Virgin Islands, not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like to see cola as well. I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? What, you know, there's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halakha. It appears there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are used. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of control.
Hello. Hi. Deaf and I don't want to fucking tell anyway.
Controlling snakes? I don't know. Seems to me it'd be easier for snakes to move around in sand. They'd feel at home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, you know, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretch to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint Martin or Saint Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there to Anguilla, which is a British island. And then we're going to come back and cruise to Gustavia. You know, by the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, even by the Swedes and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states. Others are still controlled by their European colonizers. At any rate, from Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos. Then we're going to go down to Antigua, and we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended Cheder there. He went to Jewish school there. And hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theories that he may actually have been halachically Jewish. Imagine what kind of impact that has on American history. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to, readopt his Jewish identity. Originally, he came from Lyon in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by 1502 as drink, it was a thing that the individuals would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe. It became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once he sent chocolate pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. So next time you were eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Jews who inhabit the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a dormant volcano. I can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here, and I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discovered as research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching. Some of these accusations as it was just kind of going one after the other. I kind of saw he was just like, no big deal. And probably about an hour into our conversation, like, hey, I didn't want to lead with this. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you who have sent me notices saying, hey, did you see that Christopher Columbus was actually Jewish? Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending the messages. I got it. I was a little bit miffed by the news because in 2017, I gave a lecture topic in which I said that he probably wasn't. And now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. Today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered, and then I'd like to play you material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite, and then come back and say, well, what does all mean for our understanding of Columbus's back, right? Okay, so here we go. New genetic testing has been conducted, was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also of his son. And this DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the chondrial DNA associated with.
How are you? Can you hear me? What's going on? Yo, dog. How are you? How did you find out about me? I just saw your message. I just responded. How did you find out about me, man? You. Okay, understand you can't talk. Cool. Well, we're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
With the mother that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, actually in America. There are quite a few people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about finding one way or another. It led to a lot of the mystery that swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017. We kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and then I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short clip. The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade, he used to try to put it in people's face, like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. He would say, like, do you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like, would write things like this. And when we cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. There are many characters like the Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit, and we shall see on them. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude from the hypothesis that he's from a Jewish or Jewish family. Now, those who probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. Here we go. The first surname, Columbus in English, but in Colon, he also signed his name as Colomb, Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He could connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. there's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Majorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland. Another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name, definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So that's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he's kind of like a transitional figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture. And whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic, healing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He had tremendous associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal. Incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifest. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator is Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual. But for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speak languages, and very valued for their host society result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outside mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 20th century, we will develop that, I'd say. He was also very close to Versos, that is, Jews had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, de Santa Gel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. And a man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World, and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because postal service was not, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them personal buddies to Santa Gel and Sanchez. Very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. By the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state, spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there, eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand, and the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av 1492, He delayed it one day. Even though everything was set to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that you can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things writings, like his journal of his a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were in Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the first clause of the very sentence of his journal references the Jews and the situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable way to begin. This document doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, "The Jews were expelled from Spain." We'll have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story that happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not any credits. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is letters. And you see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, right where the cursor is, you see over here. That is not part of the text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen. But of course, this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation, beginning of a Hebrew letter. Letters Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer. I had to. Handwritten letters, like it would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian blocks like this. But in fact, you conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name, which we have a joke that I will try to do right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little swiggle, and by the way, he only did it in his letters to his son. He didn't write it to other people, just as a family thing. Perhaps that is Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. What do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know. It's true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center top as well. So it would be terrible if he puts it on the left. It doesn't even look very nice, but, neither does his Castilian there, too. One last detail from this same letter. He developed a rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows in a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. I want you to sign my name like I sign this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, a Greek chi letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is the short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenc is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christopher, meaning the one buried who bears Christ. Christos, Ferenc, Christopher. So that part is easy. But what's the business of this? Either a Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape, and so on. Cecil Roth, the major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting, that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for after he died. The conversos did definitely a lot of secret messages that they handed down, kinds of coded forms to their do this behavior to remind you of a particular minute to keep and so on. So it's all impossible, but it's to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all together, you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. That's about it.
So obviously, to take back from what I said 9 years ago, is that whereas I believed at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. Now, and I just kind of bugged out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But just clarify what we're talking. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus himself, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been suicidal. At least it would have been a killer at the time. He identified as a faithful, perhaps for practice. But as I said before, the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Likely they were victims of the forced conversions, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation at Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos. That in itself is a derogatory term. A more appropriate term would be something like crypto-Jew or converso. And that population, which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492, it actually constituted a major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January with Costa River Cruises. If you don't have a spot yet on the boat, please click on the link in the description, and we'd love to have you cruise with us. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
Several of the team members that I've talked to since the podcast came out, their phones were silent. This doesn't sound humble, but it is true. This operations.
Both students of Jewish history, I'd like to take 3 lectures to go.
How'd you find out all this? So, one of the
over the entire course of the history of the land of Israel,
effectively texted me and said, "Have you seen this?"
with emphasis on the Jewish population that lived there,
Sniper and savior man conduct. That was really not the case there.
and with some look at the other populations with which they interacted. I'm going to break this up into 3 short videos, maybe a little bit longish videos, and they're based on a series of lectures I gave earlier this week in Vancouver that seem to have been very well received. The first lecture is going to focus on the ancient period, all the way back from distant beginnings of the Jewish people in Mesopotamia up to the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Then we're going to look at a kind of a stretched out medieval period starting from late antiquity with the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt right up until the it's an extremely important period because of the entry of the Muslim people to the land of Israel, the entry of Islam to the land of Israel. And then in the last lecture, we'll look at the contemporary period, focusing specifically on the land of Israel during the period of the rise of Zionism and the state of Israel, and take it up to the current situation that we are in today. First thing I want to say is let's have a look at the geography, right? Here's Israel right in the middle of 3 major continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. And just as you would have said, Israel constitutes a sort of economic center because it is an exclusive land route between these 3 areas. It's also a major meeting place for ideas. And it's not a coincidence that it is in the land of Israel that we have the birthplace of 2 of the 3 great Abrahamic religions. That is, of course, Judaism and Christianity. And Islam is not too far away in the western part of Saudi Arabia, and of course it comes to Israel very early on. But I think another way to look at Israel, and it's one of my favorites, is the way this map maker, Henry Printing, who was a very unsuccessful Protestant theologian of the 16th century, but a very gifted cartographer, represented Israel, specifically the city of Jerusalem, as the center of a clover leaf of Europe, Asia, and Africa. And I think this is the way a lot of Jews tend to view the world, as Israel as their center, both as the historic capital and the ancient homeland of the Jewish people, and of course which occupies a great deal of the thoughts of the Jewish people and their prayers for millennia, even when the majority of the Jewish population is outside of that. So let's focus on the early part of that history today, and the next two videos will go on to the modern period. Here's another way to look at the region. This map shows you the Fertile Crescent, which unites two major economic regions of the ancient world that connect through the land of Israel, labeled here as the Levant. The two major economic regions, of course, are Egypt, which is nourished by the Nile River, a very consistent source of irrigation for the farmland that spread throughout the entire Nile, especially in the Delta region as it enters into the Mediterranean, and also in the two rivers, Tigris and Euphrates. All three of these rivers, by the way, mentioned in the book of Genesis. And the two rivers in Mesopotamia, the word itself, Mesopotamia, means between the rivers, flow from the mountains in Turkey down into the Persian Gulf, and they bring with them a lot of nutrient-rich silt. So by capturing that water and irrigating the land, you have all of a sudden, concentration of resources and farming develops, agriculture develops. These are two of the cradles of Western civilization. Now, when we look specifically at the origins of the Jewish people, it begins with a journey from the southern Mesopotamian region, from a city called Ur, to Israel by the patriarch Abraham, who makes this great peregrination at the command of God as described in the book of Genesis. But when Abraham came to what would later be called the Promised Land, or as it's called in the Bible, the land of Canaan and Canaan, there were several civilizations that had already been existing there. The Kufian civilization of Tabar and so on. They produced beautiful things like this delicate sculpture of a bird, or in the region of Jericho, these remarkable ritual masks whose purpose is mysterious but nevertheless like haunting appearances. So it's really a multi-ethnic kind of region. It's too much for us to describe in video, but the basic plot is that the descendants of Abraham, specifically his grandchildren's generation, moved to the land of Egypt, following Joseph, and they established themselves there in the eastern country. They fall in slavery under Pharaoh, and then leader Moses, they are arrested, redeemed from slavery, and back to the land of Israel, a roundabout route. They wander through the Sinai Peninsula, they receive the Torah, and then they make their way into the land of Israel sometime around the 13th century before the Common Era. Anachronistic when I use terminology referring to the Jewish people, the origins of the Jewish people, and so on. They would not have used the Jew for quite some time. The term the Bible uses to describe Abraham, for example, is Hebrew, which is translated to English as Hebrew. The term means on the other side, probably the other side of the Euphrates River, and alludes to his origins. Abraham, Hebrew would mean Abraham, the one who came from the other side. Later on, his grandson Jacob would have this remarkable encounter with some sort of supernatural being, and he received a new name, Israel, and that becomes more the distance of the Jewish people through Jacob, the Israelites, or the children of Israel. And then one of those children is Judah, or which section of the land would be named, and later after the Persian domination, which we'll talk about shortly, the term Jew is to all of the descendants of the children of Israel, regardless of the tribal affiliation. So I'll get back to this. Hopefully, it will be a little clearer as we go through the history. Now, I've described to you so far basically the internal Jewish history of their origins as described primarily in the book of Genesis and Exodus, a little bit into the book of Joshua. But what about when we look from the outside in? What does the rest of it say about Jewish? Unfortunately, we don't have much in the archaeological record about the Jewish history until about 500 years into this. We do have, for example, fascinating topographical information that like place names that are derived from things like this remarkable action figure that dates from 8th century before the Common Era of Egypt. And these are basically kind of voodoo dolls, devices that are used by people they don't like. Basically some kind of ritual veneration, like burning them, breaking them, and so on. And so we have very early references to a lot of the places that are mentioned in the Bible, but it tells much about the people who lived there specifically, and in particular the Jewish people. The first reference to Jewish people, or at least a place called Israel historical record, is this specific one called the Merneptah stele. It's a huge obelisk that was erected by the pharaoh Merneptah in about the year 1209 before the Common Era. It is a victory stele that essentially describes all of the various military conquests of Pharaoh. And this, by the way, this Pharaoh would have been the 13th son of the Pharaoh Ramses II. Many scholars opine unnamed Pharaoh. At any rate, when you look at it closely, you see that there's a long list of the many places that Pharaoh has conquered. And consistent with the description of what would be basically Central Israel today, there is this reference here that says, Israel is wasted, seed is no more. This is apparently the first in a whole series of premature predictions of the demise of the Jewish people. It's hard to know whether Israel refers to a place or a group of people, whether seed refers to its actual grain in the field, or as in the Hebrew language, actually in the English language, with seed in offspring or children. So, in any rate, Pharaoh was saying, don't worry, those nasty Israelites are gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore. You are welcome. Interestingly, Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy was all covered, and all Israel's seeds seemed to be fairly well. Himself looks comfortable. There are some theological discoveries that are very consistent with the idea of huge population increase right about the time that the Bible describes this Exodus. There is the significant increase in construction of these homes that are called foraging houses, or specific construction. They are the idea of an influx of outsiders beyond the level of natural increase into the hill country of Jerusalem. There's, however, in the instructions to specifically indicate that they belong to Jewish people, although some archaeologists have found some unusual artifacts that suggest that here. This basically takes us through the first 500 years of Jewish history, as reported by the about their own history. But if we look at it from the outside, we basically have silence in historical record. There's a lot more to say about, to read those early portions of the Bible, but they basically have to be on faith. I believe it would be on faith. I want to offer a small personal to try and place this distinction between these early sources and historical data from the archaeological numismatic, epigraphic literature. And I want to tell you a story about my own grandparents. This is a picture of my grandfather Alex and my grandmother Tom. Shortly after their in 1913, they were both Lithuanian refugees who made their way to Canada, and my grandfather set up a small rare store in northern Ireland. It wasn't especially severe at first. There were all kinds of things challenging them. He tried different things, had so much success. Initially, he tried to be a farmer, and that was a disaster. But a horrible forest fire ravaged Ontario. It was called the Matheson Fire. 200 people lost their lives in this terrific fire over thousands of them. So my grandmother was then expecting a second son. She was very young, odd child. My grandfather decided to dig a big hole in their backyard, and he took his supply of menswear and boots and undershirts and so on, wrapped them in burlap, put them in his big wall, and then buried them. Right afterwards, the three of them ran to the Abitibi River, and they waited in the river until the fire passed. Then the inhabitants of the town emerged from the river, and the homes was completely burnt to the ground. They had to start all over again. My grandfather went back the whole, found the clothing, gave it to all of his neighbors on credit. They paid him back when they could, when they found jobs and they got their lives back together. And my grandparents survived, and the business survived, and in fact thrived. It would be in place in their football for another 100 years under my grandfather and my father. Now, all of this story has no corroboration in the historical record. We do have a record of the Great Fire. We have photographs that list the names of those churches and so on. But we find any detail of significance about my parents. And yet, the details that mean the most to me, and they are most essential to my personal history. From this story, I learned the value of foresight, of courage, of perseverance, of charity, all kinds of things that I grasped from it, which I only know because my own father knew, and my own father knows he wasn't even full time because his parents told him. This is the old tradition. And although you could tell me, well, there's no proof for it outside, that's irrelevant to me because I trust my father, I trust my parents, and they're telling something that's great news. So I think that's one of the ways in which we can look at this earliest part of Jewish history, for which, there are no stones before the Monetophilia of the 13th century. There's nothing to really tell us a lot about the amazing stories described in Genesis and Exodus and the value that those stories contain. To understand the depth of them and the value of them, you shouldn't go to history lesson. This is where you've got to go to a rabbi to find out what. Let us now continue with it, which after the Jewish people begin to be established in the land of Israel in the 13th century, then we have a lot more data that brings together both the literary sources in later parts of the Bible and logical and literary records by the Jewish people, which is incredibly rich and corroborated. So, as I mentioned, ironically, it's important to note from this point onward, there is never a defeat of Jews. It's that the population will under the Assyrians, the Babylonians, and so on, a tremendous amount of out-migration, but there are always, even if there are tiny fragments of the population. This particular mosaic, which comes from the synagogue of Gaza from the 6th century, is a great example. You can see that it was a very beautiful sort of Byzantine style depiction of King David, with people there playing the harp. So what exactly happens when we pick up where the ancient land of Israel is located? They are divided into tribes and they receive territory according to their tribal affiliation. This is one of many maps that kind of the land of Israel are somewhat elastic throughout this. Here they extend into Lebanon as well, but they do include the last thing we speak about just in a moment. According to the Bible, they're moved by a group of Jews, and then later they moved on. The most extremely significant, this is an amazing description, from the 3rd century synagogue Dura Europas, which was on the Euphrates River, and it was a rather amazing synagogue because it was buried in sand early on in its existence, and that preserved all of the amazing wall paintings. When it was finally excavated in the 20th century, they discovered these things that learned so much about the history of it. But anyway, this is a beautiful depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David, one of the greatest of the this golden age. This is, by the way, an archaeological find from the northern part of Israel called the Tel Dan Stele that refers to the house of David. You can see in the chopped in mark towards the bottom right. Before I get into the discussion of the kings, though, let's go back to the discussion of the other peoples living around Israel. And the most significant one, particularly on the level of nomenclature, are the Philistines. They are based primarily in 5 major cities of Pentapolis on the coast of the Mediterranean towards Gaza. You can see in this map here, Ekron, Gath, Ashdod, Ashkelon, and Gaza are the primary Philistines. The Philistines are associated with the sea people known as the Phoenicians elsewhere, and this term is going to be very significant. The Philistines are the historic enemy of the Jewish people as described in the Bible. There are times when they had brief alliances, but for the most part they fought. The Israelites and the Philistines had many more wars over time. That will become significant in a few minutes. This is a remarkable depiction by Mark Chagall. One of the battles that the Philistines had, specifically regarding the judge Samson, who had long hair and superhuman strength, who is betrayed by his wife Delilah, and he loses his strength because they cut his hair. The Philistines take him as a captive back to their region, and he is tortured and tied to these pillars, and then with one last burst of strength and a prayer to God, he manages to push down the pillars and bring down the whole edifice on. But I think what's especially important for us is this passage from Herodotus, a great Greek historian writing in the 5th century before Christ, who refers to this region and the Phoenicians living there, and he refers to it specifically by the name Palestine or Palestine. How this entered as the principal name used for the land of Israel comes from Emperor Hadrian, shown here. But, let's see, this would go 700 years later, when Hadrian is angry with the Jewish people after having fought a brutal war of some 2.5 years with the Bar Kokhba rebels. When he finally manages to extirpate the rebellion, crushes it brutally, does everything he can wipe out the memory of Jews in Israel. He bars them from the names, Aelia Capitolina, after himself, and then he actually renames the entire territory. Rather than calling it Judea, which is the name that the Romans used for this province, he names it after the traditional enemies of the people, as you can see in this map, where it becomes Syria, Palestine. Syria was actually the capital region, so it was divided into 3 areas: Syria Coela, Syria Phoenicia, and Syria Palestine. And that's where the name Palestine specifically comes from. He divides the land of Israel into 3 sections: Palestina Prima, first Palestine, which is basically Judea; Palestina Secunda, which is the Galilee region; and Palestina Tertia, which is down in the Negev. So that's basically how that word comes into usage. it's important to note that Jews used it with some fluency right up until it becomes politically charged in the middle of the 20th century, and especially the turn of the 21st century. In fact, there is a major document, called the Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in the language in the 4th century, and typically called Athenian Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction of terms. That's only because we've developed a little sensitivity to pronunciations of that. At any rate, that a brief discussion of the Philistines. Philistines, they're coming to a people later, Palestinians. 20th century is something we'll discuss in the third lecture, but that's at any rate where the name comes from. Under the three kings, the empire expands significantly. Solomon will take it even further out there. You can see it extends well into Jordan and to Lebanon as well. But it doesn't. After King Solomon passes away, there's significant dispute between the northern section and the southern section, and they formally split. The northern section becoming the kingdom of Israel. This is capital in Samaria, and in the south, the kingdom of Judah, with its capital in Jerusalem. There's a lot of archaeological evidence that talks about many of the events that are in the later books of the Bible, particularly the book of Kings and the book of Chronicles, including this stone, which was discovered in Jordan, called the Mesha stone. And this is essentially a Moabite, meaning non-Jewish, version of a story that's described in the book of Kings, in particular. It's quite fascinating. It's long description, but at the end of one section it says, I looked down on him and his house. This is through Omri and son King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin, yes, it has gone to ruin forever. Once again, you see the pattern here, right? Manasseh proclaims the destruction of the people. Now, Mesha proclaims the same kind of destruction. We shouldn't be surprised. This is another beautiful image from the local synagogue that describes various Purim scenes. You can see on the right is Queen Esther seated next to Pharaoh. You can see Mordecai riding a beautiful white horse, and he's being led by his Haman. And not that Haman is angry, because look, he is gave him pants. Anyway, this is the period where you begin to have a large amount of Jews outside of the land of Israel. The first major group are the Jews from the kingdom of Israel that were displaced under the Assyrian Sanherib and others, who took large sections of the population, dispersed them to these areas here in a classical map and here in a contemporary map. The region of Lebanon, Syria, the region of northern Syria, Turkey, perhaps the Kurdish regions, and further on the border of Iran and Iraq. Now, there's been a lot written about the idea of the 10 lost tribes. It's a bit misnomer movement. There are many Jews who remain behind in Israel. Many of them moved down to the south and intermingled with the population of the kingdom. And in fact, those people taken to Babylonia, although they eventually will be lost, we do have some evidence of their activity even in the late 7th century. We have, examples of reliance on theophoric names, specifically Israelite names, God, and so on. So disappear into the common population. There is a strong kind of literary imagination that wants to think about them, somehow secreted somewhere beyond the mystical river of Sambatyon or something. And one of my favorite sightings of the 10 lost tribes is in Ecuador in the 17th century. So much so that Manasseh in Israel is very important. Rabbi used that to argue for the reintegration of Jews into England, where they had been expelled some 300 years earlier. But we don't really know what happened to those people in the long run. There is another exile that follows, as you recall, the 10 northern tribes were the ones that were taken away, and again, only a portion of the people were actually moved on. maybe behind. But in the south, the kingdom remained intact for just over a century when they were then invaded by the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar invaded. He also destroyed the temple in Jerusalem, which was the center of the Israelite religion at the time, and he exiled again a large portion of the population to Babylon. You can see this left kind of like a scar in Jewish historical memory, the exile from destruction in the first temple period, and later another exile to the Romans. One of the most beautiful representations of this, I think, is the literature of Psalm 137 by the rivers of Babylon, which is haunted portrait by Edwin, describes how Jews on forced march all the way to the Euphrates River, and they can see on each side the ziggurats of Babylonia. The tormentors demand of them that they sing a song of Zion, and they wonder how can we sing a song of Zion in this strange land. This particular representation shows patriarch holding a lot of his family around him, all in tears or exile. However, the Jews actually set down roots in Babylon. Prophet Jeremiah exhorted them to build houses, to plant vineyards, to harvest them. And ironically, the Jews of Babylonia would remain right up until the 20th century, one of the longest living Jewish communities outside of the land of Israel. And even their exile was short-lived, because shortly afterwards, in the same century, the Emperor Cyrus would leave to the exiles to return to their homeland, recording his pronouncements in documents like this Cyrus Cylinder. The Jews went back to Israel in the middle of the 6th century and also rebuilt the temple in Jerusalem, and began to reestablish themselves, this time not as independent land, but rather as part of something like a self-governing kingdom known as Yahud, in the region of Judah. Under Persian control of the 4th century, Alexander the Great would emerge in Macedonia and sweep across the Mediterranean, making his way through Central Asia to the reaches of northern India. Bringing together in this area to a new Hellenistic culture and uniting it under essentially Greek values. Jews in Israel loved Greek science and literature and philosophy, and it's such a different kind of worldview than that which the Jews had been developing. And they felt deeply in love with it, that actually the survival of Jewish culture independently. This was exacerbated when King Antiochus Epiphanes, shown here, specifically wanted to aid those Jews who were concentrated in the cities who were very pro-Hellenistic. Meaning, they essentially wanted to adopt Greek norms and make Judaism into a Greek kind of image. Antiochus Epiphanes was very interested in placing idols in the temple, supporting his Hellenistic allies. Ended up in a region where the rural population, much more traditional, said, this is not our way of doing Judaism. We're not into the games and nude and statues everywhere and things like that. And this turned into something of a civil war. The pro-Hellenistic factors called in Syrian reinforcements. The reason, by the way, I'm calling them Syrian is because after Alexander the Great, who was Macedonian, passed away, the empire was divided into kings, and Israel was either under the Egyptian or under the Syrian from the King Seleucus. So sometimes this was a war against the Syrians or a war against the Syrians. Among the most dramatic moments recorded in the book of Maccabees is the Battle of Beit Zechariah, in which one of the Maccabee brothers, these are like the rebel forces, leader of rebels under Judah Maccabee, he thought that King Antiochus was riding at the top of their formidable war elephant, dived underneath it and stabbed below, as shown in beautiful the elephant died, toppling the soldiers who were, unfortunately, he was incorrect, and the elephant unfortunately crushed him to death. And the reason why I'm focusing on this specific battle fight is because the book of Maccabees, there are actually 7 books of Maccabees, did not make it into the Hebrew scriptures. The rabbis felt, for various reasons, that they weren't really holy enough to be included in what was considered Tanakh, the Holy Scriptures, the Hebrew Scriptures, but it was picked up by other groups, including the Catholic Church, that included it in their Bible. So you have this unusual phenomenon in the Middle Ages where literate Christians tend to know more historically about the history of the Maccabean revolt than Jews did, because they were reading the books of the Maccabees. And they had illuminated manuscripts produced, and they hired artists to illustrate these dramatic moments. The only problem is that in the 13th, 14th, 5th century, most European artists had never seen an elephant or a picture of an elephant. And so you have all these hilarious representations of, well, an elephant is sort of like a big horse with a funny nose, or maybe a huge kind of dachshund, or maybe about the same size as a horse, but this is an unusually unfortunate placement from the was here. Or some kind of like feline, dangerous animal. Here's my favorite, kind of like a Dr. Seuss animal, Snuffleupagus kind of thing. That's not like historically really so important, but I just thought. At any rate, the Maccabees succeeded. They drove out the Syrian Greeks after a long struggle of many years, and they established what was known as the several generations of kings, dynasties, and kings that actually expanded much of the territory of Israel, and once again extended but this Maccabean kingdom lasted only a little bit longer than a century. Ultimately, it declined in fighting, and two brothers were specifically competing for the throne, and they both independently appealed to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire says, fine, we'll help you, and General Pompey enters the land of Israel in the year 63 before the Common Era, violates the temple, and he decides that he's not interested in supporting one side or another. He's just going to take over Judea for himself, for the Roman Empire, and they would appoint some client kings to run the state, as Rome did throughout the entire region. Among the most powerful of the kings were people Herod the Great, who was an extreme powerful ruler, but at the same time a cruel tyrant, but too much detail for us now. By the time we get to the fictional year 0, there is a nominal amount of sectarian debate among Jews. There are Jews who are pro-Roman, those are the Sadducees, and they're specifically connected with the temple rituals. There are Jews known as Pharisees who are probably the rabbis, although there's some discussion about that specific identification. There are Jews called zealots who want to rebel against Rome, throw off Roman domination, like the Maccabees did earlier with far less powerful Syrian government. And then there are Jews who are kind of like escaping it all and going and living in the wilderness, like the Essenes, who may have been associated with the Dead Sea Scrolls that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea. There are also Jewish Christians, because of course Christianity is born in the 1st century. Initially, it's an entirely Jewish phenomenon, with all of the followers of the early movement being Jews, and having some debate over whether they're supposed to keep kosher, keep the Sabbath on Saturday, circumcision, all kinds of things. Ultimately, especially under the Antiquity of Paul, Christianity will expand to non-ethnically Jewish populations, and this would be an extremely potent doctrine that would be quite competitive, of course, by the 4th century when the official religion of Eastern Roman Empire. And at this point, 3 Roman Jewish wars. The first one is a rebellion that starts in the year 66 and is only over by 73 or 74 with the fall of Masada. Not top of the Delta, close to the Dead Sea. But these wars are actually disastrous. The first revolt ends definitively with this destruction of the second temple in the 70s. Man was dispersal of Jews, as many as 100,000 Jews sent off by boat or the slaves in the air. And then there's a smaller revolt in 115 that will also be put down. And then finally the revolt in 152.
Athleticism, folks.
Which was
Folks, this is really unprecedented athleticism.
The conflicts with the Judean rebels relying on a network
Look at this
of
move.
tunnels in the desert and fighting a guerrilla war successfully against the Roman Empire. So much so that the Emperor Hadrian, who we mentioned earlier, actually had to bring a legion all the way from England to be able to put down the rebellion. But ultimately, by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, the Romans have definitively Jewish sovereignty. Most Jews have made their way to the north, to the Galilee region, and we're going to cover a story there. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast on the actual history of the region. So my goal in this second of 3 short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel from the end of the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out medieval period. And in the third lecture, we'll look at the post-contentious era, the 20th and 21st century in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the 2nd century, and as you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've sort of added here, and these are not to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman-Jewish wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of the 1st century at the end of the First Jewish War. By the way, very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. There were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea, in the city of Jerusalem, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after 3 failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 through 74, the Kitos Rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly to Judea, and many Jews moved to the north, and you have the rise of the greater around the city of Tiberia. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolts of 132 to 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing the large oral tradition which came to be known as the Mishnah. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Shishe Sidre, or six orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation at this difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture, as described in the Bible, laws of mixed species, the sabbatical year, and things like that. Holidays, of course, the holidays cycle. Women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like a classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah, and this is basically, torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity, way more than we can discuss in this section. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another of what the diaspora looked like. Little squares here, the Jewish communities are to scale, some are much as others. But what I think is particular about this map is the growth of Christianity. See, with these little stars, these are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the first century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong of the second century and into the third century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome and Antioch and so on, where the gospel literally spreads. Typically, those are connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, with the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the quality of protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans. Though they fought wars with the Romans as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. And after the empire officially adopted Christianity as a religion, then that Judaism began a steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar. And the year 315 that we have to go now to thematically calculated Humko calendar, which one will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was prescient because within a few decades, the Patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, was officially ended in the year 425. And with the end of the Patriarchate, or in Hebrew, that would be the Nasiut, Yehuda Hanasi, who authored or who compiled the Mishnah, was a member of this patriarchy. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire. They were a minority without any kind of, authoritative body to lead them. Very, very, difficult and precarious time for the Jews in the Eastern Roman Empire. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions, like one in 350, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went to codifying a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually 2 versions of the Talmud, one that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or, although the term sounds somewhat jarring today, Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the geographic term that had been adopted since Hadrian for the region. And this Talmud essentially was a rather brilliant thing. I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't here. You'll have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit about what the Talmud means. Essentially, it takes the Texta, which is itself kind of like an amplifier, and opens it to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you read like a newspaper, but a series of questions, somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity. It really made the Jerusalem Talmud, and then it's later the Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 1,000 odd years, and it's still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I will give you one example, kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this. This is a true story. When I was studying Shiva in a rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem, myself, I am not a rabbi, just a guy, or historian if you like. There was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There were a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study, and maybe they were worried that the yeshiva would close, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch. Food was free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day, and the yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: "The yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion." So I figured, well, that's it. I did. I had my lunch. I came out and I looked behind me and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very Talmudic manner to read, "The yeshiva provides food for one portion only." No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, and they just took down the sign. But that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise in learning. And this was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman-Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud, they're opening up the same kinds of questions, they're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there. They don't necessarily apply in Babylonia and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered more authoritative and certainly much well studied, but its origins are in the land of Israel. Another major contribution, not just to internal Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means place where people gather, and that is translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, and that's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, eglise, church, and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop only in the period before the Roman-Jewish wars. For example, from the 1st century before, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus inscription, it's called, and it's basically, the classic example of plaque that is really well associated. Anyone who walks into a synagogue, you will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Netos, who was an archie-synagogist, head of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how a representative of a line of people who were donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, a guest room, chambers, the plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which it represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. I mean, all of Judaism was so full. focused on the temple, its rituals in Jerusalem. When it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And transition to synagogues is essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires and prayer to God, and to perform many other communal functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews had settled after Bar Kokhba. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue flora with a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found in Kamat Tiberia, it's 4th century. And you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating, harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the lulav and etrog, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. You have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including in not too far away, the Beit Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but really quite interesting. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the binding of Isaac, which is described in the book of Genesis, chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, as I think I showed you in the last lecture, even from Gaza and so on. And these synagogues dot the landscape, particularly right up until the 7th century, when you have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west and moving all the way out in the east to regions like Afghanistan, the reaches of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, Islam is to the land of Israel and actually turns out to be over the long term, which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. Ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again this very difficult last 100-odd years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed at Jews. There was certainly, as we certainly low-level discussion that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples, as it were, it was. Let's look at why so. We should understand, as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths, and there are so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as kashrut. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females, and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for dress of females and at least males, although I'm not with Islam. But in other words, they're kind of similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. Although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are, categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of creed as well. But this whole comparative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, of Jewish law, and Sharia, or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to effect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms under something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of book. They had, of Islam, received legitimate transmission or communication from God in the past. And, Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths within Islamic society. There were limits set on them. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They were not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, there were loopholes found, or bribes were paid in order for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a Rechtsstaat, of a society governed by law, meaning that a second class or protected status, they nevertheless were allowed a space. There were additional taxes imposed on them, called the jizya and so on. But basically, they had a space where they could continue to be Jewish. And this proved to be really very useful as a whole. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this applies in the Spanish Golden Age. Sometimes that's la convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews and Muslims in this triangular society of Spain, which is unusual, actually enjoy a period of tremendous, cooperation and cultural prosperity. It's somewhat occasionally and historically, but nevertheless it has some dramatic moments and associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at his very end, in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician and as really the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean. So the majority of his life was spent in Egypt. He was ultimately raised in Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly Jerusalem. You have the significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the rabbinic leadership much larger than Baghdad. Ultimately, they take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless has a place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders who entered the land of Israel in the entry and several times. One of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire controlled its map of the entire empire that did right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. You can see a significant number of them went through the land of Israel, and not only that, in particular, they went to a city about Sfat. Sfat is a beautiful city that was especially famous until the 1500s, when it only attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exilees. This incredible Jewish activities there that the Lurianic Kabbalah is particularly described. You can see from these unique blue tinted gravestones from Sfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, the Alphabets, Cordovero, and of course the incredible Rizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, who came to Tzfat from Egypt in order to study with the great masters there. The tremendous creativity happening in the land of Israel in the 1500s in Tzfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Tzfat, however, is largely limited to the 1500s. But how do you get past that period? Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go into a fairly steep decline. There are regular, migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland, of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart on the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who had status as Ottoman subjects, you can see that Jews constitute roughly 4% of the overall population. Christians another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Druze. So there's only a tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time we get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, we begin to see the organized migration of Jews now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called the Hebrews, which is an acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov L'Kivon Yaakov, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of their founding documents here. This organization, Hebrews, aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, and they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Petah Tikva, and they constituted the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters designed to support for nations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in their ancestral homeland. Here you see that there's no contradiction of using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel, and they have the translation what it says in English, build the land of Israel is the phrase that's translated as Palestine. Is a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, and they were born on its soil. So that typically takes us to the 19th century and the period of the great influence between people living in the land, sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constituted a people without a land. The land populated, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to turn to that very full chapter in the next section. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and I hope you connect to this. Thank you very much.
Now, Matt, at this point of the convoy, you're in the vehicle with the team sergeant. Is that correct? Yes, I was with the team sergeant, Michael. What do you remember about this part? Do you remember seeing Michael meet two guys, machine gun fire, just two guys from
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. This is an experiment trying my first live stream with questions and answers. And so someone, if people are on there right now, please write something in the chat so that I can see that I'm not just talking to myself. Let's do it. Start a Q&A or poll. Okay. It's So I do a plus. Start Q&A. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, we can start Q&A. Let's see what happens.
Was up there, and I actually got in the turret while he was up there.
Okay, now I believe I saw something in the chat here. Okay, can you hear me all right? Strange echo here. It's repeating. Oh, I see there. All right, let me.
This is how you can tell if you play for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Because if Mike would have got out of the truck, and I'm not trying to lead you on this episode.
Okay, try again. How does it sound?
That means only Tim would have been against the wall, getting ready.
Wow, that's not working right
to go
now.
in as a single Tim, which would have basically never happened. But that would have explained why Mike needed to go be with them. But that would make a lot of sense that he would have had to go plus up a.
So I see there are 34 people as participants. So I assume that something's in here.
There's two guys there. I know one was Mike. I'm not 100% certain who was the second one. Right. So see that guy get pushed on the ground?
But I'm not getting any feedback from you.
All right. And then we'll call you up to rank the game.
I don't even know if this actually works. And I'm going to tell you what I'm experiencing from my end is that I say something and then I say it back to me. Oh wait, I think that I had two browsers open. Oh, that's great. So that's an improvement. Now let's see. Do I have anyone who's asked any questions here? Let's see what I've got. Yes, great. I've got some questions there in the chats here. Okay, so I see Taylor 26 is on. Thank you. Sean London is on. I hope I pronounced that correctly. All right, that looks solved. Okay, two browsers. Okay, so let me start with the questions that I have recorded from my notes here, and I hope that they will be useful for you as well. And please feel free to add your questions in the chat so that I can, deal with them live. And let's try a few different ways of experimenting with this. First of all, a lot of people reacted to the review of Ilan Pape's book that I just posted yesterday. This is something I posted only for members because I really did like this book, and I don't really want to share negative things with the whole crowd. It is a fairly critical review, and I do appreciate that many asked me to make it public, but this one I'm going to hold on to. However, the things that I learned from the book and reactions to it as well, I will include this in more standard presentation, so that you'll get to see that as well. Now let's go on to the Trancoso inscription. So a lot of people had a lot of interesting theories about what's going on with those strange inscriptions on the stone exteriors of the houses in the Jewish quarter in Trancoso, Portugal. A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it says the word Roro is actually Duro, like the letter Resh in Hebrew is very close to a Dalet. It's just a difference of a sharp corner, a right angle, opposed to a slight curve. And that's possible, but it should be noted that this particular location is somewhat south of the Douro River. It's not really so close that someone will want to write it there, and also write it twice. So it's really quite a mystery. I still have to spend a lot of time thinking about this to even get some sense of it. But I got a few other interesting suggestions. Yosef Israel writes the last bit at the end. The inscription looks like it says the word ruach, which means spirit. And that's referring to the little horizon under one of the last letters that would actually spell that sound.
But when you actually lift the wall, you'll see that not actually carved wall. In the video, it shows up, but it's just a little bit of light. And it could be that that lichen is there because there was a bit of imperfection in the rock, but it's definitely not as deep as so. I don't think quite that. Stanislawski 2260 writes, the Egyptians would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists in the first place. True, I'm not a trained archaeologist at all. I'm a regular historian. I read fairly widely in archaeology, but I don't have all the tools here. The question is, how old are they really? Are they pre, during, or post-Inquisition? Could the stones have been reused from earlier buildings? Was the location affected by the Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755? There were earlier earthquakes in the region too, 1321, 1356, and 1531, and also another earthquake in 1760. So a very erudite kind of complex question there. But it's really the main problem. We know that the inscriptions have been around for quite some time, but they could even be possibly early 20th century. There's no way to carbon 14 date an inscription of this nature. It's inorganic material and so on. The buildings can date to the pre-Inquisition period, 13th century, 14th century. So sometime over the last 500 years, someone inscribed the walls with these strange symbols. They were not affected by the earthquake of 755. We were aware of that one. Totally destroyed much of Lisbon, but didn't have the same kind of impact in Troncoso. These buildings are definitely from the Inquisition period, but the inscriptions could have been added as late as the 20th century. In fact, I had a really interesting discussion with museumologists in Porto who suggested they may even have been inscribed for the purpose of attracting tourists. I mean, that was like really wild, but not impossible at all. So it's still likely that they were inscribed, most likely by Jews, because it's a Jewish neighborhood, and they don't appear nowhere near the outside of the neighborhood, but we don't know really what they mean. Another username, Eliyahu Tishby, suggests that Roro might be a yeah, could be, but why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice? It's on either side of the wall. It's just a bizarre thing to write on your doorpost, especially we're not talking about someone tagging it with a spray paint. This is, inscribed in the wall. You'd have to spend a couple of hours with a hammer and chisel making a lot of noise inscribing into it, so it's hard to say. Desert Trier writes the same thing. Why would a Jew spend hours carving a nickname into the side of a house under the hot Portuguese sun? Good question. Anik Athena 9463 adds that maybe it's a gematria, meaning it is it's a numerical equivalent, and it happens to be the numerical equivalent of the word bayit, meaning house, 412. But then why not just write the word house, or even write the word 412? Last one here on this section. J asks, are there Jewish personal names that identify? And definitely, there's quite a few. Nunez, Pez, Sanchez, Gonzalez, these are often very well associated with crypto Jews. Carrier, Jacob, a shoemaker from the Netherlands, hired to fight for Britain in the Revolutionary War in the U.S., he identified as Jewish. Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also a non-Jewish name too. Shoemakers, same. Netherlands, yep. So the answer is yeah, could be Jewish, but could easily be non-Jewish. Okay, so those are all the questions that I recorded on that. Let's check the chat here. So nice to see it. Julia 26 asking me if I read the book of Daniel. Yes, I have read the book of Daniel. Why does it mix historical events with apocalyptic imagination? The author of Daniel anticipated the apocalypse so shortly after the Maccabean revolt. So those are really hard questions, definitely. This makes me regret that I did this live stream. But reading the book of Daniel is definitely one of the most complex and difficult to parse books in Tanakh. In fact, there's a discussion in the Talmud that divine sanction applied to revealing some of the secrets that are written, coded into the book of Daniel. Scholars approach this, academic scholars approach it with a very different perspective, suggesting that it was written much later than it purports to be written. That would change the way we understand the apocalyptic suggestions that are encoded in it. Definitely a massive topic, and the interpretations of Daniel will be very heavily on the kind of scholars asking when trying to figure out what does this book mean. What's my favorite commentary on the Torah? Well, I have a lot, I think. I am a traditionalist. I love Rashi. I think Rashi has intelligence, and he writes in such a brief and manner. In terms of modern commentator, I prefer Rav Steinsaltz. I study his work every day. Okay, let's see. Delshon London Prejean writes that Nisan the 14th is not occurring on the same month this year to my devout Jehovah's Witness parents. How do I explain that the Gregorian is not a spiritual calendar / God-given calendar? That's a super hard question. That's more between you and your parents than me, I think. But what I can say is that the calendar that the Jews follow, that of course would calculate the date of Nisan 14th. It's a complicated luni-solar calendar. What we have in the Bible is essentially a lunar calendar completely going by, but that would result in only 304 days. So the Muslims, for example, they have a lunar calendar, and that's why they lose 11 days every single year. And Ramadan right now happens to fall in the springtime, but in a few years it'll be in the winter, it'll be in the fall, because you're always losing 11 days. The calendar, however, has to be fixed because the Torah refers to Passover as Chodesh HaAviv, or Chag HaAviv, the springtime holiday. So that means whatever happens, you have a lunar calendar, but you have to reset it every so often for it to always fall out in the springtime. This used to be done sort of ad hoc level, that they're together, and with reasons and the way they're falling out, they would make a decision whether or not to declare a leap month, the 2nd of Star, which we have in this year. But then in the 4th century, as a result of the Byzantine reaction to the Gallus revolt in 352, the rabbis decided, you know what, we better go with the mathematically calculated calendar, and that's a fixed calendar today that does not require rabbinic intervention to calculate the leap month every year. That's probably a long description of the calendar for your parents, Sean, London, Prejean. I hope it helps. Let's see what I got. This is so fun. I see lots of names here. Welcome to Sven. It's a leap year, right? So yeah, there's a whole month added, cycle over 19 years. What's kind of interesting, this Sunday is a day that only when there is a leap year, the 30th day of the month of Adar Rishon. It happens to be a personal anniversary for me. My grandfather passed away on this day, and so that means he doesn't have the same day to observe the death anniversary of the York side every year. There are different customs as to exactly when you would observe it. But this year we can't exactly observe it on the right though. Let's see. What is the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls 4Q5? 4-1 all about a second. Let me just quickly check Wikipedia. I don't know offhand which particular scroll that number is, so please forgive me. That's for the two specific questions for me. Let's see. Sven asked me, what do I think of Clement of Alexandria? Was he just a Greek who was trying to self-explain Judaism? Or is his understanding of Judaism authentic, regardless of being a parent from Jews? That's also a hard question. The truth is, I don't know enough about Clement of Alexandria to say anything intelligent. So, forgive me if I say I'll have to look it up. And God willing, if we do another one of these, then I will. Hopefully, I'll say something about Clement of Alexandria. Let me make a note here. Clement of Alexandria. Okay. Why don't I go back to the prepared list, and please, whoever's on this live stream, please ask some more questions. So I got a lot of questions about older videos that have to do with the genetics of Ashkenazi. I don't know why people are so worked up about this. Like, there's not even, it's an objective fact that there are Jews that come from all kinds of different race backgrounds. We have African Jews and Asian Jews and European Jews. There is definitely sort of like a group of people who, especially those who wear tinfoil hats, who want to assume are descendants of our people. There's not a lot of evidence, certainly not a lot of genetic evidence for a significant admixture of the Khazars in the Jewish population, as much as these conspiracy-minded people might like to think so. And you can watch my videos where I look at what evidence we have and so on. Ashkenazic Jews seem primarily a mixture of Middle Eastern Jews with a large chunk of Italian DNA as well. But Heather Krasna 58 asked this question. I hate to ask this, but weren't many of the genetic additions to the Jewish population a result not of intermarriage, but instead of rape? Jews were brought as slaves by the Roman Empire, and female slaves are sexual property of their ancestors. Isn't it the case the reason that person is considered Jewish because their mother is Jewish is because Jewish women were raped for the last 2,000 years? God forbid, it's a terrible question, but of course a valid historical question. And the answer is the reason. Step back a little bit. When we get to the 20th century, actually, when we get to the late 20th century, there are Jews who wanted to revise the traditional matrilineal descent of definition of Jews. This is basically the definition of Jews, being where the Jew is a child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism. That's the definition that has been the working definition for about 2,000 years, depending on who you ask. We definitely see in the Bible some examples where you have Jewish males who marry women from non-Jewish backgrounds, and their children are considered Jewish. And some really important ones like Moses and Joseph and others. And so some scholars have said, well, that's patrilineal Judaism. That Judaism moved from a father-defined religious identity to a mother-defined religious identity. The traditional view is quite like that, particularly because there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy that when you read it carefully, it indicates that children are birthed from one's daughter are Jewish, birth from one's son, who are non-Jewish women, not considered Jewish. The discussion in traditional rabbinic theories, well, how do we square the facts that we have Joseph and Moses and Mary? There's no discussion of their conversion, so how do we square that with the practice of women as being the children of men? There's lots about how that works out. But in the 20th century, there were more liberal movements who should just recognize men as well as parents of children as Jews, and of course, like every time debate over it. But to get more specific to this question, we can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of genetic material that has belonged through sexual violence. However, when we look at the Ashkenazic situation in particular, there are these genetic bottlenecks where scholars are able to have DNA and work back 2 generations to when and identify the incursion of other peoples in so-called stream. And genetic scholars have identified the 9th century as an especially important time. And in fact, especially among Levites, they've identified 4 putative Italian mothers to most, almost half of Jews who call themselves Levites today. So the short answer is Heather Fraston 5288. You are right. There's certainly a certain amount of race. However, I think it would be wrong to assume that that is the majority of cases. We simply do not have a strong literary record of that, and it's true that that could be suppressed by the fact that Jews may not want to talk about rape as an element of lineage, but well, actually, so I really don't know what I'm talking about. I would have to say that that's my best guess on the preponderance of the evidence is that there's some, but not the majority. Fascinating question. Let me just see what else I've got here in the chat. Wow, lots of things happening in the chat here. Let's see. Sven asked that sometimes wonder if the early Christians wanted to bridge the chasm between Hebrews and other ethnicities at the time as a view. Well, I would think that's definitely true. I mean, Paul, for sure, he had a tremendous intellectual product in the teachings of Jesus, and the idea of bringing that to the masses was important in the propagation of Christianity to Greeks, Romans, and all kinds of people. So I think that would be true. That generation, a sort of transitional generation, the 50 or 60 years after Jesus' death is crucial. I think that one of the turning points, of course, is the destruction of the temple. That, for Jews was seen as a horrific catastrophe. But some of the early Christians, if you look at Eusebius, for example, will see it kind of like as a representation of a punishment, that the Jews got what they deserved as a way of signaling that Christianity was really something that should be followed. So that transitional generation did not last terribly long. Acrimonious, the disciples. If you're curious about that, I think the best treatment of this is Constantine's Sword by James Carroll. Very, very powerful and evocative work looking at those early generations. I learned a lot from it. Okay, let's see. Sven also asks, following the question of motherhood, Mary was undoubtedly a Jew, but as Christians believe that Joseph had no part in Jesus' conception, what would Jesus be, Jew or Gentile? Well, Jewish, because his mother was Jewish, right? There's also jokes about how he stayed home, was attached to his mother, so that Abram and Hagar, this is Delshon asking, Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael, was he not a Jew, or was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand the development of matrilineal descent as a concept. Tosfot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud, 12th to 14th century, argued at one point that the idea of matrilineal descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. It was obviously a traditional viewpoint. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and Moses and so on. And so, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was, taken in by his father. Of course, the story is Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So, complicated question, but I would think they would not be Jewish by these standards of the time, at least understanding it through the lens of those. Oh, this is hard. This is stumped the professor. Barb Todd writes, just that I think that the reason for most to be Jewish could be from Ezra, and the problem was their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation, Barb. If you look at for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. You can call them Jews at this point. It's not anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of like a communal acceptance that Jewish women's children, and that's basically what was enshrined for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who did not have Jewish mothers and was still considered Jewish by at least the surrounding society. If you read Josephus, it seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. I mean, the Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Dilshan writes, is vaudeville as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language? I would think not. I mean, Yiddish is, we have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Vaudeville is much more recent. Joseph writes that I am misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetic studies are speaking of ancient Anatolian, meaning interesting. My understanding was it was more from the region of Piedmont, but Joseph, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be different. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got a couple minutes left. Is anyone else? Oh, let me just have a quick look at the notes for other questions in the audience. Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy of the disputes over the Purim study and the book of Esther. He writes, I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. We'd love to hear what you think about some of the historical conflicts within the Persian royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story. Yeah, this is a really complicated thing with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology right now, the year 5784 does not quite jive with non-Jewish of the ancient world, and particularly the reigns of King Babylonia. It's hard to place the book of Esther within it, and there's also some internal literary difficulties as well. In terms of my go-to work on this is a man first who wrote under the title, I can't remember it. So first though, FIRST, and he wrote probably definitive work on calendar controversies and chronologies in Jewish history. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a place of essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings, I think volume 3, that explains that. Last question from S2-org. Where can I go to get historical information about the ancient Canaanites who, according to the book text, inhabited the region of Israel before it was promised by God to Abram and his descendants, before he led them to them? I've done a video about this, etc. I have talked this a little bit, but since most of my professional interests are in Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot on the Canaanites, but it's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is a man named Rabbi, Grabbe. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient Israel, both before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with him. There's also a really nice volume by a man named Eric Klein, C-L-E-I-N, I think so. And it's a really short book, An Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really some kind of special sort of archaeology. And I think it's if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages or so, just a quick introduction. I like that book very much. Yeah, and I thought that, and Delshon also mentions that I refer to the Yiddish language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite true. And Morami Pashikani says she likes this. We should try again. Maybe we should. Okay, and do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rabbi of Klausenberg? I haven't done that, although he's quite a fascinating individual. He's a great biography of him available as well. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I thought this was kind of fun. I talked Blue Streak, but it was nice to kind of have an opportunity to interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you have an excellent day.
Not something you do in someone else's backyard as well. The fallout of you shooting a bunch of unarmed Memphis operating a battlefield in someone else's battle space. These tyrants running around just slaying people covered in
This is working. Please write something in if you can hear me, see me all right. Let's see, is this, yes.
This goes back to a bigger question we're talking about right now, so
Sounds like it works.
and prove this book.
Oh, very good. Okay, I've got some confirmation. All right, why don't we get started with a few questions? Hello, Yosef and Delshon, London for Jane, Lottie Block, Ami Farajun. I guess you can all see these names as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the questions I received in the last little while that I think are really useful. And please add your comments here. Oh, and I see Michael Klein. Look at that. I haven't seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. And hello, Grant, Marion. Oh my God, so many. Okay, I'm going to stop saying hello to everybody, but now let's go to the question. So, someone asked last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement of Alexandria. I didn't have a lot of time to look into this individual, but he looks quite fascinating. I really like to study a little more of him. His name was Titus Flavius Clemens, and he lived in the end of the 2nd and into the 3rd century. He's one of the church fathers, and apparently he has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philon, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek-reading audience. And so in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple of years after Philo, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of a literary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism. Was very common among the church fathers. So, very fascinating, going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating his sort of Jewish philosophy, and on the other hand, still criticizing Jews vis-a-vis Christianity. So you can look into him a bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes? So, hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. Had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. I suppose what you're really meaning are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? And so I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them will say, well, absolutely, this is historical facts. This is where these people lived and all these things happen and so on.
Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from the university, and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say that the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later in the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you have a sort of divergence between the rabbinical and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with some excitement, especially young kids who get to dress up as Mordecai. Or in terms of giving the timelines of Xerxes, and this is for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, it's almost 2 centuries of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is written in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, which was written by, and that's how we get this 5784, meaning this is the calendrical year that we're in right now, Jewishly, and the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So, what do we do with the confusion of, what happened all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and which king is Ahasuerus? Like that's the king described in the Book of Esther. Is should be identified with Xerxes or with very, very big confusion. Multiple ways to get this apparent contradiction between calendars, and I would refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis, later published under a strange title. Author is Mitchell First, First. The title has something like Calendars and Conflict or something, and he goes through all of the theories behind this, because the problem has been for centuries to Jews, and there's basically 3 ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right, and the Greek historians are wrong. Find certain of scholars will argue that. Another way, logically, to argue that Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially in Western scholarship are correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically make them work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publication, I typically rely on the Western dating that would make the placement of the actual events of very difficult. And on this, I follow an Orthodox scholar, very well regarded, named Rabbi Berelwein, who essentially says we're going to wait until the time of Messiah to figure out so that's the short version of it. If you want the longer discussion, have a look at Mitchell's first. It's great. Someone named I Am Joe says, all my Jewish people stay vigilant, stay the course, we will witness the temple, get rid of it from Israel. Okay, let's see. Now, here, Mike, of course, is asking very, very difficult questions again. Really should not have advertised this. So, what Mike Klein is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, the whole deal with the relationship between Esther and Mordecai and Ahasuerus. And once again, it depends a lot on who you ask. If you ask a biblical scholar who is living in the world of the Hebrew scriptures, the story as described there is not really, as difficult, because the whole relationship he has with Mordecai is one of an adoptive kind of like a protective figure, but there's no meant described there, if I'm not mistaken. In the Megillah tractate, however, in the Talmud, which is just mind-blowing in terms of kinds of things it says about what happens in the Book of Esther, with huge divergences from the text, and with tremendous, what do these things mean? Like, for example, off the top of my head, Sure, is described Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loved her. She found favor in everyone. But in the Talmudic text, it says he had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive, but they don't imply green as in green, like screen. This is a blue screen, but and on one level, it's really it has to do with how do you understand prophetic statements in the Torah. But on a level, I think it's possible to kind of say that physically she must have been so but there was something about her level of the Hebrew word is a level of she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important, and so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand this. So one of these big areas that my client is asking about is, Esther married Ahasuerus, but in the Megillah she also married Mordecai. How is that even possible? So the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of defining what is non-consensual relations. And that's really the crux of the issue when Esther decides, after discussing it with Mordecai, that she has to voluntarily go to Ahasuerus, which would ultimately, remove the legal permission that she had granted since things were non-consensual, and that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this, I think, over maybe a shot of whiskey. But I appreciate the hard question. Let me out here. Oh, we have Hiram Bifidum. Thank you for supporting the research. Very nice of you. So he asked at an interactive discussion. I assume Hiram Bifidum is male. I shouldn't, but Hiram Bifidum asked. At Temple Beth El Makor time, is it possible the hero production of the Megillah Book of Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity and not personal people? It's an excellent thing. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts, right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the hidden meanings that may be like sort of a Kabbalistic mystical bent? We have the basic level of 4 ways of interpreting the biblical text. Shach, known as Sod and Drash, which is translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning, like meaning that you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand greater lessons from them. That's one level, and the Talmud itself says Shivim Panim Torah. There are 70 to the Torah, just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 7 sparks fly out, and 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means this number possible. So to you, the Torah admits of a tremendous amount of interpretive directions. And so as a historian, I can answer that way. As a fan of scholarship, I can give you some of that, but I have not. So to remind people, I'm not a rabbi, just a regular guy. Okay, tough questions. What else do we got here?
Yo, what's going on? How are you?
So,
What up, Moloch Mo?
Here he is, Zira Bahas. There
How are you?
Bulgarian and Ethiopian.
Just living life.
How are you? Good.
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine.
How's your day going?
What are you doing on this good day?
Programming robots.
Okay.
What about you?
I'm chilling with my grandma and my grandma and showing videos on YouTube.
Very cool. Shout out to your grandma and grandpa.
Yes.
Very well. How are your friends?
Good.
That's great to hear.
What?
That is good to hear.
Yes,
Yes, this is good. This is good.
Word. Correct.
How many people are here on the stage?
Can you repeat that?
On Discord?
How many people do we have? 1,833.
Oh, wow.
We're growing every day.
I'm happy that you exist.
Thank you so much for being so sweet.
Yes. I'm making again advertisement for your Discord server and for you.
Dankeschön.
Bitteschön. Und my times goes out on my smartphone. I have family link.
Oh, very cool.
Yes.
Thank you for being so nice.
Yes. Okay. I'm coming in the next day. Then my times go out in 1 minute.
Please do. I will see you.
Okay.
Take care, my friend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was sweet. You're my baby. You're a baby. You're my baby. I wish you're not my baby, but you're a baby. And I'm babysitting for you. Mm.
Jews were not accepted by the wider Jewish world. What happened that got them accepted?
How the
I'm
fuck
asking with
could
the
I do this
Ugandan
better
Jewish
and more
nearby.
efficient?
So, excellent question. I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spend most of my time. But I think that's sort of like a simple answer, simple in the sense of being not very sophisticated, is that, you know, when Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. And so the degree of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically on the Jews, like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling right now with the current situation in the state of Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance, appropriately so, and there's a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of, this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be, welcomed as long lost cousins, as long lost. That's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharian Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I tend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my book coming out. Question here: Per Olaf Sternhammer, was Jesus a rabbi? The answer is basically no. The term rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of authority, and never appears in the rabbinic literature, where you would think you would get a statement as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is a derogatory term. Sometimes he's called Ben Ketorah or Ben Stadta, which is also some derogatory in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people. And obviously, the argument is to say that he was not of divine parentage, because you wouldn't call him son of a particular person if he was. So that would be in the rabbinic literature. Definitely, we have no evidence that he was indicated as a rabbi. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers. Likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia, but there are others, and he definitely followed many of the teachings of the great Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within the circle of the Pharisees, but he does not seem to have actually received that level of ordination, at least among rabbinic sense. Is it possible that this was later omitted in the record? Not impossible, because these texts that I'm citing for you right now were a few hundred years after his death, and so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but an argument from silence. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title rabbi. Perhaps someone will put it in the chat if they're more familiar with these texts. But he was certainly regarded as a teacher, and the word rabbi basically boils down to teacher. It really means more like master, but in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi, like it would, capital R rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? There's no question. He had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime, as we can see, primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time, of whatever distortions may happen in the historical record as it was. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Don't know what purple deer means. What do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi, a Ben Torah licensed archaeologist research, was written per Empire and Uncommon Yirmiyahu? Unfortunately, I haven't read either of books, so I don't know what to say about that. I do want to address one issue related to the same thing about books, but let me just scan the chat here. Why, Melissa Martinez asks, why do Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox B'nai and Nusim converso, converting back to Judaism, if Moshe, God bless his memory, was also a converso? Wow, lots of questions here. So first of all, there's, I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about large groups of people in generality, so, but even to the statement, I don't think the Orthodox people, scientifically, B'nai and Nusim converso, from bringing back to Judaism, because there is a tradition to discourage everybody from converting to Judaism, period. Now, you use the term to explain to people who may not be so familiar with this particular situation. The term in Hebrew for B'nai means the children of those who were forced. And what that is referring to is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula who primarily in Spain 1391 and then later in the 1410s and then in Portugal in a large number in 1497 were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived for hundreds as Catholics. Reason being the Inquisition was persecuting Catholics who had adopted Catholics adopted Jewish behaviors. And so even though they were formally converted to Christianity, various degrees of coercion involved, they were nevertheless legally Christians, and adopting Judaism technical behaviors was death forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really, went after them for hundreds of years, basically in every country in Europe, but in particular in the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on. So in the 18th century, the Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, it was shut down. And in the 20th century, these communities began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago. And some of them wanted to retain current behaviors, still absorb or adopt Jewish identity. And people can choose whatever identity they want. You can identify as an alligator if you like to, but if you want to join an organized club like Judaism, then you have to put markers of club membership. And since they could not document, for the most part, could not document continuous matrilineal heritage, which traditional Judaism follows their mother in terms of giving status. So since they couldn't trace all of their mothers, typically all the way back to a Jewish grandmother, they had to go through at least a technical conversion process, which is known in the Hebrew literature as Gelus Mechumra, converting for stringency. And this usually was a little bit lighter process, but it involved, for example, circumcision for men, an immersion in the mikvah without. So that happens all the time. And I have members of my own family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning and some conversions. However, the whole idea of to the Jewish fold, when you don't necessarily have to, is specifically shunned ever since the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era, forcibly converted a few peoples to do the Idumeans and the Itareans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act, which had negative repercussions for the Jews, was descended from the Idumeans, and he's kind of like a mixed, record for the Jews. On the one hand, rebuilding the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time in Israel in the 1st century, but on the other hand, a brutal tyrant who murdered most of the family and all kinds of things like that. So ever since then, with 100 years, in sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of like sending them away 3 times and things like that, then of course they are welcome. But it's something that Judaism is not historically a proselytizing religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century, the Common Era, it's not been a proselytizing. Wow. Let's see here. Delshan London Prajanta is a word in English for the underworld. On being there with time. Yeah, I agree. These are calendrical issues. And actually, in the first volume of my book, I had 10 pages dedicated, and the peer reviewer said, "Who cares? Just get past it." And so I cut like 10 pages of the book specific on Greek. So thank you. I agree. Okay, now we'll get a follow-up question from here for them. Have you ever studied the story of Yochanan, son of Yochanan Hagadol, found in 1960? Could have been of Nazareth. I think probably you're referring to the remains of there was a crucified remains that were found in Israel. Rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, which is kind of like a box where bones were kept. and it has a few inscribed on it. Has it's actually like a pretty awful thing. It is a photo, which got, by the way, that one will come out around Hanukkah time. That would be nice. I didn't see it. And it's got an ankle bone, and there's a nail driven through it, and the nail could not be removed from the ankle, so they simply cut the cross and buried him with nail still in it. It's unlikely that it's actually this is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indications. He's also buried with other people. Of course, it comes the gospel account in many ways, but so it's unlikely. But thank you for asking. This is like, let's see what we got here. Exultant this asks, are Yeshu in the Talmud the Jesus of the Christian character? Someone they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And, he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like the Yeshua ben Kaki that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the first century such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. Exactly the point brought out by the great scholar Nachmanides in the 13th century when he was forced into a formal dispute with the priest Nicholas Donin, who was a former Jew, who was arguing that the Talmud was essentially anti-Christian, and they were brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides said, "Oh, you mean these passages about Jesus? That's the same Jesus you're talking about. A different Jesus, a different Yeshua." And that name is very common. So, yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts. It's most of them, I think, seem to refer to the Jesus of the New Testament, but it's hard to pin it down when you start doing the chronology. So maybe we should be concerned with this. Okay, let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here. Solar eclipse on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. We do have a cool coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas this Shabbos, but next for a Shabbaton there, because we're going to pull together a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse, Jewish history and thought, and then of course watch the eclipse itself. Let's see. I think I'd like to step away from this for a second here. It's over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on Israel, trying to produce a little bit more light, a little bit less heat on the history of Jews and Palestinians, and hopefully we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can, peace and prosperity. And I get a lot online as a result. And one particular scholar, people tend to say to me, like, "Hey, haven't you read Ilan Pappé?" And I did, read Ilan Pappé. He's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called new historians in Israel, who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that has been widely accepted by the state of Israel and Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative. After time, new historians come up and say, "Wait a second, what about this aspect of the narrative model? Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again, go back to the archives?" And, they discover new things, and they have to revise the narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes historians lose much more of their energy delighting in being an iconoclast, destroying old models, and really building what are effective models. And that's why do not rely on popular research. I do believe there are some value to what he has done, history of Israel and the Palestinians and so on. I talk about them in my review, but as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I share my negativity with the rest of the world. Much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people, those who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall. So that's the reason why. Okay, let's see. Persona Zirka, historically speaking, what makes Jewish movement grow or become popular? The Chabad movement is growing while resisting the trend towards relaxing traditions. Good question. Again, another sociological question, though not necessarily something I can speak to historically, but a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small detail about the kind of stringency movement. There's about a year ago in the Atlantic, I can't remember who wrote it, sorry, but it was an article on the Mormons, and we asked the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and what is the attraction? And one of the theses is that it's actually a greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like things easier? Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, bounds, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument, I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation for conversion to Orthodox Judaism, or to use the word conversion because a lot of Jews are attracted to it, so it's really the Hebrew word would be kiruv, meaning drawing closer, but at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle. And I think, first of all, there's a lot of appealing things to it intrinsically, a lot of really good things that of course I enjoy myself. But there is a theological implication. I mean, having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live close together in order to gather in synagogue. Means that we build very intimate, dense community. We know our neighbors. We spend time not engaged in electrommunication, but in actual face-to-face communication. Those positives are all a result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, you would have, and unfortunately many communities, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. The communities become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of positive, side effects, or maybe they're intrinsic. Another argument I'm not going to make right now. If we had more time, I would marriage is exactly the same. Incredible benefits. I have enjoyed them for well over 30 years. And those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that come along with the institutions. Okay. We're a little over an hour now, so let me see what I'll try and get back to any other questions here. Can I discuss Avery Nunley? Can I discuss Avery in detail? So, probably not in detail, but about it. The term Avery is usually applied. It's translated as Hebrew. It is a term that is used to describe Abraham, the patriarch in the Bible, and it literally it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters. That means that is avad, side, or to cross. And so people have argued that perhaps calling Abraham from the other side refers to his migration from the other side of the Euphrates River down into Israel. Possible, and then there's a lot of homiletic things like, no, he's on the whole world on one side and Abraham is on the other. That's where that term. One of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Nodnar BRS asks, do I know how people have unbroken lineages verifying them as Kohanim? How is this verified historically, and would these men be acceptable for the future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tests that trace back to, let's say, even the first century. There are, it became like much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium in the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, begin to have genealogies. And so there are some people who can go back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague and then back to millennium. But then a big gap. How do you get from Rashi back to the first century? 9 years. Most historians consider those genealogies authoritative. So it's really, it's impossible to verify them. On a genetic level, there are fascinating studies that look specific of people who claim to be Kohanim, and there's like a statistically significant number of them that indicate that they are all similarly related to a single paternal ancestor 3,000 years ago. That's the so-called Kohen gene. But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are not identifying Kohanim, and there's a certain number of people who identify as Kohanim who don't have that gene either, and that's obviously impossible under Jewish law. The bottom line in the argument of Kohanim is that we don't really know for sure who is actually Kohen today, so much so that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century, who was the firstborn male of his family, and there's a ritual called Pidyon event where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen. The Vilna Gaon would famously perform that ritual for himself with every Kohen he ever met, sure that he best actually fulfilling that. Most Jews today, it's just done once with some person who says he's a Kohen, and good to go. In my case, Harry Graham, who drove a garbage truck in the summer down, he was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was. Okay, folks, we're already well over my half-hour mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. I hope you, for those of you who celebrate, have a fantastic Sunday. For those of you who are marked Good Friday and Easter Monday, I hope you have a wonderful, religious experience that's uplifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. All right, take care.
That feeling of this is what we're here for. My life's on the line this whole time, and for once in 3 weeks, I don't think I'm gonna die here. That's gotta be a good feeling. He was talking to the village elder at this time. Some tells me he used a ground.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Corn Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It's up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Rohr Family Edition of the Chumash Koren Mikrot Hadorot, the scriptures or the readings of the generation. This is actually, this is one on here, volume 10. This is actually a remarkably new and original new work. It follows on the heels of the remarkable Tanakh of the Land of Israel, another really original work from foreign publishers. And I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Matthew Miller. And it makes me feel, I have to say, like, is Koren publishing these books just for me? Because I feel so really attached to these new scholarly publishing endeavors. I'm really excited about this. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikraot Gedolot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published 16th century in Venice, and basically it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, read on the yearly cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries from the ancient period, like Onkelos, through the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from, Rashi and Ramban and so on. And that's like been a staple of the Jewish studies for the last 500 years or so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikraot Gedolot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash, the Mikraot Gedolot is published with each volume covering one parsha, or in some cases 2 parshas if they're like typically read together. So the Mikraot Gedolot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentators. How is that done? They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from the Talmud, and so on, and then from the classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Mikraot Gedolot. That's first. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confronting Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th centuries. And reading the commentaries roughly grouped by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds of issues which remain eternal but are really rooted in specific kinds of issues that Jews of that time faced. Really fascinating, like so great for people who are interested in Torah and Jewish history. Wow. Okay, let me walk you through the structure of the book, which is highly unusual. First of all, it's a book that you open from both sides, right? Take of the right to left, left to right difference between Hebrew and English. On the sort of Hebrew opening side, you have the Chumash with Rashi, and that's kind of like much more traditional in terms of its content. It is really great in that the translation of the Chumash, which is presented alongside the Hebrew like this, translation none other than a great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory, a beautiful writer and a big thinker. So his translation in itself is a gift. And then you open this on the wrong side. Here's the so this translation is from Rabbi Sachs, and then there's a translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Mishkin. He also, by the way, translated all the commentators on the other side, which is really useful because it means that with one translator, you have sort of a common emotional literary baseline that allows for the idiosyncrasies of individual commentators to really stand out, rather than a jarring kind of collection of translations from different translators. So really, really. Also, actually, I read of course, the Hebrew Rashi, which I normally do, but I also read the English Rashi, and I actually appreciate there was a lot of helpful parenthetical comments. One of the classic issues in studying Rashi is sometimes he will provide a statement, and you wonder, like, why is he saying this? And this is the question that we say in Yeshiva: what's bothering Rashi, right? Why would Rashi feel the need to say this particular thing? So the question is why Rashi might be prompted to say such a thing is helpfully included here, and I really benefited from it. The only small criticism I have is that I am a huge fan of the regular Koren font, which of course the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font. It is really gorgeous. I use it for my own personal prayer books, but I never really liked the Rashi font that Koren developed. I still have difficulty with certain letters in it. I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the main one. That's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with it. I hope that's coming across. Now, let's go to the other side, which is really where you have something unusual. It's not just Chumash Rashi, it's something totally new. So the editing here is the key, and there's a great team involved. There's a managing editor, Rabbi Yedidia Naveh, but I think the strongest editing for this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein. He's the editor-in-chief. And his vision really permeates the entire book. And it's fascinating. The tremendous number of selections here, choosing from more than 40 different hits that are represented. And it's really fantastic. Let's look at those three historical sections. In this, they call the Time of the Sages, which has its helpful sort of standards like the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Yerushalmi, lots of midrashim and so on. But also Philo, and like, wow, I never studied Philo before. I've read about him and read bits and pieces of him, but selecting the sections from Philo that can stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alex, let's say Tiberius or Jerusalem, a place like that, really appreciation. There's the classical commentators, which are more standard, like Ramban and so on. But also some voices that I've never studied before, like Abraham ben Rambam of Maimonides. Interesting, when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather, and you feel like you would have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from his otherwise unnamed father, Maimonides himself. It's so fantastic. And then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual. You have the standard, modern commentators like the Ha'emek Davar and so on, but you have Shadal, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who is just brilliant and brought into here. Rabbi Avram Kaba, 20th century thinkers, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So fascinating to see this range of ideas brought together. And Nechama Leibowitz. And, she's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Talmud. It's so refreshing to see a woman represented in an anthology, quite unusual and path-breaking, like most of this book. And the book concludes, or at least concludes in the way I chose to read it, because of course you can read it from both sides, with the center section, which has a selection of 3 brief essays by Rabbi Finkelstein, which I read for yesterday's Parsha Miketz, and I have to say, really insightful. Got a lot out of them, and made me feel again like, wait a minute, is Koren writing these just for me? Because they felt like personally directed. They address a lot of the concerns I have about life, the universe, and everything. And, it was really so. This is really a game changer in terms of patience, and it's a significant investment. Each individual volume is quite reasonably priced. Happens to be on sale for Hanukkah right now, but the whole set, you're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot, but nevertheless, it's a huge return on investment in my It's going to change the way I study Chumash for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's parsha with Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill sort of like that halakhic obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the three-level commentary for particular aliyah. So it's Sunday before this right now, and yesterday afternoon I finished Parshas Vayash. I just read through the case when I got this set, and this morning I did all of the commentaries. So I'm really looking forward to the next year of learning with the Koran Mitzvot and Torah. Thank you, Rabbi Finkelstein, for this remarkable creative work, and thank you, Matthew, for the vision that brings these volumes to the broader public. It's really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book. I wish you tremendous success in your life. Thank you very much for watching.
Supervisors can't learn how to use TRT. There's a lot of measure when taking TRT. Fat loss, muscle mass, no depression, high libido. But there's things that you can't measure, which is being a better family man, being a leader at work, making more
Hello,
money,
fellow students of Jewish history. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of the current unfortunate conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century to the armistice of 1949. There's a lot of material on this crucial period that occupies much of the world's attention right now and really for the last century. Much of the material online is unfortunately highly tendentious and very misleading. I'm going to be relying very heavily on the research of Professor Gudrun Feiner from the Free University of Berlin, who wrote a very serviceable one-volume history. He has made a very good case for the fact that most historians come to this topic with a great deal of tunnel vision and tend to see the entire history from within the person's own national religious. And I'm going to do my best to try and rise above that. Obviously, I have my own biases and my own opinions like everybody else, but let's try and go over the facts in as dispassionate a manner as possible, and then I can leave it up to you to debate.
You're smart, baby.
No, Angel, I was reading it going, he's right.
So let's start with a discussion of terminology, because as Professor Kramer rightly points out, there is power in naming things. And so my intention here is just to achieve clarity, even some anachronisms made, and I apologize to those who are deeply steeped in this history. This will be somewhat basic. But let's just make sure that we're all on the same page. First of all, the term Palestinian. So Palestine is the name that was given to this region.
Everybody loves you.
Next section, I'm going to take you through some maps. Exactly. It is a term that arrived originally from a Roman adaptation in the 2nd century, after having dealt with 3 revolts of the Jewish population. They decided to completely wipe out the name Judea, which was the Jewish name of the southern part of what would be the land of Israel today, and they renamed the entire section Palestine. The term entered into Western usage already from the 2nd century and was later adapted, for example, in the Arab world as Palestine. Now, Palestinian was also used in the 20th century and in the 19th century as well to refer to Jews who lived in this region as well, who would call themselves Palestinian Jews. I know that's not thing to say, but for example, the newspaper, the Palestine Post, which is actually a Jewish newspaper, which was later changed to the Jerusalem Post. But that's just because the term has the strong ethnic and national that it has today. So that's Palestinian. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel, and approximately 20% of the people who have citizenship in the state of Israel would call themselves Palestinians. This is an indication of how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Jews, Christians, Baha'i, and other people who are not Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state. So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East. It includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term. It is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and that includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within this ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish. But about half of the world's Jews are not Israelis. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jews. Finally, Zionists. So Zionists, the term Zionism was coined in the 18th century to describe this movement towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition for Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the majority of Jews clearly are Zionists and support the state of Israel to a degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists, or even some Israelis who are not Zionists, believe it or not. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of difference of opinion on a whole host of political, social, economic, and other issues. So that's our basic survey. Let's look at the map a little bit. Where exactly is Palestine? The borders of the region, which has been Palestine, vary significantly over the space of the last. There has never been a state of Palestine, is true, but the region has of that term already, as we see, from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century, when it becomes an Islamic land. And in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost exactly 500 years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between two administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine, or in Arabic Philistine, was not very well developed really until the 20th. It never had consciousness. You see from this newspaper, Philistine, which was actually established in 1909, very on in this period. For many, the term Palestine geographically is identical to the boundaries of the state of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depiction here, Philistine, which has the slogan from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan River on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying you're saying essentially, at least this is how Jews hear it, that there's no space for Israel, there's only space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine would be free, meaning free of Jews. Jews would have many Jews from. So in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel shown here. In the next video, in this planned series, I'll explain what are the differences between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, well, this is basically the territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of
Is this insider TMZ? I mean, you name every
at the risk of horrible
magazine,
oversimplification.
It's like
Jewish claims at their roots are based on the idea that this is the ancient homeland of the Jews. And Palestinian claims are based on the notion that they conquered the land in the 70s with the advent of Islam, and that makes them essentially indigenous because they have been living in that region for some 1,300 years. This is a little bit like something I saw with two of my grandchildren the other day. I don't mean to reduce the issues to something very juvenile, but this will at least help as a metaphor. Two of my grandchildren have a favorite to them by the other set of grandparents, and it actually has the name of the oldest child written on it. So the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child, and he said, no, you have to let her sit there. But then she saw something that distracted her. She got up from the chair and she went off to do something else. And in time, the older child went and sat in the chair, which upset the younger child, seeing that she was in there. And that involved a whole bunch of fighting. But basically, that's the same kind of claim. I was here first versus you left and then I took it. And the fact that the name is written on the chair does not necessarily feed into whose chair it is forever and ever, because to extend this back to our situation, the main source of the claim, the deed, as it were, for the land of Israel for Jews is the Bible, and Muslims do not regard the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, and for that matter, the Christian scriptures, as being duly sanctified the same way that Jews and Christians do. So the deed is not relevant here. It's true that multiple points to demonstrate that Jews were in the land of Israel from ancient times. The oldest non-biblical example is the famous Merneptah who's shown here, which is about the year 1209 CE and refers to Israel living here. But the counter-argument that when the Muslims conquered in the 7th century, as you see in that, is also a very good one. And in the essence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these claims. So let's move to the Ottoman period, specifically to the area we'd like to concentrate. The 19th century expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in chairs is not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons, one of which is that always a small presence of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell historical records. Having had the weak statistics in the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that we started to provide more reliable statistics, but this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects only, not people living in the land, Muslims and Jews in the survey amounted to about 8% population, about 8%, Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there's a significant shift in Jewish attitudes, and many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are wrong in much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe, they begin to explore the idea of developing Jewish nationalism with the effect of creating a Jewish national state for the world as well. The most famous movement is called Biluk, and from this verse in the house of Jacob, let us arise and go, meaning go to the land of Israel, colonize it there in order to establish it. And in fact, they did, working the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews around the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodor Herzl, really caught the imagination of Jews living around the world, saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, overwhelmingly very happy to support this. You can see in this poster here, these are some English language posters, help in build Palestine. Once again, clearly a Jewish poster at the bottom in Yiddish, help in Eretz Israel, help in the land of Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy the land in Palestine, which is bought legally throughout. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the modern feeling of it. A nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's young, powerful. It's kind of like a socialist vibe. And in fact, the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings and so on. So basically, as you move through the 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically. Looking at this chart, statistics, which were taken by the British, much accurate and reasonable than the Ottoman figures, you can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews, but the green column are the Muslims. There's also Christians, and then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i, and many other people living in the land. By 1931, there has been a natural increase of Muslims, both through birth rate, but also through immigration. And the Jewish increase has also been marked. By 1946, even more dramatic. And in fact, this is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of the Arabs who moved to this region were in fact from other parts of the Arabic world and later adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that the historical literature discusses. What happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab notables living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a new nation state in this region. There's also Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle between the highly conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants. You know, having women dressed very differently, engage in different kinds of cultural activities, which many of the Muslims find shocking and different and so on. In the context of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disappears, and the British and the French engage in very large geopolitical discussions to essentially divide up the region. The way this plays out specifically for the actually represented in this document here by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour, this is the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really relates to the problem that the British would have for the next 50 odd years. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national fund for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That's at the point when most Jews just stopped reading. It was a big party for them because it looked like England, which was in fact very soon going to take over this region of the Ottoman Empire. England was going to give time to the Jews. But the second part of the paragraph reads, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done with prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities of Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews and other countries. The British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the one hand, to give some of this land for their Jewish homeland, but at the same time, they're saying as long as the Arab peoples living there do not object. And that's basically going to be impossible. It's also going to be something which would definitely affect the Jews.
Shall exactly remember this.
We shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement. and Arabs are concerned. They're not using it for themselves, but as I mentioned, others just refer to them as Palestinians. That's much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century.
They are rather
series of disturbances were associated with, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held by both Jews, Christians, and in the context of this by 5 Jews and 130 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. This hit song, a series of riots and retaliation, Arab riots, Jews and Jewish riots against Arabs as well, that throughout the massacres, culminating in a major period between 1936 and 1939, was very, very heavy. I will allow other historians to work out, which acts of violence are more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really begins in 19, right after the Declaration. So the British right away, they establish a new peace commission under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does.
They remember.
From chapter 20, could basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as well. The problem with Palestine is briefly restated. Under the stress of the World War, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general and of the specific mandate in particular implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time to be mutually compatible, owing to the conciliatory Palestinian Arabs of material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring as a whole. It's not been justified, and seems to be no hope of it being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that, by having Jews move in and the economy, and the Peel Report acted that, Jewish immigration, the economy, there was a lot more employment, there was a lot more capital and a lot more foreign investment, but that prosperity would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts on the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the country. The existing circumstances are summarized as follows: an irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs revived the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination of a single state. This may be the genesis of the two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. God willing, we'll get to that in another way. The Peel Report had an appendix which laid out a very controversial map here that said we should partition this region, and the area outlined in red was to be given to the Jews as a homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the labor region of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the way that the population had spread through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Steele was suggesting. Also, that kind of like a word bubble, like seeing from the ocean to Jerusalem, that's supposed to be like an international zone allowing for access to the holy sites in Jerusalem for everybody, and the rest of the region outside the red line would be Arab country, presumably attached to what is called Transjordan. Jordan was actually separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine earlier. So the Jews were incensed, the Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of 1936-1939 saw extensive satisfaction with the British Arab uprisings, Jewish violence against each other and against the British were attempted under Colonial Secretary Malcolm MacDonald to look at the problem again. The British again are very good at establishing commissions, and he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to 75,000 people over 50 years, which was guaranteed to go the way of Jewish because look at the time we're talking about it. So it was ramping up in Europe under Hitler, and of course World War II would begin in 1939, months after the White Paper, and immigration is anywhere was a concern for the entire Jewish because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives over the course of World War II. After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unwilling or unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in the ancestral homeland of Israel. Legal migration and illegal migration is happening at a tremendous clip, and the British are desperate to try and hold off these thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East, but as one Zionist from the Arab put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They needed someplace else to live, and no other place would less acceptable. So basically, the British gave up. Very similar to how with their departs from India, the entire geopolitical world had changed. They had to retrench themselves after World War II. They handed the problem off to the United Nations. The Nations came up with this resolution number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. Here's a map, which was attached to the bottom of Resolution 181, that divides land of Israel quite differently from the Peel report. The green areas were to be Jewish, or filtered by tiny little wastes, and the goldenrod areas are Arab, also connected by these little wastes. And a 7th section was to be around the area of Jerusalem, and that was supposed to be like the Peel report, some kind of internationalism. The history at this point was well known. The Jews, now Israelis, accepted the plan, and in 1948 they proclaimed statehood. They were immediately attacked by Arab armies to surround them. They fought a very, very difficult war, but ended up managing to not only keep this territory, but expand it somewhat. That's a very important part of this whole history. We should understand that the conflict of the Palestinians really began even before the war happened. As soon as Resolution 181 was passed, and before it could leave, there was already violence erupting Jews and Arabs. And a large number of Arabs living in Palestine chose to flee. Somewhere in the range of 700,000 Arabs left their homes seeking safety. Now, one of the long debates, like we mentioned earlier, with the cycle of violence, one of larger debates focuses on the question of why exactly did they leave. It does not take a tremendous amount of imagination to realize that families need theaters of war. There were examples of atrocities, even an atrocity that is exaggerated, spread through the world. There was something that will strike fear in the heart of family and would cause them to flee. Once again, I defer to other historians to go through the details. I'm sure you will find it useful to look at Professor Kramer's work to go into details as to what specific events Darius seen and others that prompted many of these people to flee. But this was called the Nakba, which essentially displaced something like 3/4 of a million people from what would be the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949. If you look at this, you can see the green areas were assigned to the state of Israel in 1947 partition plan, but after successfully defending the territory, the Israelis were able to actually add those areas to make the boundaries somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nazis. It's important to note that there is a verse of this at the same time. Shortly after the war, there was a wave of anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee, many of them making their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have had in mind, because it made Israel much more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its beliefs. A very quick overview of the future events that contribute to the conflict in Israelis and Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that, and it's true, it's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive, very, very short presentation, it's inevitable, but I hope that this overview does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today. You can have hopefully productive discussions about how this could maybe resolve peacefully and that all peoples in the land should enjoy peace here. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by looking at the second half-century in this area.
Quickly watching victims and telling Star Anthony and me exactly what we need to do for each one.
Specifically moving from the period of the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 to the Oslo Accords in 1993. My subtitle is Towards the Two-State Solution because that was one of the most important elements of this period. In this discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comment primarily on the ways in which both Israelis and Palestinians saw the major historical events and how they shaped the path towards some kind of peace. I will not be devoting attention to every single element of this history because it's overwhelming for a very short presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent and coherent and will provide some background to understanding what we are to make of the current crisis today. History and your paternal turn to memory are closely interrelated. It affects memory, memory then turns around and affects history. A simplistic view of history is one in which we, just telling you what exactly happened and when. I don't realize that every time we tell something about history, we tell it from a particular perspective. If you consider, for example, two being at very different point of an
intersection witnessing a traffic accident, they'll both see very different things because of the place in which they're situated as that accident happened. So when we look at something far more complicated than a simple fender, the 100-year conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, how much more so is it crucial to understand exactly where we were standing and what kind of perspective we have. In this context, let me share a little bit about my own background and how I come to this history, and then specifically the sources that I have been researching specifically for this video. So I was born into a Jewish family in the 1960s in Canada, and I was raised on a fairly steady diet of what we might call the heroic school of Israeli history, which basically presents in a way that describes the struggle of the young Israeli nation in a very positive light, obviously, and displays the behavior of the enemy in a very negative light. He understood as a national historiography that aimed to create an affinity for the state of Israel, for the ideal of Zionism, and so on. And I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiographic model is basically sound. However, as memory and history back, and specifically as people go back to archival sources and revisit more details and different perspectives on those same events, some of those historical evaluations have to be re-evaluated. And so I'm going to rely for this presentation on much of my prior research based in that heroic school, also on newer research significance. I'm going to rely on a lot of excellent work done by Professor Benny Morris of Ben-Gurion University. He is a member of what's sometimes called the Morian School in Israel. It is basically done the hard work of going back to the archives, asking some of the very difficult questions about those controversial elements that we look at briefly in this video. His recent book, Righteous Victims of the Zionist Arab Conflict, 1881 to 2001, is sometimes very difficult reading, and there are definitely some elements there that I can see that provoke controversy. I relies, obviously, on a Palestinian perspective. Professor Rothschild from Columbia University, who is the author of The 100 Years War on Palestine, A History of Separate Colonialism and Resistance, 1970 to 2017. And his perspective, like Professor Morris's, is definitely that despite their very deeply held and cherished beliefs about the nature and trajectory of this conflict, they're both very quite self-critical and are willing at their own movements and determine what went wrong within Zionism or within the Palestinian movement. And so with those caveats, let me present to you how I see the major developments of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict so we can have a better handle on understanding what's happening today and hopefully make some progress dialogue and at some point a lasting peace.
He was the first one on the ground.
For Israelis and Palestinians, the original sin was certainly the period
Asked about them being first on scene.
Israelis called Arab independence. The catastrophe referred to the forced displacement of a large number, something like 700,000 plus refugees, Arab Palestinian refugees, from what would be the Israeli terrorists. Refugee camps and the way in which heroic historiography of Israel portrays it, it's more like a voluntary flight, sometimes with more venal motivations, but a closer look at the archival records indicate that while there was organized plan to displace these refugees, it was something which was unwelcome to the young state for reasons that I think should be obvious. If you now look at this map here, this is from Professor Morris's book. You can see the hatched lines represent the territory held by Israel on May 15th, 1948, which is now when they declared independence. It is smaller than the territory that was allotted to them. But this is where they actually existed, and Israel was in control at the time.
They were then invaded by several armies, by Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and Syria. And amazingly, they were able to hold them off, and not only that, actually expand the territory of Israel. Now, it is a remarkable military achievement, as Professor Kramer put it in the last book, though it's not exactly a David versus Goliath kind of battle, it's more like David versus many Davids, because they suffered from a lot of deficiencies. If you look at the challenges that the young Israeli state faced, particularly looking at that small strip of land from the coast to Jerusalem, this is a very defensible. His plan Dalit, which was especially focused on consolidating territory and roadways in particular, the acts important to was beginning from the day Israelis declared state out to the period when they actually on war. There are a lot of hostilities which actually involve some horrific atrocities, such as that of Deir Yassin, which spread fear throughout the Palestinian population that the Israelis would be eliminated. To point to for the Haganah, the state of Israel, later transformed into Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, they had no reason to stop Arabs from fleeing, because they saw that as the Palestinians left their homes, they were freeing up more territory to allow them to achieve their objectives of civilians and more defensible standards. What that means for the displaced Palestinians is that many of them, hundreds of thousands, were displaced into camps. And as you can see from this map, refugee camps were set up throughout the region in the Gaza Strip, in neighboring Jordan, which of course from 1949 to 1967 also controlled the West Bank and Syria. In terms of the numbers, looking at it in the early 21st century, there were about 5.5 million people still registered with the United Nations as being refugees or descendants of refugees. Those are showing obviously the original 700,000 odd refugees. About 1.5 of them are still in the camps, of 370,000 in Jordan, 200,000 in West Bank, 2,000 in Syria, 200 in Lebanon, and 700 in Gaza. It's worthy of note that most of the descendants of those original Jews have made life themselves in Palestine, but still that number of 1.5 million living in refugee camps is deeply troubling, and of course is a constant reminder of how important this problem is, how it must be. By 1949, the armistice lines from the Green Line, the borders of Israel, even if the states surrounding it, Israel continued to infiltration from neighboring countries, from Egypt in particular, and there were conflicts in Sinai war that were very relevant for many reasons, but I want to focus on the 1957 Six-Day War because that is especially crucial from the Palestinian perspective. If you have a look at this map here, in June of 1957, Israel looks like the map on the left, and you can see Egypt and the West Bank was part of. Israel then conquered primarily with Egypt, but also with Jordan and Syria and amazingly, over the course of a very brief period of time, 6 days, specifically through establishing air superiority early on, Israel was able to actually expand its territory dramatically. It was rather a surprising victory for everyone involved, and Israel had to decide what it was going to do with these territories. And this is extremely important, so let me slow down a little bit. They decided to annex 2 parts of the region. Annex meaning they took those parts and they made them permanently part of the state of Israel, never to be returned in any future peace deal. Specifically, the eastern part of Jerusalem. Jerusalem had been a divided city since 1949, and actually the holiest site of Jewish geography. The Temple Mount was located on the Jordanian side. Since Jerusalem is the capital of the Jewish people, East Jerusalem was annexed outright and made part of the state of Israel. This also happened in the north, in the Golan Heights, where you have a mountainous region, and whoever commands the heights either looks down to the Galilee, looks down onto Damascus, even though it had great strategic value and not a huge local population.
This guy's
However, the West Bank, with its large Palestinian population, posed a much greater threat because annexing the territory would involve giving all those Arabs citizenship, and that would deeply upset the demographic balance that Israel must maintain if it is to remain a Jewish state. And let's recall that Israel is striving really for two basic goals. One, to establish a Jewish state, a country that is free for Jewish immigration, that Jews can flee there if they are persecuted elsewhere. And secondly, they want to establish a democratic state. They want the political basis of Israel to be essentially one person, one vote. About 20% of Israel's population is non-Jewish, primarily Palestinian Muslims, also Palestinian Christians, also Druze, Baha'i, and many other peoples. And 20% is a sizable minority, but it still retains the basic Jewish character of the state. If citizenship were extended to all of these people in the West Bank and Gaza, that would seriously threaten the demographic balance of Israel as a Jewish state. Could not be accomplished. So the West Bank and Gaza and the largely uninhabited Sinai Peninsula were simply occupied. These territories were administered by Israel, controlled by Israel, so the general thinking was that they would be exchanged for some kind of history. Not all Israelis felt that way. Some said that should be exchanged for peace and the territory should remain within Israel. But by and large, the dominant point was that these territories should be given back. And in fact, this is what happened to Sinai. But here's a really important moment for us to note. This document is Resolution 242, which was issued a few months after the conclusion of the 6-day war. And it's really important for two main reasons. The first is something that we see in item number 1 and Roman number 1, which refers to the base of peace, just and lasting peace, as the withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict in and what this implicitly said was that there would be a just and lasting peace going back to the Green Line boundaries of 1949. If Israel were to give up these territories that occurred, then in fact a just and lasting peace could be achieved. This is actually a big plus for Israel because the surrounding Arab states did not the 1949 boundaries as a permanent and lasting peace. They regarded it as a kind of larger ceasefire and armistice for the time being. So that was a big win for Israel in one sense. And note, by the way, I've included the French, which is also Russian, but the French version, a very key small distinction in the phrase "des terroirs," as opposed to simply territories, which is much more demanding than all of those territories have to be. Whereas in the English version, it applies some of the territory, from territories, not from territories. The other one, which is hugely important about this document, is something that is not, and that is the Palestinian. This document reflects the relationship between the state of Israel, now recognized with boundaries of 1949, and its neighbor states. This was not something that the Palestinians, according to the document, it was something that affected Jordan, Egypt, and Syria in particular, and peace was made between those places not involving the kingdoms. And this, I think, is perhaps one of the most important drivers of Israeli-Palestinian conflict from the beginning up to the present day. And that's that the Israelis fail to adequately understand the Palestinian, and the Palestinians fail to adequately understand the Israelis. Let me just take a very brief moment to speak about that. In terms of the Palestinian misunderstanding of the Israelis, they failed to grasp just how desperate this people was after the Holocaust. Palestinians in the 1960s, and many pro-Palestinians today, seem to take it for granted that Israeli Jews would be prepared to live as kind of like, guests in Islamic host society. And that's simply not valid where Jews after the Holocaust. Jews must have a home. The earth is so a small portion for themselves, and they believe that it is totally within their moral right to demand it, especially in their for their part, the Israelis misunderstand the Palestinian national cause, although it awakened much later than many other nationalities. It nevertheless is very real and profound. This is a society that, at the beginning of the 20th century, was still quite primitive in terms of having very low levels of literacy and education and so on. And most of their national expressions were built to region, perhaps to clans, to religion, but they regarded themselves as part of a larger pan-Arabic society. Those things are all very true. But by discounting the Palestinian drive for self-determination, which would really awaken in the second half of the 20th century, by never taking those concerns seriously, Israelis missed the boat, and to disrespect the Palestinians in ways that would be incredible. Resolution 242 is perhaps the pinnacle of the statement coming from the United Nations that completely ignores Palestinian. Now we would see this come to fruition in this video photograph here that shows leader Anwar Sadat on the left, the American Carter in the center. Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, who had stopped off against each other in the 1973 war launched by Egypt in particular. But why these three men are smiling here is because after that war was fought, it was able to retain some pride, and after good inflict damage on Israel, he was able to call up Menachem Begin and effect a peace treaty. In the late 1970s, Israel, with some significant controversy, gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt, but Egypt was willing to take the back of Gaza Strip. With its high concentration of Western Palestinians, many have showed an affinity for the Muslim Brotherhood, an organization which later would spawn from. And Egypt felt that they were destabilizing element into their polity. Anwar Sadat's vision of peace in the Middle East came to fruition, and although the relationship between Israel and Egypt has not been decidedly warm, it has nevertheless been peaceful relations in the 1980s. But Anwar Sadat himself would pay for this with sending his own bodyguard, incensed with the idea that he would turn down him and shot him. The turning point for the Palestinian establishment of the Palestine Liberation Organization led by this was to be the focal point of Palestinian national efforts, and although they had to elbow their way to the table, not only at the United Nations and elsewhere, but even among other Arab allies, nevertheless they took the lead in articulating what they wanted for themselves, rather than allowing the Arab states in the region to dictate what would be the fate of the Palestinians. They wrote a national charter in 1964 that was thoroughly unrealistic, laying out essentially a one-state Palestinian division of the land in Israel, where only those Jews and their descendants who had lived in the territory before the Balfour Declaration in 1917 would have any rights. And furthermore, that armed struggle was the only route to the Great West. This notion of a one-state solution, combined with violence to achieve that end, was thoroughly unacceptable to Israelis. The PLO then sought to gain attention for its cause through some very dramatic terrorist activities throughout Europe and the Middle East, which included things like airplane hijackings in particular, the massacre of the Israeli Olympic athletes in Munich and many others. It is important to note that in this brief video, I'm speaking about the PLO generally, but we should understand that it is essentially an umbrella organization. There are many different factions that come together under this umbrella, and a more nuanced look at these various groups will see a lot more about the internal debate over the value of these kinds of activities. But we can say in general that the PLO and the American leadership at this time failed to grasp some very important emerging realities about the future of the nation. First of all, they completely misunderstood the importance of public opinion in Europe, and especially in America, where the Israelis far greater experience with the media environment, with the culture, their development connections, and so on. The PLO was not going to win their propaganda war to terrorism. In fact, it was just very first sideline the movement as being one associated with criminality and violence. Secondly, the PLO failed to realize that their conduct and even their mere presence in states bordering made them increasingly unwelcome. Jordan, for example, which was one of the friendliest states to the Palestinians, granting them citizenship, for example, and in fact the majority of the Jordanian population is of Palestinian extraction, they found that they had to expel Arafat and the PLO after an uprising in September 1970 that was aimed at overthrowing monarchy. Sort of thing happened in Lebanon and elsewhere, and by the time you get to the 1980s, the PLO is basically out. It has no border contact with the state of Israel, and it's basically Arafat and others are hiding out in Tunis in North Africa. But Arafat made a few key missteps at this point. He backed, for example, Iraq against Kuwait when Iraqi invasion up in 1991. Much of the PLO was bankrolled by the Soviet Union, which saw it as a useful proxy in the battle against the United States in the Third War. And as the Soviet Union had to go through a lower chain of self-destruction, it became clear that the PLO was going to lose more and more power. Ultimately, by the time you get to the early 1990s, the PLO has figured this out. They amended their charter significantly in favor of the kind of things that Israel would want to see, including the acceptance of Resolution 242, with at least the 1949 boundaries for Israel, and secondly, the nation of armed struggle is the only way to liberate Palestine. And this is when we start talking seriously about a two-state solution. That is the idea of Israel as a Jewish state and Palestine as an eventual Palestinian state in the same region in one form and it is unlikely that this two-state model will receive any traction were it not for the first intifada that broke out in December of 1987. So the term intifada in Arabic refers to kind of like an uprising. Why is he like the first off hero? Because he's too good. And that was a fair description of what began to happen. Arafat, although the titular head of the PLO was severely weakened after Tunis, many of them co-opted by the states for assassinating Israel, and he simply had lost a lot of power, although he still had a similar kind of role to play as the figurehead of the Palestinians. What happened in December 7 is that the Palestinians themselves in Gaza and the West Bank began to rise up spontaneously on their own. And the character of the uprising is rather different than the First Intifada was not characterized by widespread terrorism and much more so the Second Intifada, blowing buses and things like that. It's rather a kind of a symbolic attack on the IDF. You see in this iconic photograph of the young Palestinians were locked of this massive. The Palestinians, on very depths of the large number of foreign journalists in Israel, were able to get a message to the world in some way. And actually, the David versus Goliath model that has frequently applied to the Israelis in this field. Heroic history. Now the Palestinians adopted the model of David, and Israel as the oppressor. The Palestinians in this First Intifada were able to really draw attention to the multiple humiliations that were associated with living in second-class status in the West Bank and Gaza, such as moving through slow checkpoints, which were designed by the Israelis to allow the large number of West Bank and Gaza residents who worked in the state of Israel to proceed into Israel proper and do their jobs, and to not allow people who are engaged in terrorism. So for the Israelis, these security checkpoints were precisely what it sounds like, but for Palestinians, they were a daily humiliation. Furthermore, and there were a significant number of Israelis who felt that we should not be giving territory back to any other and either for economic or ideological reasons, they were moving into these territories that were beyond the Union. A significant number of Israelis, Jewish Israelis, were now living in West Bank lands, smaller numbers in Gaza. And many Palestinians saw these people as a leading edge of Israeli land grab. There was frequent conflict and violence occurred in the West Bank as a result of meeting these two relations. I'd like to refer you to what we talked about at the beginning of this video about how history and memory are interrelated. The history that I studied in the context of the Six-Day War, in the context of the Egypt, it portrayed Israel as moving forward with a righteous cause and making peace with increasingly reasonable Arab neighbors. There's a lot to be said for this understanding. And as I hope this next video in series, you see a lot of Arab states ultimately decided to make peace with Israel in the 21st century. So it is a model that's still very viable. However, if I put myself in the shoes of someone who's born, that's in 1987 when the First Intifada came out, their first encounters with Israel and what they see in news on television and later on the internet is shaped by the new presentation of material that Palestinians are for the first time bringing forward about themselves. The Second Intifada, first back in which significantly we should see, but in the third Intifada, you see the roots for a new understanding of Islam among Genesis and millennials.
866 889
When you put all of these things together, the beginning of a shift in the international narrative, the weakness of the PLO as the official of the Palestinian movement, the collapse of the support from the loss of the Soviet Union, led Rabbi, the Prime Minister of Israel, to determine that Yasser Arafat. If he did not make peace with the PLO, he would ultimately have to make peace with the 1,000 other Palestinian entities because the PLO could not itself handle the fractious nature of its population. It had already lost control of much of it. narrative, which was taken over by the Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza. And so, much like Anwar Sadat reached out to Menachem Begin, Yitzhak Rabin reached out to Yasser Arafat. And with the assistance of the United States and Bill Clinton, and photograph, they were able to establish another peace treaty, which was really the culmination of the two-state solution. I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about what that solution was and what its challenges were and are in the next video. But at this point, I have to mention that cool irony of history, just as Sadat was assassinated by Muslim extremists who disagreed with his views of police, so too was Yitzhak Rabin assassinated by a Jewish extremist who was against the idea of making peace with terrorists. You see a very sad photograph, which was a copy of a Hebrew poem, the Song for Peace, which was stained with Yitzhak Rabin's own blood in the context of that. So that's my discussion on the second half century of the Palestinian Movement. I hope you found it of some value, and I hope that will provide some material for national discussion between people of the world, tribute in whatever way it can to the just and lasting peace enjoyed by this region, security, and goodness.
I can see the heart. I watch it blue ceiling on a banister. It's beautiful and evil at the same time, for it to die. It's beautiful and evil
Recorded two short videos on history,
excitement and adrenaline roll.
the first one
Certain house, third time you mentioned driving.
1949,
Dragging Anthony
the
with
second one going from
now pulling hits the back of my neck. It hurts, but I push forward.
This is not a planned series. I tried to avoid this topic for a very long time, and I rather focus on other areas of tree that really go with my overall research agenda. But I felt that given the nature of the attack on the subject, I really had to do something to help contribute to voices of reason and to provide people with some kind of, hopefully, this treatment of the history so that people of goodwill can engage in reasonable discussion of stormy issues. As I record this December 1st, and we are still the hostage release that participating in for several days now is unfortunately ended. Horrific news that 10-month-old baby was abducted from the 200-odd hospital in Israel on October 7th. Hamas is releasing now that child is still there. They're killed. The idea of this family, whether it's this particular video is especially difficult. The first two were hard, but now we are about the limits of the video because we're not speaking about events that just happened. Now we're talking about occurring right. I really try hard to avoid those things. I prefer my history to be located firmly in the past, where these
maybe I got hit with a water droplets and I thought it felt like a bad sign.
I have to
What the fuck was that, Tim? Alan yells at me as he rips his mask down. Before I can answer,
I'm beginning with a little
looks
more
like shit.
personal note,
And he exposed skin as his red
racism history that
as his
I've read
the
about
goes off.
books. This
His
is
neck was
history
red
that
ring.
I've experienced. And so I'm going to begin this brief video with a
They
little
are
bit of
soaking with gear
background so you can understand
in
that
his arms
I
and
am
hands are red.
hardly unbiased about things.
The other guys look at you.
What'd you say?
When I tell you to back the fuck off, you back the fuck off. Bring this one.
I'm lovely. How are you?
Shit.
That's great to hear. Everything is good.
And that doesn't mean that I don't want to compassion about the Palestinians.
As it comes off,
Fundamental
my
belief
hand bangs against
of
the
mine
mask.
that I want all the people to live together.
Only now do I see what he was trying to tell me. Inside my helmet was
Excellent.
melting. It was literally on fire.
Take care.
But let's set that aside. Let's begin with some of the personal background that hopefully will understanding of that. I'd also like to invite you before you have which is generally I have discussed sources in these lectures. There's so much available on this particular topic. I think I refer, but my goal is to try and make this simple for people. So I would suggest if you want to do some reading on this specific topic, you might want to look at a remarkable book, Chances for Peace, Missed Opportunities. It's about 400 odd pages. You would think that it'd be much, much thicker than those 400 pages. So let me just take a few minutes before we talk about the history to share how I experience this history personally, how it's overlapped with personal attachment to history of the Jews. I first lived in Israel in early 1980s because I was a student of Professor Emil Fackelman. He was a senior scholar, Holocaust survivor at the University of Toronto, pursuing an undergraduate degree. And when he made Aliyah to immigrate to Israel, he invited me to study with him. Very, very story. There's kind of a shocking photo of what it looked like. Which is sitting outside on the dormitory. Woods Social, volunteer in the summer before attending the University of Jerusalem, and having to hold his letter. If this was a fiction, I'm telling you, I mean, great fiction. I couldn't be prouder of Nick is right. That's right. Israel to be studied with a great scholar. All right, he's trying to. My home after the kibbutz was here on Har Sophia. Now Scopus campus at Hebrew University. He's too aggressive. No one says no one is as aggressive. And I had a lot of amazing educational experiences. But what I think is most always what we're talking about today is the law. Undergraduate student, I took on a part-time job which was a restaurant in the mountain part of Jerusalem. It was on the Cargo, which is ancient Roman. It's actually featured in the 6th century Dava map. Because I didn't have a lot of money, I frequently not be able to afford a bus fare. So I would walk about an hour from the university campus way up on the beach. And I would all of these Arab neighborhoods, Rabbi, others, taking different routes and just exploring the streets, and finally entering the old city through the and walking through the Arabs to the eventual destination in Chicago, where I would put in. I returned about a decade later. At that point, I was married, and my wife brought us two youngest children. And I spent a year studying, once again, at Hebrew University, but also at Rothschild. And then on a slide, I will say one major thing changed between the early 80s and the 90s. It was not so safe to walk through these regions anymore. Unfortunately, that wonderful experience was not something that I could share easily with my wife and my children, because it's simply too dangerous for you to walk in a lot of these ways. My children grew up, and each one of them spent at least a year studying Israel, much as I did. And some of them actually immigrated to Israel and live there now. I'm not neutral. I support Israel, but I also support Palestine. Peace and prosperity. Whatever arrangement Israel and the Palestinians either and cessation of the box on all sides. And I would like to think that people watching this video share this value. But my goal, as now we get to the history part of it, is to survey the major elements of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and especially those efforts made to peace. And my hope is that this will spur honest discussion among rational people. Where we left off in the last video was the culmination where the Palestinian Authority would establish some initial steps towards an eventual statehood to reach this kind of set and bring it for final negotiations. And the thought was that the Palestinian Authority would slowly develop confidence building measures that Israel would then reciprocate by giving authority to the Arabs, and ultimately, as the name implies, this results in a two-state solution. Israel signed living side by side. Actual nuts and bolts of the deal, however, it was apparent that it would be very, very difficult to actually have a look at this result. Unfortunately, it's spelled the name Israel correctly, but Price is basically depicts the current status. What you see in the bright yellow color is the West Bank. It is so called because it also on the West Bank of the Jordan River. It's known as Sham. The dark red patches are these are areas where you settlement including some major towns like Bruce and here in these regions, the Palestinian Authority has greatest power. It was supposed to be responsible for internal security, mechanism for protecting Israel from Palestinian terrorists, but also public order, which is more like transport trash to other lands. So these regions were the most Palestinian in terms of their governing authority. Area B involves a little bit of mixed authority, where Israel is responsible for the security aspects, which is the security of Israel, and the PA would hold on to public order, and then Area C, which is the largest chunk, Israel would be responsible for everything except for the civil affairs of Palestinians who live in. If you have a look back at the previous video in the series, I showed you a map there of Jewish settlements, Israeli settlements within the West Bank, and we're basically dealing with populations that are up to Jowl. I mean, on one hill, you have a Demon village, and on the other hill, there's a very small valley between them. Israeli village, and it's very difficult to simply block out a whole map that has all this contiguous area for the house without including also those settlements, which is an incredibly difficult problem to solve. Now, have a look at the second area, which is the bottom left. Gaza, after 2005, was completely handed over to the Palestinians. Palestinians control all internal affairs. Strip, but Israel and Egypt, Egypt is the lower left border, control all the borders, the areas, and so on. Initially, this was far less onerous, but as time went on, Israel and Egypt imposed even harsher blockades on the regions for reasons that are going to explain shortly. Now, if I were a Palestinian looking at this map, I would ask, what kind of maybe I would use the word shame, but kind of a crazy map is. How do you expect us out of this? Two major chunks of land, you have to set up some kind of corridor to travel between them, and even within the West Bank, there's like all these little patchwork quilts, and yeah, it's really hard to engage in state building. On the other hand, if I were an Israeli, what do you do? this is not the way they would see it. Chances are they would something like this. They would say, this is a map of the Arab League member states, and Israel, as you can see, in the little red area, it's tiny. Israel is one little planet where the Jews want to establish a national state. We went through the process in the previous two videos, and the fact that Palestinians are gaining territory where they currently live in the West Bank of Gaza, you know, whatever they get, they should be happy for, because Israel is not willing to back up into the sea. Israel insists on its right to exist. So for many Israelis, particularly on the right, the idea of giving any land to Palestinians in this context, where there's so much land that belongs to the Arab states, it just weakens Israel and exposes them to more of and that point of view has unfortunately been borne out by much of the history. We discussed the Second Intifada, which is hugely important. Let's just reiterate that the Palestinians looking at the plan would complain that much of the agreement favors Israel, and as a result of the U.S.-dominated nature of the Oslo Accord negotiations. And in fact, this is going to continue through the rest of the 3 decades until our present day, where the U.S. has really exercised an outsized role in whatever deals are struck between Israel and Palestinian authorities. For many Palestinians, it seems like just another example of Western imperialism simply exercising unilateral decisions upon the Palestinians. Now, Israel, on the other hand, let us not forget that Israel, as a society, demonstrates tremendous strength when it comes to external challenges of the current situation. Israelis of all stripes will come together and will fight together to protect their very existence. But otherwise, it is a very vigorous, fractious, divided democracy. Israel is, prone to huge outbursts of protest against one policy or another, as we saw over the summer of 23 perhaps many other times. And this polity to use unison and its other than Israel. Again, alternative history, if the Palestinian Authority is building steps and exercise greater control over the second into violence, that certainly would help the left-wing Israel promote the idea of expanding the experiment of the Oslo Accords. But on the other hand, Palestinians can point to Israelis and say, every time you establish another settlement in the West Bank, which is essentially a fact on the ground, that is an impediment to the development of a state for Palestinians. So Palestinians complain that you're undermining this process from the very beginning. You're doing some things to please your sponsor, the United States, but in reality, you don't believe in that. Palestinians are also blessed with remarkably ineffective leadership, as we see, for example, after the death of Yasser Arafat, who is much better at fomenting guerrilla attacks on Israel than he was actually state building, but his successor, Mahmoud Abbas, also known as Abu Mazen, after having elections, he discontinued elections. It's been in power for about 20 years and is widely regarded among Palestinians as Palestinian frustration with the lack of progress in Oslo Accords, combined with a provocative visit to the Temple Mount by Ariel Sharon, a political leader, exploded in Al-Intifada al-Tibani, September 2000. This was rather different from the first Intifada, primarily in the scope of violence associated. It was especially associated with suicide bombing on buses, on pizza shops, other civilian infrastructure in Israel. I remember when I was on a postdoctoral fellowship at Harvard, get up super early and go to my office in the morning. You know, that was back in the days of Alta Vista like that. And I would like be constantly refreshing to see if there's any more news from Israel, more news from Israel. Sometimes, you know, multiple times a day, these horrible things, these awful terrorist attacks on Israelis, which involve a very different element, that of the suicide bombing associated with Hamas and Gaza, as we shall see. From the Israeli perspective, the Palestinian was a complete failure, doing very little to stop the terror attacks, and in fact, in some cases, even having its own security force participate in the lynchings of Jews in the days of over the next 30 years. Stepped up its attempt to protect itself by creating these security barriers.
Holy shit.
To prevent
Rabbi Rothschild, holy shit.
These awful barriers were also constituted a land grab by the Israelis again in 1964, the 1967 Green Line in the Palestinian territory. Secondly, it constituted another example of the humiliations that Palestinians would have to endure.
Thank you, Rabbi Rothschild. No, why didn't I fucking do this earlier?
So it was definitely something that increased the security of Israelis, but it demonstrated overall. And at this point, we really have to talk about Gaza and specifically the military strategy that Israel chose to pursue from the period of the Second Intifada to our current day. Israel's military response to much of the Second Intifada is sometimes called the Dakhya Doctrine, after a suburb in Beirut, which also had a similar kind of experience. The notion is that if you're fighting an asymmetrical battle where terrorists will infiltrate your society and attack civilian populations, such as what happened yesterday with two Hamas fighters getting out of a car, shooting a bunch of people standing at a bus stop, killing, among others, a 24-year-old disgusting mother, then of course Israel is going to strike back hard and fast, and it will be memorable. The basic idea is don't poke the bear. And you would think that people who live next to the bear would get that. But Hamas has not. Hamas has actually tried to take advantage of that by using civilian and humanitarian structures as places where they should establish their base. You see this in the Al-Shifa hospital, under mosques, under UN facilities, under schools, and they're thinking that, you know, by having these human civilian shields, that will somehow protect them from the doctrine. And Israel has gone to great lengths to try and minimize civilian damages, for sure. They have an entire unit of Arabic speakers, not only Palestinian Israelis, but also those descended communities that were expelled from Arab lands after 1948. And the job of this unit is simply to call up people in Gaza and say, hey, we intend to attack this area, please move south. They employ technology devices like knock alert to let people know that an attack is forthcoming. And even in the news, you can see Israel broadcasting a lot of what they intend to do because they tried to limit the impact of the civilian casualties. But Hamas specifically does everything it can to provoke them. Part of me remains absolutely stunned. Why would Hamas do this? Why would Hamas impose phenomenal suffering on top of what they're already experiencing by provoking an attack from a neighboring? I can't say that I have come to grips with this at all. I do not understand this urge for sacrifice to the point of martyrdom and the willingness to slice one's own enemy. I can't conceive. Now, you think to yourself, well, he's exaggerating. I would like to recommend you please have a look at a website called Memory, M-E-M-R-I. That's for the Middle East Media Institute. It is a valuable institute expertise. I've simply been watching Arabic language media and writing translations of these segments. Very little other than, the title of the video, sometimes where they're coming from. But yes, and I'm going to put a few links of some key videos in the description box. You can go visit yourself. But, for example, this is Ghazi Hamad, who is an important Hamas official, saying very, very specifically that October 7th is not a one-off, that the attack of October 7th will happen again and again and again. And so Israel is completely destroyed. And there's no ambiguity here. And bizarre things like these kindergarten plays. Like, I'm sure many of you were involved with children, right? You dress up as, I don't know, trees and forests and princes and fairies, and you put on a little play for the parents. But in Gaza, actually have kids dressing up as soldiers, taking Israeli hostages, like 5, 6, 7-year-old kids. And amazingly, the parents are watching and cheering as they take babies capture. Who knows what they do with it? And then, there's so many examples of this on memory. I just don't know what to say about it. Mothers, sometimes mothers of people who are already killed in suicide bombs, they come on and say things like, and I have to use 2 screenshots here to show you, by Allah, if all my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah, it will make me happy. And I gotta say, what planet do these people, my father, my grandfather, I cannot conceive how anyone could say they would want their children as grandchildren to be harmed. What's it's beyond the scope of please do this. They provide a broad scope, not like just watching, one crazy channel. You'll see that there's voices there that are critical of Hamas, but the examples I'm giving you are not all outlook. This is the kind of enemy. I'd like to conclude this already long video with this short discussion of the impact on the United States. One of the things that concerns me these days is that even though it should be practically obvious to anyone that invading territory, murdering, raping, nude bodies, kidnapping children, and then holding them there, these are all deeply evil acts. We should be able to unite around them. If Israel was I would be deeply and I'd like to think I would speak out about things, but as strongly as I am now. But there should be phenomenal. And we see that in the United States, for example, this is the result of a poll that was conducted just 2 weeks after the October 7th. Israel actually has fairly strong favorability in the United States. You can see that of the measured, Israel comes in number 3 behind the U.S. military and the police, considerably higher than the Supreme Court or news organization, and Hamas is like way down at the bottom. I would like this number to be higher, but not that. But here's the scary thing. When you go a little deeper and look at the demographic groups that express positivity, young people simply understanding. Now, look at this chart on the right. This asked, in general, in this context, you side more with the or Hamas. Not Gaza, not Palestinians, but Hamas. Terrorist group. 16% of Americans side with Hamas. I really don't like that number. But
84%. But then look at the chart below, and you can see that people in my age bracket are far more likely to feel the way I do. Right? But as you get younger and younger, you get to the age of my undergraduate students, only 52% of Americans, and this is 2 weeks of October 7th, most horrific massacre the Holocaust. 52% of people aged 18 to 24 support Israel. 48% support others. We see it so clearly in this. Listen, I walk by this every day. People put up posters drawing attention to the fact children have been children. And other people tear those posters down, saying, I don't know that's true. Well, there are Hamas propagandists who say that they didn't happen or it did happen. That's perpetrated. They like that. This is going for you or not. And you can go join the Flat Earth Society. However you feel about the conflict, this happens. And, if I'm walking down the street and I see a poster where someone lost a puppy, just to tear that down. Someone lost their dog. You care about them. Maybe you'll see them. But actually tear down of human beings, children who are suffering. That's the spirit of society. There are riots in schools here in Queens that are filled with hundreds of children demonstrating for Palestine, and it probably could be if this trend were to continue with younger people being duped by obviously immoral actors like us, then we're in for much more trouble than those camping. This video has already gone much longer than this video. Let me just conclude that.
Are you tired of using your standard as your flashlight? I know you're still using it because I was still using mine.
All of the
I've good news. We've taken down the Cloud Defensive, the best in the game when it comes to weapons mounted and handheld lights. Go to clouddefensive.com, put in promo code ANTIGIRL15 and get 15% off your entire order. Cloud Defensive, pushing the boundaries in illumination.
Over a century ago in 1910, the Fletcher Report funded by John D. Rockefeller and John D. Foundation re-engineered medical education through a holistic, full-body approach. Appropriately treats the body as an interconnected system. The compartmentalized approach under the guise of specialized medicine. They shut down or consolidate medical schools, marginalized naturopathic, homeopathic, and chiropractic medicine, replacing them with symptom management and synthetic drugs.
Hello, fellow students. A fascinating article appeared in the Wall Street Journal recently, written by Professor Rothschild, who teaches political science at UC Berkeley. Fascinating study. What he did was he hired a survey firm to conduct a scientific survey of students of undergraduate age, 18 to 24, and asked them what they thought about this slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And it was absolutely fascinating, the results that we got. Let's have a quick look at them. So first of all, 43% of them enthusiastically supported this slogan. And an additional 33% supported it somewhat. Only 53.9% of respondents indicated they did not support this slogan. These results fit very well with what other studies are indicating is a significant generational gap among Americans. That basically Americans 30 years and older are increasingly in favor of Israel and understand the nature of the October 7th and will back Israel in this conflict. And the youngest Americans in these studies, particularly the age of 24, are more ambivalent about it. In fact, in one study, 48% of Americans reported that they were activation over Israel. It's a very troubling kind of number, seeing it particularly in younger demographics. So we see that, the majority of people of this age group see the conflict differently than older adults. However, here's the positive example. When they
shown a map that helped them identify which river and which sea we're talking about, they changed their mind. And 53% of them said, no, I'm not prepared to support this particular slogan, based only on the map. And other data indicates that when they know a little bit more about what the slogan actually implies, they're far less likely to support. So let's do the wonderful first. Which river are we talking about, and which sea are we talking about? When Professor Passman asked them, which river are we talking about? Some students do the Dead Sea, which is not a river, but a body of water. Others actually pointed to the Nile River in Egypt, so trying to figure that one out. And some even pointed to the Euphrates River, which runs through Syria and Iraq. So they obviously have no idea which river we're talking about. But it gets even worse when you ask them which sea. You would think that this would be fairly obvious. We're talking about the Mediterranean Sea, but many actually identified the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, you can imagine from the Middle East all the way out to the Atlantic Ocean. Some actually identified the Caribbean, which is just bizarre. So these students really need some basic geography. Let's do that right now with some of those students. Okay. So the river we're talking about is the Jordan River. In Hebrew, the Nahal Yarden, and in Arabic, the Nahal Yarden. Right? There's so many people Jordan. And what is the sea we're talking about? Obviously, the Mediterranean Sea, or Yam Hebrew, or El Bahr, or Abyad. So that's the river, and that's the sea. Now here is where it gets difficult. Basically, if you go from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, that is all of Israel. This kind of oval is not exactly shaped to the boundaries. It eliminates the north, the eastern part of the Golan line, but those are the boundaries of the temporary. Basically seeing that this country should be free, and we call it Palestine. So those are somewhat fine. Now, here's the good news. Once the students saw the map and were given some basic instructions, 75% of them downgraded their enthusiasm. Meaning they changed from being enthusiastically so to being somewhat or being not. Furthermore, once it was explained to them that replacing the current country of Israel with a fugitive known as Palestine could inform, quote, the subjugation, expulsion, or annihilation of 7 million Jewish and 2 million Arab Israelis. 60% down. That's not what we had in mind when we were saying the slogan. When we were changing it into protesting. And that makes me happy because at least we're talking about people who are ignorant of basic geographic and historical information. Let's look a little bit deeper now. Like, what exactly is the phrase? And let's try to understand it is offensive to some people. The phrase in Arabic is min il nahar il, from the river to the sea. And what happens after that? There are a couple different versions. One reads, Filastin Fatakafara, that Palestine will be free, written free, and in the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. The second version is a little bit more stubborn. It ends Filastin Arabia. Palestine is Arabic. The land is presumably for people who speak Arabic or are Arabic. The third version begins a little differently. You know, Maya ila Maya, from the water to the water, right? The water of the Jordan to the water of the Mediterranean. Filastin Islamiyya. Palestine is Muslim, Palestine is Islam, and that is similarly problematic. So the second or third version are definitely because that entails the idea of removal of these people removal, or genocidal, or even some kind of population transfer are very problematic, to say the least, and offensive to
Israelis. What about the neutral one, which is Palestine will be free? Is that offensive? That was used famously by a congresswoman who criticized, and it is actually illegal in some European countries to use that to constitute state speech under some of their definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So when you say from the river to the sea, we understand that. That means from the Jordan to the ocean. Palestine will be free. What do you mean by the term Palestine? Palestine is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. The Romans, of course, renamed Judea Palestine after a revolt in the 2nd century by Bar Kokhba and rebels. They wanted to wipe out the association of the land with its long Jewish history, so they renamed it Palestina, echoing Herodotus, but before that, even echoing the Bible, which refers to the Philistines, the traditional enemies of the Jewish people. So that term, Palestine, is used quite neutrally by Arab Jews and British and every involved in the region to talk about this piece of land. It was always part of some other larger political entity, but this region was called Palestine. So when you are using this term, Palestine will be free, do you mean that this region will be maybe in some kind of one-state solution, meaning all the people living
Welcome.
in this region?
How you living, pimp?
That's
What's good, son? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo, what's going on? How are you, Chris Carbine? What's going on? What's good in the hood, son? Can you hear me? Did you hear about me from Kick? Yo, dog, do you speak? It's cool if you don't. We're just watching history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
I think that's the only way that you can say this phrase could possibly not be offensive. But let's look at the second word. Palestine will be free or will be freed. What do you mean by that? Israel is already free. Israel is a democratic state. 20% of Israeli citizens are not Jewish. It is not an ethno state. And those 20% of Arab who live in Israel have the right to vote. They are represented in Knesset, and we can go on and on about these things. Gaza, which is overwhelmingly non-Israeli, has been separated from Israel since 2005. Gaza has had its own opportunity to create its own government since that time. They elected Hamas, then kicked out Fatah. There's a lot of things to say about it, but it's not Israel, and if it's not free, that's not Israel's fault either. There is a blockade around Gaza, primarily because they keep on sending rockets at civilian territories in Israel. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what does that mean for the region. I've talked about it in videos, but the basic thing is Gaza is considered part of Israel. Disengaged already for what is it? Over 10 years now, since 2005. If you want to say, well, what about the Palestinian Authority, which is the region in what's also called the West Bank, as you know, it has Shomron and Yehuda. That is the whole idea of a two-state solution, which was articulated in Oslo in 1993. It has not gotten off a good start at all, and in fact, it has been stalled for a long time for lots of reasons which go beyond our discussion. So possibly you could say it's not offensive because you're saying, well, we hope that the Israelis in the non-Palestinian Authority regions will be free, and the Palestinians in the Palestinian Authority area will be free. That's a nice sort of thought. It doesn't lend itself easily to slogan, but nevertheless, the first possibility, maybe this is one way you could. But you mean Palestine will be free in the sense of or free of Jews,
Those are absolutely offensive statements that should be totally rejected. And you can't be surprised when Israelis and Jews are offended and are intimidated by them, especially when you join it to other popular phrases like globalize the Intifada. The Intifada was a period of phenomenal terrorist violence directed against the Jews. The second Intifada, which was dominated by Hamas, was characterized by all kinds of attacks on civilians, bombings and coffee shop bombings and stabbings on the street. Absolutely horrific. When you say globalize the Intifada, that take that kind of violence and spread it throughout the world. It's completely unacceptable. So, in these sense, I'm offended by the use of the term from the river to the sea. I'm sure many Jews feel the same way about using this phrase. Just consider it like the end of the Jews. It's the kind that is definitely going to get a rise out. And yes, maybe you can thread the needle and say, possibly if you interpret this word this way, see trying that with the N word. Okay, I hope this made it a little clearer for you. I want to reiterate the good news I hear from all this is that most people, when they understand why this expression is so offensive to Jews, they decide not to use it anymore. And I think that's what you'll think too. But thank you very much for this.
Everyone around the stage remembers Renfield. Renfield sucks. He's talking about 120-pound rucksack. That is how much your rug weighs going in around the stage. It's painful. You walk in all night long.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of talk right now in the connection with the conflict in the Middle East regarding the idea of genocide. And I thought it would be interesting for us to have a look at the person who actually invented that word. He was a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin. So let's have a quick look at his background and why he came up with this particular term. He was born in 1900 in a part of the world that would be today called Belarus. Actually happens to be a part of the world that my own family comes from. And he was rather different than most Jewish boys his age. His father was a farmer near Volkovich, where my great uncle was actually a high school principal. And his mother was an intellectual. There's just not that many Jewish farmers, particularly in that part of the world of Lithuania, when it was called back then. His mother was a great intellectual, a great reader, and she really instilled in her three sons a love of learning. In fact, she homeschooled all three brothers. Young Rabbi was deeply affected by the news of a pogrom in Białystok in 1906. And later, as a teenager, when World War I broke out, the entire Lemkin family had to flee into the forest in order to avoid the hostilities between the German and the Russian armies. While the forest, unfortunately, his younger brother died, possibly of pneumonia or even Spanish flu, but unfortunately he passed away at that time, leaving Rael with only one surviving mother. He went on to receive a trade school education, but exceptional language skills. He was ultimately able to read about 14 languages and speak 9. He studied linguistics in Lviv, which back then would have been called Lvov. Later he went to study philosophy at Heidelberg and law in Lviv once again. And during this time, he continued to meditate and to think deeply about the nature of human cruelty and clear the history of massacres and that occurred in the beginning of the 20th century and elsewhere. And he went to one professor, studious methods, and asked him about the doctrine of state sovereignty that the professor had been promoting. The idea that the states essentially can do whatever they want in their own countries and they can't be punished in other legal fora. So the professor was saying, consider the case of loss of chickens. Kills them, and this is, if you interfere, you are trespassing. Apply to him, but the Indians are not chickens. As opposed to a head of state killing someone. His eventual conclusion was sovereignty cannot be conceived as the right to kill. He was also two individuals examples. One was the assassin of Tel Aviv in 1921, and another, and quite a bit more familiar with, Shalom Schwarzkopf assassinated Simon Yura, who was the leader of the Ukrainian government during his period of Ukrainian dynasty between World War I and the Soviet occupation of Ukraine. In the case of Shalom Schwarzkopf, he went up to Simon Petlura, the leader in exile now in Paris in 1926, and shot him dead on the street. He was arrested and placed on trial, and he was able to essentially turn the trial around to be not a trial of his own assassination effort, but rather of the activity of Simon Petlura during this crucial Civil War period. And even though Shalom Schwarzkopf was clearly guilty of assassinating Simon Petlura, the Paris jury in 1977 rendered a verdict that allowed him to go free. And this kind of event led Raphael Lemkin to think, why is it that you can't prosecute those who perpetrate war crimes on their own people? This thought would eventually mature in his mind during his experience in the Holocaust. But during the 1930s, he was working as a public prosecutor in Poland, and he was also very deeply involved in working with the legal codes of Poland and codifying law. So that remember that Poland was recently responsible as an independent country after World War I. And in 1933, he went to the newly formed League of Nations, which was essentially the precursor to the United Nations, and he met with their legal counsel at a conference in Madrid. And there he made some derogatory comments about Nazi Germany that when he went back to Poland, got him in a lot of trouble because Poland was working on some treaties with Germany, so he was fired from his public position. He ended up going into private practice, but he continued to work on his idea of how is it possible to prosecute perpetrators of international sanctions. Unfortunately, he would have ample opportunity to continue this line of thought because on September 1st, 1939, the Nazis would invade Poland. Lemkin's own home was destroyed in a bombing on the 6th of that month, and he ended up being homeless and having to place to place for some time. He was able to escape both the Nazi advance into Poland and also Russian detention by portraying himself not as an intellectual, as a lawyer, but rather as a simple peasant. And he managed to make his way back to Volkovich and to see his parent the very last time in November of 1939. He moved to Vilna, the capital, and he decided there, and I quote from his autobiography, "I really lived only when I was fighting for an ideal. I will devote the rest of my life to outlawing of people." Later in Riga, he would meet with a distinguished historian, Shimon Dubno, who would encourage him to continue his work in this vein. Dubno was later killed by the Nazis himself. But Lem was able to make his way to Sweden and then Japan to the USA in 1941, where he became a professor of university and later at Rothschild. The Holocaust was absolutely devastating for him. He lost his family, although his surviving brother actually managed to make it through the Holocaust because he was in a labor camp with his family, Soviet labor camp, and ultimately was able to Canada, where he settled. So Lemkin suffered phenomenally during the Holocaust, and it further encouraged him to work on the concept of prosecute war criminals to commit crimes against people of other nations. His greatest claim to fame, of course, is that he created and defined the word genocide, borrowing from the term genos in Greek, meaning family, and sidera, which means to kill, like a homicide or suicide, terms like that. And he published the term in a book in 1944 called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, and it proved to be an extremely important term that was used in Nuremberg trials and elsewhere. The UN General Assembly accepted his Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in December of 1948, and then later it was ratified in 1961. And for the rest of his life, he worked on many examples of 20th century massacres, including a very notable speech in 1953 in which he was an early individual to identify the artificial famine in 1932-33 as a genocide against Ukraine. Unfortunately, Lemkin, who spent the rest of his life in New York City, suffered from very poor health, in particular high blood pressure. Doctors had difficulty diagnosing his illness, which he ended up calling genociditis, meaning exhaustion from the work on the genocide convention. In 1959, he died of a heart attack on New York Street. Lemkin never married nor had children, but as you can see from his gravestone, which has smaller stones placed upon it by visitors, and towards the tradition of Jewish customs, he continues to be with. His work as a theoretician and as a legal scholar was without peer. He was in fact nominated for the Nobel Prize 10 times in his lifetime. Unfortunately, genocide has been cheapened significantly in our times and used quite casually when it really does not conform to the way Lemkin would define it. In the context of Luis, I think it's relevant to point out that in his autobiography, which he titled Totally Unofficial, there is no mention of the Allied bombings of Dresden or Hiroshima or
Yo, what up, pimp?
even though these involved
Can you hear me, son?
Civilian casualties.
Yo,
Clearly,
Chris Carbone.
especially
Chris
the disparity
Carbine.
between the
Are you
numbers
like a
on
pimp?
either side of the conflict is not the kind of element that actually plays into the
I'm
definition.
glad you're here.
I think it's a very important context of what the Allies were thinking when they were bombing these places. Dresden, of course, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki are civilians, but the Allies viewed the attack on German cities essentially as an attempt to extirpate an absolutely noxious, murderous, genocidal regime, the Nazis. And Americans certainly felt they were, without provocation, December 7th, 1941, to be the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and so ending the war quickly in Hiroshima and Nagasaki by demonstrating to the Japanese that a long, drawn-out conflict was not in their interest. You can understand the American decision, what was going into the American mind when they made decisions to engage in these activities. And this is for some insight Israelis must be having. The brutal pogrom October 7th was so horrific and so unfair. Israelis, this is like a Pearl Harbor moment, and the Hamas organization in Gaza is so dangerous to Israeli citizens that it must be completely removed from the population of Gaza. Now, that is not to say that Gazans themselves are the subject of the attack. They are definitely suffering, and horrific suffering, unimaginable, but primarily because Hamas is embedded deeply into the civilian infrastructure. I do not have the temerity to tell Israel what they should or should not do militarily. That's out of my lane. I'm a historian, not a military specialist. But I will say that I can understand on a historical basis why they would be engaging in the Daya doctrine and trying to exert maximum pressure to squeeze Hamas out of the tunnels and to release the hostages that they kidnapped from Israel on October 7th. I would recommend that anyone has any doubts about this, please visit this website, Saturday-October-7, all spelled out, Saturday-October-7. It's a very, very graphic website that essentially brings together all of the publicly available photographs, cell phone videos, and other things that have been pulled from social media that depicts what happened on October 7th. It is definitely a very, very difficult website to visit. You get a sense of what Israelis must be doing and why they are taking these actions. Let me conclude by getting back to Raphael. In his autobiography, he speaks how he was first introduced to Jewish culture and Jewish religion and Hebrew and the Bible. And I found an especially amusing passage when he describes how at age 7 he was studying the book of Isaiah, one of these biblical prophets. And he says, he read, "Cease to do evil, learn to do well, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, unquote. This call of Isaiah sounded to me so urgent, as if the press stood now outside our door. The appeal to create peace by converting swords into plowshares seemed to recreate his presence. I thought of the power of a home plow which brought life and not destruction. And of course, the metaphor of the beating of swords into plowshares is so resonant and very understand motivation of someone like Rothschild who devoted his life to ending this kind of horrific massacre of people, and especially relevant to a person who loved peace so much and devoted his life ending civilians. Nevertheless, did not feel that discussing Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Dresden, is within the boundaries of what we see for genocide.
They buried him at various places of the world. I ended up this project. That took 5,000 hours and it nullifies the purpose in him. My goal isn't just to graduate SEER school, but to graduate with that at SEER supply in the history of the entire school. Every line is no longer
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In accordance with YouTube community guidelines, I'd like to issue a brief educational content warning. This video will discuss difficult issues and I will probably show you some disturbing. Obviously, we're still in the midst of a tremendous crisis in Gaza, Israel. Tremendous polarization, and what I would like to achieve with this brief video is to help define parameters for appropriate history of specifically, I'd like to try and define for our working purposes what is acceptable criticism of Israel and what is important. This is a very valid consideration because the world is focused on this area as it frequently is, and I myself am uncomfortable with a lot of debates like this. I'd like to try and promote more of a space for the participation of it goodwill and reason to look for a where all the people in the let's start with the question about suicide is what. Well, if the answer to that question is yes, then your company with roughly 50% of the Israeli population Israel is an extremely rigorous democracy. They have had 9 elections in this century alone. That's about 1 every 2.5 years. They had remarkably robust protests in Tel Aviv and elsewhere in the summer of last year, before October 7th. Israel has a deep-rooted commitment to diverse opinion and its expression, and this includes the 20% of the Israeli population that are not Jewish. It was a strong population of Arabs, both Muslim and Christians. They vote, they participate in it, they disagree with other parties just like Arabs. So it's certainly appropriate to criticize the policies of the state of Israel because, roughly the Israelis do it. This is not the same thing saying I'm Jewish, therefore I can never be an anti-Semite. Unfortunately, that is possible. There are boundaries of criticism which are
welcome.
appropriate.
How you living? What's going on? What's done?
It's not de facto
Oh,
Palestinian.
Can you hear me, big dog?
It is possible to identify.
Oh, can you hear me, big man? Yo, dog, do you want to talk? Want to talk, or you want to just jerk yourself raw? It's cool, dog. Go watch your history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
It is possible to empathize with their suffering and to seek a solution that is amenable to both parties. So, what are the parameters for when something tips over from criticism of Israel and goes into the area of simple blue anti-Semitism? Let me outline 4 basic guardrails. The first one, inability to empathize with Israeli suffering. Obviously, the suffering in Gaza is phenomenal. The response to October 7th has been overwhelming and has been the focus of much attention since the invasion of Gaza began, motivated by the attempt to release hostages and destroy Hamas, the terrorist organization that has been identified as the aim of this particular war. But we should recall that October 7th was a thing. October 7th happened. It was an incredibly violent, horrific attack on a civilian population and still has 131 hostages associated with this attack. You have to see where Israelis are coming from. These are family members. These are close relatives and friends that Israel is trying to retrieve from this situation. That's an important thing to bear in mind. We also see this kind of inability to identify with Israeli suffering as people rip down the posters that commemorate these people who are held and try to draw attention to their condition. When they disagree with the military suffering, they go to a kidnap and they're found. Seeing the Israelis as the sole perpetrators of the suffering in the region is simply unfair and it's ahistoric. One has a historical attention span longer than 15 minutes and recognizes that this conflict goes back generations. Hamas, for its part, has been shelling Israel since it took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. Of course, Palestinians also point to suffering at the hands of Israelis. This is not a one-about-it kind of video. I'm trying to specifically address the issue of criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism. But it just underscores the fact that this is a place of great complexity. People should not rush to judgment. Second guardrail, conflating anything Jewish with Israel. Recall that about half of the world's Jews live in Israel, but half of them do not. Half of them belong to countries all over the world, the United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, and so on. And while it is true that most Jews support Israel, but that doesn't mean that every Jew around the world constitutes a target for anti-Semitic attack. Consider, for example, the recent protests at Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto and also here in New York. What does Mount Sinai have to do with Gaza? Mount Sinai is, of course, the name of a hospital that was founded by Jewish donors. It treats people across the religious spectrum, regardless of their backgrounds. It's a place of healing that has absolutely nothing to do with the setting of Israeli military and political policies. Why are you taking us here unless you want to specifically target Jews all around? That's called anti-Semitism. Third guardrail, beware of borrowing tropes from historical anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is not an idea that was invented in this. It's something that goes back millennia. And it has hoary and awful legislative traditions. There are certain images, such as, for example, the drinking of blood by Jews, some kind of vampiric blood, which is associated with a 12th century charge called the blood libel. It's absolutely horrific and plays into a long-running attack on Jews. Completely false, completely unfair, but borrowing from those things essentially plugs one's argument into this historical tradition of anti-Semitism, and that may not be something that one wishes to include. Another guardrail. It may be anti-Semitic if one's outrage is selective. In other words, people are entitled to their opinion, but are they only so enervated about Israel? Are they not enervated about the persecution of people elsewhere in the world, in Syria, in China, in Sudan, elsewhere in Iran? Is it only when Jews are involved that one is outraged? If that is the case, chances are it constitutes. So if we're going to discuss this historically, we should bear in mind that Blind spots are certainly things. I definitely have them. But nevertheless, I value the opportunity to discuss some of these extremely important historical issues with open-minded people who are rational and of goodwill. And while I've had many productive discussions with people who have very different opinions of what could be happening in Gaza right now, nevertheless, none of them associate with slogans that involve violence, such as, for example, resistance by any means, a very offensive statement that I doubt these people will use it, or globalize the intifada. Similarly, they have no idea what the intifada actually meant, according to the area. And they don't use horrific, violent choruses, such as this lecture from the Northeastern University recently featured in the news, who uses these offensive images, spoke of visceral hatred. It's only read. This has been a little different video from most of the ones that I talk about. I hope you haven't been tedious or difficult. Look like gets better judgment when he thinks himself is at the end of the day. My job is to produce snipers for the regiment. If they're asking me, there's no real reason like he needs to sit on another one other than rules are rules and other guys had to do it, so he should have done it. He says, all right, I will let him come back. Hello, fellow students, to restrict my activities to things which happened firmly in the past, which are no longer happening today. That's really where I feel most comfortable and I can speak with a certain degree of authority. But since October 7th, it has become increasingly impossible to maintain my safe, comfortable home in the past, and I often have to talk about things that have direct relevance to the truth. It's not really true that almost everything I say about the past has relevance to our times, but now it's become incredibly difficult. So what I'd like to talk about today is the history of Jews and universities, and I'll probably get a little bit more political towards the end of this video, so warning in advance. Now, perhaps one of the reasons why Roman is so upsetting for many Jews is because universities is perhaps one of the last places where we expect to see this kind of phenomenon. But in reality, we shouldn't be that surprised because, again, taking a longer historical approach to the problem, we happen to be living at the end of a historical bubble. That in the immediate post-Holocaust era, especially from the 1960s, when the combination of the growth of the Black movement in the United States and the remarkable victories in Israel the Six-Day War produced a surge of interest in Jewish academic on university campuses, specifically the rise of Jewish studies on academic campuses. We always thought, at least my generation thought, that universities are relatively speaking fairly safe spaces. We invest heavily in them with Hillels and with Chabad houses and all kinds of supports for Jewish studies on campuses. And we thought that Jewish had a lot of value being in universities. But we have to be coming, it appears, to the end of that anomalous period, that 5 or 6 decades of relative peace is slowly coming to an end of the wraparound. So in this video, let's have a quick look back all the way to the very beginning of the Jewish love affair with universities, and I'd like to trace a little bit of the threadiness that winds its way through this history up until the present moment. Recall that you have a deep love of higher education. This is something deeply rooted in Jewish culture and has all kinds of reinforcements throughout history. If you look, for example, at the central prayer of Judaism, the Shema Yisrael, hear Israel prayer, it has a command to teach your children, and teaching and education is really built into the core DNA of Jewish history. And besides its religious motivation and its intrinsic value, Jews were incredibly incentivized towards pursuit of higher education, primarily because the holding of real estate, the holding of land, was not necessarily the best way for them to make a living throughout the long period. Jews could be expelled from the country on a moment's notice, and that would mean forfeit and so on. So historically, Jews have look towards aspects of economy that are most portable. This leads them, of course, to various crafts that are skill-based, to ultimate financial activities, and medicine. And all of these things require a higher level of education. It's like the idea of portable economics. If you look at our own times, and look at the TV, statistically, Jews are extremely highly educated ethnic group. If you have a look at this graph, you see a comparison of Jewish Americans, who are red bar, and non-Jewish yellow bar. This is 20. You can see that Jews are really underrepresented to people who have a high diploma or less, and they are incredibly overrepresented when you look at postgraduate doctorates and so on. They're more than 3 times the proportion of African Americans. The Jews are very much invested in the idea of education versus university. We should also note, of course, that historically Jews have had their own universities understood within the context of their times. Examples from the ancient world, such as the gathering at Yavne, the so-called Karen of Yavne, the orchard of Yavne, was in Israel in the 1st century. Bodies that were partially research, partially judicial, like the Sanhedrin. And then, of course, when you get to the Talmudic period, you have massive academies in Babylonia and several cities along the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, also in Israel and the city of Tiberias, for example. And you should also note here that in the Talmudic academies, the nature of Talmudic study is so broad that it easily encompassed all kinds of other areas of intellectual research, such as medicine, of course, geography, geology, astronomy, astrology, all kinds of bodies of knowledge would be included in Talmudic program. So those aren't exactly universities the way we understand them today, but nevertheless they were institutions of education that we would treat them like crap. And even in the post-Talmudic, there were several examples of purely Jewish universities like gatherings, but most of them were not especially successful. There was, for example, in the 15th century in Sicily, an attempt to create a Jewish university, or perhaps might be better as a university of Jewish officers, but in position came along and Jews were expelled from there shortly thereafter. It was really only in the modern era when the institutions like Hebrew University established, and here in New York City there is an extreme but let's focus for our purposes on Jews attending general university. What was that like? So the dominant experience for Jews and their education up to the 20th century is one of struggle against exclusion. This is especially true in Christian lands, where there was always a religion test for students, and especially for countries. This begins already in the 4th century with the University of Constantinople, which was then known as Candidacterion, or the place of all teachings, which is sort of echoed in the University of founded, ironically, when the patriarch of Israel was ending his original process. But outside the University of Constantinople, Jews were admitted to the University of Rothschild in Persia. In the 6th century, this would be in the early post-Talmudic period, and which absorbed a lot of Jewish scholars and scholars from other places. And shortly thereafter, when Baghdad rose, there was the Beit HaMikdash, which was open to Jews as well. So Jews enthusiastically participated in these kinds of institutions, which were solely devoted to the pursuit of higher education. Christian lands, there were some exceptions made for extremely literate Jews who were very valuable to universities, particularly in areas like the Hebrew language, which is something the Jews, of course, retained and was essential to study of the Hebrew scriptures. But it didn't always work out so well for neither the prospective faculty nor the university institution. For example, Eliyahu Levitov was invited to teach in Paris in the 15th century, but he refused because Paris was closed to Jews, and he didn't want to be the only one there with residency. The major exception for much of the medieval period is Italy. Italy was incredibly kind to students at great universities in Bologna, Ferrara, Pavia, Perugia, Pisa, Rome, Siena, and especially Padua, invited Jews or allowed Jews to attend. So much so that when they graduated and went back to their home countries to practice, typically medicine, the term Italian doctor basically meant Jew, just like in roughly the same period, the term Portuguese merchant also meant Jew. There were, to be sure, discriminatory practices in these universities as well. Jews were forced to pay higher tuition, higher fees. There were certain kinds of humiliations, like on Christmas they had to give all of the Christian students a bag of candy in Padua, things like that. The Jews were still generally be forced to wear distinctive clothing, distinctive hats that separated them from Christian students and so on. But by and large, Jews were very happy to even have the opportunity to study these institutions. This all really changes in the 18th century. There's an increasing pressure from the Enlightenment to admit Jews without demanding that they convert to Christianity before they teach and certainly before they study. Interesting example is when Isaac Abraham Eliphaz, who was an instructor of Hebrew, and the University of Königsberg rejected his application there, over the objections of the great Immanuel Kant, who's of course the most famous son of Königsberg. He refused sign off on the Senate of the University decision to not admit Professor Arthur. Changes really legal basis on the Emperor Joseph II issued the patent of toleration in 1762, which formally allows Jews to attend public school during times when universal public education history didn't get rolling. Jews were, under the patent toleration, allowed to apply to universities. Application is not the same as admission, and progress is slow, but on a legal basis, we have formally allowed to attend institutions of higher education. By the time we get to the end of the 19th century, there are so many Jews who are in all kinds of areas that are burgeoning and developing new departments of study in psychology, in sociology, environmental physics, and English, that the idea of blocking Jews will really at the forefront of many of these fields, sometimes actually creating these fields. This whole idea is silly, so by the time we get to the early 20th century, these are universities in much higher numbers. Perhaps the greatest resurgence of a threat to its participation in higher came with the advent of just the Nazi regime passed just months after Hitler came to power. By the way, I have to do this video on the anniversary of that date. The so-called law against overcrowding in schools and universities. The law, which was ostensibly against overcrowding, really meant against too many Jews in schools and universities. And it set a very, very low threshold of how many Jews could be allowed to attend classes, even though Jews were at that time just 0.8% of the population of Germany. Nevertheless, there was a strong urge very early on in the Nazi regime to keep them out of higher education. By 1939, they would not be allowed to attend classes. In Poland, heavily influenced by the integral nationalism that was emanating from Western Europe, they instituted ghetto benches, which was a segregated area at the back of lecture halls, where Jewish students were forced to to sit during lectures. Some bizarre discrimination with medical students, whereas they were required to source their own cadavers for dissection from the Jewish community, as opposed to general students who could use whatever bodies we were donated to science or, were otherwise sourced by the university for research. And we have this also, though, in the communist realm. One of the most bizarre episodes in a very bizarre period of time. The early Soviet Union tried to do away with all bourgeois educational models, and they actually tried to have the universities run by the students themselves. Ironic, obviously, the People's University of Science opening up at some Ivy school, and they wanted to put students in charge. I said professors be in charge. This was considered an absurd effort, and they were doomed to failure because you can't put undergraduates in charge, undergraduates, and hope that students will actually make progress. But nevertheless, it also was another opportunity for the person to be accused and remove them from teaching positions. It also shifted for a very long time the views in the Soviet Union to pursue which were ideologically suspect. I have many colleagues who studied in the Soviet Union and received their doctorates in fields that were far away from Jewish history, and then once the Soviet Union fell apart, they actually went and they retrained because what they wanted to study was Jewish. So this should give just some kind of sense of how we got to what we are at today. What I began this video with was a statement that we are at the end, sadly, of an anomalous period in Jewish history. That we're at the end of a very bubble where more scholars unfortunately, everything seems to be in this opposite direction. We are at the cusp of a new form of which will call for now anti-Israel. And this anti-Israelism does not live within the parameters of normal criticism of get me wrong. There's lots of room to criticize Israel. And in fact, until October 6th, disagreeing with Israeli politics is basically a national sport in Israel, and it is an amateur sport outside of Israel as well. There's lots of room for legitimate dissent, criticism, and so on, and it's a very vigorous democracy that allows for that. But what's happening on many campuses today seems quite different. I'd like to outline now 4 basic ways in which today's protests go beyond the normal disciple in an artificial environment like university into something which sadly is calls for violence, because they were saying, of course, universities do not tolerate any intimidation, any break their family in front of them, make it walk in and find this make their physical well-being struggle to wall. This is fucking keep going. Did you see that? Able to stand and listen to someone else's argument, counter argument, all within the parameters of normal speech. Saying things like the next target of Hassan, holding up songs, or saying things like Intifada revolution is the only solution. We'll get to point 2 about it in a second. But open calls for violence are absolutely inappropriate. Second, it's painful to say this as an environment where we're dedicated about that. But there is an incredible degree to civilians about the basic history of this movement. A deep level of it is so profound that it's hard not to see it as a willful. And when you combine this incredible degree of ignorance with a first degree of moral apathy, an inability to empathize with the suffering of people on either side of this conflict, it becomes incredibly dangerous. I see it especially when talking about consciousness. my social media feed is full of these videos where people
was the first
interview
story he
students
tells.
and, okay, they don't know the
Those in Israel, watch this stalling tactic that he uses when Sean catches him completely by surprise by asking him to drill down the slaughter. Adjacent to Gaza, and seeing the same things that I saw back 18, 17 years earlier in Iraq.
elderly, civilians,
Inhumane,
and then hold them as hostages.
extremists who are inhuman. And I think that's the point, is they want to show that anybody that does anything to support Sharia or not with radical ideas is inhuman, rather infidel, so they can do anything they want to.
So-called normalizers, meaning people, typically Muslims, who want to
This is early 2006.
like they have these red lines, like they call
We thought was a BBID target. And
basically says various principles, and they're saying that anyone who doesn't agree with these principles, these starting principles, we're not going to listen to you. I see on my social media feed as well, when there's certain voices for peace who are arguing from the other side of this glass, but they want to find ways to reverse the distance that separates us, and they are shut down by what they are absolutely intolerable. We need to find people who can build bridges like that. We're serious about building a lasting peace in the region. Those are the people we need. We should no excuse for cutting those people down. And then fourth, I talked about this before, I don't want to add more to it, but this idea of selective this idea that, you know, you can be upset about things that Israel does. Jews and Israelis are frequently upset about things that Israel does, and there's room to criticize, there's room to analyze, and make recommendations. But to be only upset about things that Israel does, and completely be uncaring about things that happen in the rest of the world. You know, it's like for quite a while. We talked a little bit about history, a little bit about present. I just have one last thing. I've never seen anyone do really good scientific studies. I've seen a few isolated studies that seem to bear out the parameters, but it's that most anti-Bush violence, I would like to suggest that maybe it's most protests by young people in general is strongly related to this program. In other words,
I know someone who saw something crazy. So I haven't heard
generally speaking, there are some
news stories,
interesting exceptions.
when
But
I heard that, I was like,
perhaps a lot of what we're seeing today
that's a crazy
is
story.
affected by the beautiful spring weather that we are enjoying here in the Northeast. And I'd like to hope then that
I'm not saying that they haven't done terrible things, but whatever reason, we just think that's crazy to stumble upon that. So that was one of the things I wanted to ask his teammate, and I was like, gosh, I gotta ask this. This happened. So, same thing as always. Side. I was like, is there
hello, fellow
story
students of
close to that
If many of you have been following the protests on campuses of many of the institutions of higher education in this country, with great interest and concern. And one of the areas that I find particularly difficult is reading the perspective of Jewish participants in these protests. And so, this is stepping a little bit out of my lane as a historian, because I prefer to talk about things that happened a long time ago, and I will. If you're here for that, I will talk about some historical precedents here. But I really wanted to take a moment to speak directly to my fellow Jews who are choosing to participate in the protest, and share with you some of my thoughts about how your participation fits into the larger narrative of Jewish history. me say first that I think I understand your motivation. I think I understand where you're coming from and why you want so badly. It's just great things to be saying. You know, there's wonderful statements like, no one is free until everyone is free. Beautiful. And you are heir to the tradition of the prophets, to Isaiah, railing against corruption and oppression. This is beautiful. This is very much part of the Jewish tradition. No denying it. Even in the last century, the famous photographs of Abraham Joshua Heschel marching arm in arm with Martin Luther King Jr. civil rights and things like that. I totally get it. You add to that the fact that so many of your like-minded peers are participated, and it feels like you're connected to so many people around the world doing the same thing, and you get validation from some of the community and things like that. I really understand that. I can see why this would be moving on. Maybe think that one day I'll tell my grandchildren about where I was. No, just take your time. I'll tell you why and respect for it. But this is not so once the brand goes, there are other ways to get opposing directions. And for the right hand side of the door, let's just do a little bit. We can separate from moment. So we'll come back to it. And then translator, they're yelling. I want to point out there's a long the guy goes to grab the gun, and the right individual Jews stepping away from military commands in order to participate in movements that have a much larger social capital. The call, of course, that Jews have been minority for 2 millennia. We have lived in sometimes very hostile and sometimes predominantly Christian. And it is a real human desire to not be the minority, to not stand out, to say, why are we oppressed by the minority? Maybe they're right and wrong. And that first step out of the community is so affirming for much of Jewish history. There are all kinds of people on the Muslim side, on the Christian side. Of course, we're talking now about a secular moment. I'll get to that in a second. But within the medieval period and in the early modern period, there's so much of a huge amount of love given to Jews who step over the line and join the larger intellectual currents of the day. And we have many examples of these Jews who become tokens, who essentially jump the fence, and then they end up making a career out of denouncing what other Jews. Tens of them are very well known. There are probably thousands, tens of thousands of well-known individuals over generations. Give you a few examples, like Nicholas Doman, who was a yeshiva student in the 13th century Paris. He didn't get along with his rabbi, and he decided to convert to Christianity. And then he ended up denouncing the Talmud to the Pope, and ultimately succeeded in having a massive number of people writing his precious Talmudic manuscripts publicly burned and initiating an attack on Jewish religion that would last for centuries. Another example, Anton Margarita. His father was a very important rabbi in 16th century Poland. We don't know much about that whole family dynamic, but he also decided to step away, and then he ended up writing these incredible statements of Judaism that were extremely popular with non-Jewish readers and had a huge influence on later Semitic movement right up until the 20th century. In the case of Margarita, by the way, not only did he convert first to Catholicism, he later converted again to Protestantism. One of the things that happens inevitably with these people is they get an initial amount of support and love and information, and then that fades away. And they're looking around saying, what happened to all the love? And they end up examples of Jews who make a career out of converting to Catholicism after converting back, and then converting again, and each time getting a bump socially from people around. How much more so is that true in our era when so much emphasis is placed on what my sons call the ability on likes and things like that to really understand this properly, but I do get the general.
Oh man, I don't know how to say that. So let's go back to the interview. They were outside the house and split stack and see them. Him and the gun, one of them see him. He makes some movement. And they mow him down and he falls on the gun. Is that what he said, Sean? Is that what he said, Sean Ryan? And this inside the house. And they wait all the way until he gone and then gets moved out. Those are two different stories.
During World War I, in particular, he was an exceptionally talented writer
Just as crazy.
songs,
Because
poems
three
that
guys
were very
shoot
patriotic, and they were extremely popular. Some of them were called Rückstrafe England, which is England, or Passagezang in England, a hate song against England,
three guys outside
fighting
of the
England.
door shooting
And
into one
initially,
door.
he was like a darling for all of these
Large
white
men.
men, but after a while, he began to tire of
Pick this
the
apart 17 different ways. I don't think I have to.
literally
So what they have to say is, it didn't happen
by the
this way
community who wanted to
because
attach
Tim wasn't
himself
allowed
so
to be
few.
on his
Jews, on the other hand, saw his undying pro-German stance, especially as we get into the late 20s and early 30s. When Hitler comes to power, they see his attitude as one of fundamental betrayal. And he later wrote a shortly book for his own death. To the Germans, I am a Jew, just as a German. To
I want to get
the
the
Jew, I
details
am
about it,
German.
and what really happened.
So these are all kind of cautionary. I know what you're thinking, not in that category. Fighting for what is right.
It's an investigation. So full investigation doesn't probably happen.
You don't have to take my word for it. Please use
What they're saying is, well, he's allowed to have that weapon. He didn't reach for that weapon.
But I would like you to just think
So
about
they're trying to figure out what he was supposed to have. Was it justified guilt? He was moving with intent. Exactly. But the things that happened, the story happened, was guilty.
the onslaught of the idea.
Close there.
But ask yourself,
The next one, which is, don't worry,
is
it's
this
crazy
really
there.
the fault?
How he dies
Or
is
is it called the
epic. It's going to 158, 150.
breaking the ceasefire on October 6th? That's really over
We roll out with all the air that we can possibly pack on the truck. We are not going out for just the words of William Wallace and Braveheart. We're going to take the fight.
This long history didn't start until the 7th of October.
Resources are to try and save these assets.
But that
Bad guys.
point 3.
It's off.
But
Target one is a legend.
ask
Giant
yourself,
house in downtown Baghdad. Looks like
what
it's
would
going
you
to have
do?
to kill some fatties. We're approaching it to the
Politely? What exactly does you live with over 200
This two's
of your
just
family
entry
members?
because we believe there's a 30% chance he is here.
Great.
So we're all blacked out. Silent under night vision. Ladders over walls and even
I
inch
don't know. I'm not in charge of it.
Then we hit it
But I
all
will
up.
tell you, I don't think their reaction
Really fucking it. No worries though. Because we
irrational.
still have 5
Trying to get
other named
past
targets
the
and tags had more luck in the
Second.
first hit. The radio was
Please
on
note, there's no contradiction between peace, prosperity, and self-determination for both Israelis
Things are happening so fast.
that we would have that desire at the same time. Many Israelis do. And as we see, many American Jews do as well. We would all like to have peace. Peace involves no more cross-border attacks and no more
Flexes to that house and he flexes to the target.
if this is all true,
This
here's
day
the
and that
question.
night.
Why are pastors calling for the destruction of Israel? Either or figuratively, it's taken slight from the biblical sea, wipe out Israel and make it Palestine. You see that graphically all the time. The image of the state of Israel colored with the house of God. Why does Israel have disagree.
The go back.
Now, a lot of people will say anti-Zionism
idea
is not
how many
the
good
same
things
as
I
and that's
just
technically
didn't
true.
want.
But the fact is, anti-Zionism is almost always a hiding place for anti-Semitism. Have a look, for example, at this chart that shows this is from the Pew Research Study in American Jews. It was published in 2020 based on 2013 survey. The numbers are pretty much the same thing. 87% of Americans say caring about Israel is either essential or important to Jew identity. No 12% say it's not important. Maybe you're inside that 12%. I hope not. But most American Jews are Zionists. They care about Israel. Also, by the way, note that 61% of American Jews believe that a two-state solution is possible. That means both Israel and Palestine live inside in peace and prosperity. But why destroy Israel and make it all Palestine? Please, get go back before October 8th to be sure. I have some resources on my channel, but you don't have to look at my material. Look at lots of material. There are certain books and so on which I certainly would not recommend. But if you want something that I think is moderate, something that I disagree with occasionally, but I think is a fairly middle account, have a look at Benny Morris's really important study that will give you some sophisticated idea. But read widely. Go ahead. Use intelligence. You're at these institutions of higher education. You should be able to do that. Finally, please talk to other Jews who choose to support Israel. Hear them out. Go to your Chabad house, go to your Devar house. Tell them what you think. Tell them I'm upset about this, I'm upset about that. I don't think this is right. Have the conversation. Just don't rely on Instagram. It's effective and it's highly complex. I want to conclude by telling you that I thought a lot about it. I'm sure you're familiar with the section of the Haggadah, which speaks of the four sons. Wise son, wicked son, the simple son, and the son who does not know. And the Haggadah goes through each of them, and there's a very fine difference between the first three. You look at the text here, Haggadah, you can see that it says, Chacham Omer, the wise son, so not knowledgeable, but what are all these great rules that God commands? And then there's almost the same thing. He says, Rothschild is Omer. What is this worship? The two questions. The first one, of course, commandments. This one just wants to be collective. But notice really the emphasis between the two passages is on a word used translated in English simply as you. In the case of the Chacham, the word that's used is one form of saying you in this particular investigation. And over here, the word lawful. The difference between the wise and the wicked son is so it portrays, as you see in the text here, fundamental distinction between the wise son who still achieves himself even though he does not understand it. And the wicked son does not understand God, but chooses to separate himself from the community. That's the real tiny difference between the two. And it's really important to remember that the Russia, the wicked son, is still don't worry about that. This guy's done all of this, and he's gonna object. So how can you punish me? It's insane. And I mean this, and guess what? I don't have to do the Afghanistan evacuation. The same thing still applies.
continue doing this dance. You can come clean with everything we've covered now in the podcast. You can come clean about the Afghan evacuation before we cover it. You can actually apologize about things before you get put into a corner. Come completely clean, and people will forget this. People will accept you. It doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't. You gotta wait to do it though. But it does have to be this way if nothing changes. If nothing changes, we have an obligation to continue pressing as long as there's things that need to be said. And there's been no.
So let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history of the current conflict, in particular between Israelis and Palestinians, when do we begin? I'm going to spend a very short amount of time going through a blinding review of relevant moments in history from the Bronze Age, really, and then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. So when precisely does this begin? One might say, perhaps, that the entire story begins with the episodes surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judea-Coptic coin, one of some dozen odd similar coins minted by the Roman Empire to celebrate the capture of Judea or Judea. That's the Roman name for the province that occupied much of what is today called the State of Israel. And the imagery here is unmistakable. In the center is a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel in antiquity. And on the left is a large looming soldier. After the battle, is sometimes centurion. He's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has to worry. His enemy is totally defeated. And on the right is a grieving woman with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of her capture by Rome. And this represents the beginning of the great Roman diaspora, that is the exile of the Jews from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70. There is a widespread misconception that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews that lived there throughout the entire period, and even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period, there nevertheless always was a presence of Jews continuously in the land of Israel. But nevertheless, this represents a massive turning point because this represents the point where Jews are significantly invested in a worldwide diaspora, a galut, to use the Hebrew term meaning exile, that continued up until the present day. Israel is, of course, at the center of our imagination in many ways, particularly in Western civilization. You can see in this remarkable map, very creative and innovative map created by Heinrich Binting, who was a 16th century Protestant theologian. He wasn't especially good at being a theologian, but he really enjoyed making maps and made some beautiful maps. This so-called cloverleaf map shows the land of Israel with Jerusalem at the center, in the middle of a cloverleaf, the three continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa that all meet at its center. And it seems when you open up the news today that Israel is in fact at the center of our attention always. This is not a new phenomenon. So if we were to really begin the story, we would have to begin with the Bible, which is key document, the foundational document of Western civilization. And of course, this is the relationship of the ancestors of the Jewish people with the land of Israel. However, obviously not everyone holds with the Bible as a valid historic source, and I think that's a challenge to using that text. So let us, for the sake of argument, go to the first extra biblical reference, and it would be this document here, which is actually a large stone obelisk. It stands about 15 feet high. It's the so-called Merneptah stele. which is a victory slab. In Hebrew, it would be called matseva. So it looks like a gravestone, but it's really a commemorative. Describes the victories of the Pharaoh Merneptah, who was the 13th son, the Pharaoh Ramses II. Second, according to many scholars, is the unnamed pharaoh in the book of Exodus. At any rate, on this particular Merneptah stela, it lists all of his various victories and various battles throughout the region. And at the very bottom, in a region which is high, there's one phrase that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the very first reference to the people of Israel outside of the biblical text. It is, of course, ironic. I get it that the very first thing that anyone says about Jews in history is going to be a negative statement. But what this statement meant to say was that Merneptah went through this rampage throughout the region. Among the many peoples destroyed along the way, people Israel. They no longer trouble the world because Merneptah had destroyed them. And like Mark Twain might have said, the obituary was somewhat premature because the descendants of that people of Israel, of course, are still with us today. But nevertheless, this is the first reference we have to the people of Israel in the land of Israel, and it dates back to the 13th century. As the biblical account describes it, the Jews settled them, and by the way, I'm referring to them as Jews, although they would not have referred to themselves as Jews until somewhat later. The biblical account has them settling in the land of Israel and in the land of Jordan and also Lebanon, according to a map, something like this. And note here that there's another people, of course, also dating back to the Bronze period, called the Philistines. It's a region right around Gaza. I know the ironies are tremendous. The Philistines are not related to contemporary Palestinians, except etymologically, meaning in terms of their name. The Philistines were actually a sea people who settled on the coast. They were especially noted for 5 cities: Gaza, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath. They're described repeatedly in the Bible, usually in terms of a conflict with their neighbors, the children of Israel. Then moving on through the history, there is described in the Bible a massive golden age with some fantastic kings like Saul, David, who was shown here in this slab, the Tel Dan stele found in the north of Israel, that has in the tucked-in area written in Paleo Hebrew the words Beit David, the house of David. And then following that, through the kingdom of Solomon, and there was a civil war and a division of the land to 2 kingdoms, that of Israel in the north and Judah in the south. The kingdom of Israel, which was based in Samaria, which had broken off from the central kingdom in Judah, according to the books of Samuel and Kings, was later invaded by the Assyrians, and much of their population was spirited away to places in Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, and in Iraq and Iran. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. We're not precisely lost, but certainly a large percentage of them were taken away and then eventually, most likely, assimilated into the people they lived with. The kingdom of Judah remained, however, but in 586 they were attacked by the Babylonians, and this is when you have the great Babylonian exile as well. So the Jews now have been exiled twice from their lands. They would return some 7 decades later, and they would rebuild the destroyed temple a second time. But this is our next reference to the Palestinian in the literature. And again, it's not necessarily referring to the people. They even call themselves the Palestinians, but the name Palestine goes back to this 5th century document that refers to the term Palestine, a region on the coast, around the same region we saw earlier with the Philistines, and there are people living there who are originally peoples.
The name Palestine as a geographic reintroduced to after Emperor Hadrian fought the Second Great War against the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The Jews by this point have been taken over by the Greeks. They rebelled against the Greeks and they reestablished their sovereignty. That's of course celebrated in the holiday of Hanukkah. And then the Romans came, and they conquered the region, and they remained there for quite some time until the year 70, when there was a great revolt, which resulted in the expulsion of many from the land of Israel. Josephus, the great historian of the era, estimates 100,000 people were shipped off in boats to Rome at this point. But there were significant numbers still left behind the land of Israel, such that they could rebel in the year 115 and then again under Bar Kokhba in 135. During the period of Emperor Hadrian, who has to spend 2 to 3 years against this very determined guerrilla movement until finally Tamar, and finally take over the country completely. It was at this point that Hadrian made a concerted effort to completely wipe out any historical connection between the Jewish people and that region. He renamed the city of Jerusalem, for example, after himself, Haile Capitolina. At this point, the temple had already been raised some 6 days earlier, and it was treated as a refuse dump. And the entire region he renamed, no longer keeping the word Judea, which the Romans had used earlier, which has obviously connections to Judeos, the Jews. He renamed it after the historical enemies of the Jewish people, the Palestinians, or I shouldn't say Palestinians, the Philistines. And here you can see this is what the Romans called the region. Syria Palestina. It was called Syria because the capital of the region was actually not there. It was a little further to the north, Syria. And part of the land of Israel was in the province of Arabia, and part of it even in the province of Egypt. So Hadrian's attempt was to simply get rid of any references historical to the Jewish people in the land, and he took the name Palestine in order to try and subvert that name. So that's how we get the name Palestine, which, as we shall see, was used by Jews without a problem later on, so much so that we have the great document authored in the 4th century known as the Palestinian Talmud, and it is a Talmud written by anyone other than Jews, but nevertheless it's called the Palestinian Talmud to many. It's also called sometimes, by the way, the Jerusalem Talmud, but it was not written in Jerusalem, so that's also a bit of a misnomer. Anyway, that takes us through the ancient period. In the medieval period, we still have the Jews land of Israel, as I mentioned, but we also have a significant diaspora developing first in Asia Minor, which would be today primarily Turkey, and then throughout the Mediterranean basin, with major Rome, significant centers in Greece, and burgeoning centers even as far as Spain and Provence. The Christian move is also growing at this time, and in particular map, you see little stars where there are strong Christian communities. Quite often, Christian communities are established where Jewish communities already exist, and then, of course, we grow significantly. But we still have lots of examples of Jewish civilization continuing in the land of Israel. It was time that the Jews really adopted the idea of the synagogue, which pre-existed the destruction, meaning that people still have the local place of worship. We have, for example, this remarkable document, which is a plaque. Yes, the ancient synagogues also had plaques, just like they do today. And this is the Theos inscription, which essentially is in Greek, tells people how Theos made a major donation to build the synagogue and the plumbing and all the things in the guest house, and dates to approximately the 1st century before the Common Era. The land Jews were exiled to when Hadrian wiped out the Bar Kokhba realm in the south. The land is studded with some ancient synagogues of this period, known as the Byzantine era. This is a beautiful one at Kamacharia in the north, and it has this gorgeous mosaic with a zone in the middle of it. And you can see, even though this was built some 300 years after the destruction of the temple, it is decorated with many elements that refer to the practice
of the rituals in the temple, indicating just how closely the Jews wanted to fuse with their ancient traditions in the land of Israel. A major change in the region occurs in the 7th century when Islam is born in the south, in the city of Mecca and Medina. And it proves to be an extremely persuasive ideology, backed with military force, but it was a body of ideas that really appealed to many throughout the region. And it spread with remarkable rapidity, such that in just a little over a century, this new religion stretched all the way from the Atlantic to Central Asia, Afghanistan and Pakistan taken over by Islamic movements. Israel, of course, was taken over fairly early because of its proximity to Mecca. And the early Muslims and Jews had a few moments of very significant conflict. Sometimes they are referenced even today in the conflict, a particular war in a region called Khaybar, which is especially dire for the Jews. But ultimately, Jews settled in under Islamic rule fairly well. The reason for this is that Judaism and Islam are actually fairly similar in terms of their structure, their ideas. In fact, Judaism is actually closer to Islam than it is to Christianity in terms of its, common cultural vocabulary. Kashrut is not the same as halal, but the idea of a dietary regimen, of certain kinds of restrictions on how animals are slaughtered and so on, that is something they share. The value of youth, of modesty, they may approach it to different degrees and have slightly different definitions, but they both have the notion such a thing exists. In general, Islam, like Judaism, is more of a practice-based religion, meaning you are measured by what you do. Christianity, well, of course, that's Christianity as well, is much more measured by what you believe. By contrast, Judaism and Islam do not have the same amount of emphasis on belief, the practice. And in this way, although they were not identical, they could at least speak the same language. Halakha and Sharia are both encompassing law systems that govern all aspects of life: civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something you don't have the same in Christian law. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Pact of Umar, which claims to be somewhat earlier, but was essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jews were to be the Sabdini, meaning a rejected people, which also means essentially a second-class people, and they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not riding donkeys instead, sometimes assigned colors. The idea of the Jewish badge actually originated in Muslim culture, and sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build new synagogues, but they could repair old ones and so on. And on the one hand, for a 21st century approach, this is obviously intolerable. It's a second-class status. It's discriminatory. But within a medieval culture, it is actually something that the Jews valued because it represented order. And as a tiny minority, often in a very hostile cultural environment, the Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, even if they are mildly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, then they are safe. They know they can rely on the government to enforce the rules of the Pact of Umar. No one is allowed to run rampage. There's no pogroms, things like that. Those are the kinds of things that you're especially concerned about. We'll speak about more about this like in the question session, but the great high point of the Muslim-Jewish coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There were definitely moments of persecution. There was definitely violence. There have been some forced conversions, something like the Inquisition and a few expulsions as well. But compared to Christian Europe, it's a far, far better place to live in general. We're talking about a massive place to live, all the way from Spain to Afghanistan. But the high point is sometimes called La Convivencia, which means literally the coexistence, which is a period of about 100 or 200 years in medieval Spain where Jews reached phenomenal heights in their activities and were granted tremendous privileges and exercised significant power. One case in point, Shmuel ibn Nagrel, a Jewish man, served as the general of the Muslim army of Granada for 16 years. A practicing Jew, a learned Jew, actually serving as a Muslim general. That simply doesn't happen anymore. So that takes us basically up to the eve of modernity, which was where much. Oh, sorry, I have one more thing to say. Sorry, I should mention, by the way, that this Pact of Lamar and this kind of ideal Jews living as a protected minority. That's kind of like what we hear in the rhetoric today in protests that if Israel were to, God forbid, disappear map, then the Jews there would be accepted. And this is kind of like an ISIS model or a modern caliphate of how Jews would fit into it. Not sure how comfortable. There are several Muslim empires, three in particular, that vie for power over the next millennium. The one that's most important to us is the Ottoman Empire that lasted for 700 odd years. And as you can see here, it encompasses the entire East Mediterranean, much of the former Byzantine Empire. And one of the things that's especially noteworthy in terms of the history of Jews and their conflict with other peoples living there is that it was under the Ottomans that there was a huge influx of Jewish refugees from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and also later the Portuguese migrations that brought many Jews, in particular, to the region of Tzfat in northern Israel, where a concentration of the post-exile Jews, which in many ways were kind of like Lahavdil, a post-Holocaust generation, first and second generation people who either remembered themselves or remembered their parents having come out of Spain after living there with such success. They established a phenomenal center of mystical activity. This is the Holy Ramak, the great altar came out from Egypt actually to join the Jews living in Tzfat at the time. So it was one of the high points of Jewish civilization over the period that it was controlled by the Muslims. And now we are at the eve of modernity, and this is where the story gets much more complicated and much more relevant for us today. We go to, let's say, the year 1850. Now, it's still the Ottoman Empire. The population at that time has just a tiny number of Jews. About 4% of the population is Jewish. Muslims and Jews make up about 88%. This is not a precise number because we don't have very good statistics. It's based on those who are Ottoman subjects as opposed to people who have mandatory status there. Nevertheless, it gives you a sense that there's just a tiny sliver of Jews in the overall demographic pie. But then in the 1880s, that begins to shift with a movement called Bilu. It originates in the region of Odessa, in particular, in modern-day Ukraine. These are a group of Jews who view the possibility of returning to the land of Israel in order to settle there. So much of diaspora's history was considered a very meritorious act. Sometimes people would go there. Sometimes people go there because they were exiled, like these, for example, travelers who will make their way. But you don't have, with a few minor exceptions, a group of about 300 Jews from the region of France and the Kosovo, you don't have very many large organized groups of Jews heading down there. Another major Ashkenazi movement in the 1700s, but it really gets serious in the 1880s. When Bilu, influenced by many of the national movements that were growing at the time, to say, wait a minute, why don't we go there why don't we resurrect the land? Why don't we begin farming there? And with the backing of some wealthy Jews like the Baron de Rothschild, they actually begin to set up some of these farms in the land of Petah Tikva with varying degrees of success. But at this, the immigration of Jews who are now, after 2,000 years of exile, are beginning to trickle back. It's not making a huge demographic dent. It would change significantly, however. If you look at this graph, this shows the relative proportions of Muslims, Jews, Christians, and others in the land of Israel in the first half of the 20th century. And as you can see, Jews remain a minority, but a significantly increasing minority over this period of time. And Muslims also increase. And this is because, just like we have in the 7th century, a major influx of Arabs to the region with the growth of Islam, with the improved economics occurring in the first half of the 20th century, as large part due to the presence of the British and of Jewish finance coming into the region to build up the area. You have a lot more employment possibilities, and you have a significant number of Arabs and Muslims from around the region moving into the land of Israel. This complicates the story as well, as we all see. But this is the era when, just to give you another example of how the term Palestine has been so transvalued, this is a Jewish National Fund promotional poster saying, hey, help him, obviously a Jewish farmer, because it has written the same thing in Yiddish underneath, help him build Palestine. This was the kind of heroic era of early settlers of the land of Israel, thinking that they would be able to, at much difficulty. It would not turn out to be so. So now let's move to the history of Zionism in Israel, and then I'm going to take a step and look at Palestinian nationalism. Also fits in chronically. I'd like to begin, here's an example, another Jewish National Fund poster, which has kind of heroic, muscular look of this idea of a nation reborn, a different kind of Jew to the land, rolling up his muscular and farming the land, as opposed to necessarily being, the stereotype of the ghetto Jew, living, some text, but no familiarity with the traditional agriculture. The increasing presence of Jews in the region began to alarm some of the Arab notables. The term notables are used for the intelligentsia, the intellectual aristocracy of Palestinians, who were not using that term at the beginning of the 20th century, although the region was called in Arabic Philistin. There was a newspaper that was started about that time as well. But they began to view with some alarm the direction of Jewish migration that could significantly shift the demographics of the region, and in fact it changed the political and social status quo. So one man, Yusufia al-Din Pasha al-Idi, who was actually the grandfather of Professor Khalidi at Columbia University, noted in the region, he decided to write to Theodor Herzl, shown in the center of this image, who was the father of modern political Zionism. Theodor Herzl, I'm sure many of you are familiar with his story, is an Austrian journalist, fairly assimilated, but he covered the infamous Dreyfus trial in France and was astounded with the level of anti-Semitism in France, which was the first country to fully emancipate its Jews in 1790 and 1791. And he, seeing the anti-Semitism unleashed against Captain Dreyfus, said that, this is impossible. The Jews must have a land for their refuge. Jews must have a place where they can live. And so until he passed away in 1904, he was incredibly energetic about travel to world capitals, speak with world leaders, and argue for the allocation of land in the land of Israel to a Jewish national home. And so he was the face of political Zionism. Unlike the Bilu movement, He was not religious. And in fact, at one point, he even thought that perhaps conversion might be a solution for the problem of anti-Semitism. He abandoned that idea very early. But at any rate, Al-Khalidi said, I'm going to write directly to Herzl and say this is a dangerous thing. And he wrote a very beautiful and polite letter in French, which was the diplomatic language of the era, sending it to the chief rabbi of France, Rabbi Tzadok Khan. And he wrote to him, one section, the idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and just. Who can contest the rights of the Jews to Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country. An off-quote passage from this particular letter. Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say, but although this would be a wonderful thing for Jews and for humanity, because it would cause such unrest in the land of Israel, and of course he didn't call it that, it would cause such unrest, and it really should not happen. And you have to take other steps, you have to find other solutions for this. Herzl responded, also very politely, and I won't go into great detail here, but he somehow basic thrust of Al-Khalidi message, which suggested that it was all about status quo and about the mindset of the Muslim people living in the region who would not take well to the idea of Jewish sovereignty within a traditional. And Herzl understood more in economic terms. He wrote, who would think to remove, meaning, do you think we're trying to kill out the local population? Not at all. It is their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing our own. In other words, Herzl was saying, oh, don't worry. The standard of living will rise as there will be more investment, there will be more jobs, there will be more industry, and Muslims living there will have tremendous peace and prosperity, and it'll be fine. Even under Jewish sovereignty, no problem. And they're kind of like speaking at different levels. And ultimately, it turned out he was the most, prescient and prophetic about what would ultimately come to pass. The history of how that came to be so involves the British, of course. The Ottoman Empire was teetering at the very last days of its existence, and all of the great powers were poring over maps with rulers and drawing borders and saying, I'm going to take a piece of this, and you're going to take a piece of that. And England decided to back the Zionist movement for many reasons, and promised the land of Israel to Jewish settlement. This is the document known as the Balfour Declaration, named for Lord Balfour, who wrote it to Lord Rothschild. And you can see the inset paragraph. It says, His Majesty's government, meaning the British government, view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. At this point, Jews were just wildly excited. Finally, it's going to come to pass. The 2,000-year-old end will end. But they didn't read the paragraph which says, clearly understood that nothing done which may prejudice civil and religious rights existing in non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So in other words, we're going to do it for the Jews, but we also do not want to as well. And this is typical for much of the Mandate period, where the British would promise one thing to the Jews, another thing to the Arabs, and it was impossible to maintain. But nevertheless, politically, militarily, they took over the region at the end of World War I, and they were able to ask the United Nations for mandate, which means nations, or the League of Nations called then, said to the British, you will control the region until we work out a solution for how they're all going to work out various people who are laying to the land. And then the violence, the cycle of Jews to this day, it is something which is absolutely terrific, and the entire land is soaked with the blood of people who died mostly in these horrific eruptions of communal violence. We could easily spend far more than the time we have today cataloging these events, and we could spend a lot of time assessing who did what first and what was considered an escalation and what was considered retaliation. And I don't want to spend our energy that way. Please suffice it to say that it begins on April 4th of 1920. So now we're in over a century of this back and forth of violence, which sometimes involves Arabs attacking Jews. It occasionally involves Jews attacking Arabs as well, including in our own days. And the British, they don't know what to do with it. Finally, they come up with what, now reading it many years later, I think it's, in my humble opinion, probably the most accurate assessment of the situation. The British are very good at putting in commissions. So they hired Earl Peel to make a commission. It's called the Peel Report. And basically he says that we have to partition the land. They're not going to share it. The Jews and the Arabs cannot live together in one state. Therefore, he recommended creating this area here, which is outlined by the red, which was more or less where you have the bulk of Jewish settlement, significant number in Jerusalem as well, and also creating this sort of like appendix-shaped thing, which was an international zone that would allow people to go from the sea to Jerusalem itself, which would be neither Jewish nor Arab. Obviously, this is a tiny fraction of what the Jews would have hoped for, but nevertheless, the Zionist movement, known as the Yishuv at this time, the settlement, that is, the Jews living in the land, were willing to accept the Peel Report. The Peel Report, by the way, goes in terms of the analysis of this to say that if you look at the last paragraph here, an irrepressible conflict has arisen in two national communities within narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Gold Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of competition in the service of the singles. Peel also in the other paragraph, which I won't read, the notion that prosperity situations would not ease the conflict as they were fundamentally incompatible. The Arabs, for their point, and I'm still referring to Arabs rather than Palestinians. Palestinians, we shall see, comes from the province in the 1960s, but they're definitely developing in that consciousness. They're definitely themselves as a part of pan-Arab people. They seem to be singularly blessed with poor leadership. And time after time, their leaders choose to back the wrong side in global conflicts, including Hajj Amin al-Hussein, who was the Mufti of Jerusalem, here in this infamous photograph, other than Adolf Hitler, and right up to the Iraq wars and so on. But at any rate, the situation ends in a stalemate, which is exacerbated by World War II. A white paper was issued in 1939 by yet another country, which says that the only way to solve this is by severely limiting Jewish migration to the land of Israel to 75,000, which was a tiny number over 5 years. And of course, this was during the period of the post-Holocaust era, when there are literally hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Jews who are seeking to come to the land of Israel, and they'll do it legally or illegally. Ultimately, there's a tremendous amount of conflict, three-way conflict between the Arabs, the Jews, and the British. And ultimately, the British say, okay, that's it. And they did the same thing, by the way, in India. And they left it exactly, very abruptly in 1947 as well. They handed it back to the United Nations and said, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. We can't manage these two people. You figure it out. The United Nations sat down and they worked out Resolution 181, which created this state based on 7 segments. The green segments would be given to the Jews for the state of Israel. The sort of yellow goldenrod color was to be given to the Arabs. And you can find in the middle of the goldenrod, Jerusalem was to be an international zone ruled by neither of them. I'm sure you're all familiar with the history at this point. the Jews accept this. We think of the land of Israel, but we're so happy to have our own country. They accept it. They declare statehood, and 5 armies attack. Amazingly, the Jews are not only able to defend themselves, but even able to actually hold their own and expand the territory somewhat. Although they're not able to take all of Jerusalem, the Jewish border remains on the Jordanian side of the border. But this is basically what the state of Israel, now state because they've established the state in 1948, the state of Israel has these boundaries in 1949. There have been some, fascinating analyses of these battles. It is rather amazing how the Jews were able to hold at this time, being severely outnumbered. Bryce was saying it's not really David against Goliath, but maybe David against many Davids, because the Arab armies were poorly coordinated with one another, and you did have, well, there's a lot more to say about this, but I don't want to miss some of the more important material. So let's move on. The crucial aspect of this history for our purposes, since we're really focused on one aspect of this history, is the so-called Nakba, or catastrophe. This is a term used by Palestinians to refer to the displacement of some 750,000 Arabs from their homes in the former land. Have a tremendous amount of historiographic controversy. Why were those Arabs slaves? So on the kind of older pre-1990s Israeli historiography, there was this notion that this was an entirely voluntary picture by the local population, and that with all of the advance of the Arab armies, the Jews would be driven into the sea, and then they would be able to go back and not only return to their homes, but to also collect the goods of the displaced Jews. On the other hand, the Arab historiography emphasizes the violent displacement as a result of attacks on villages. And the truth, as is often the case for historical analysis, lies somewhere between those two extremes. We know of some examples of violence directed against Arab civilians. The village of Deir Yassin, of course, is infamous. And there is also something called Plan Dalet, which was essentially a military tactic that said, when the people leave a particular region, especially around, communication zones and areas where there are very narrow wastes for vehicles to go back and forth, they should not be allowed to return to their homes. The difference in interpretation is, of course, were those things like Deir Yassin and Plan Dalet, were those, exceptions? Were they anomalies? Were the kinds of things that are inevitable to happen in the fog of war, or were they determined strategies? I do not believe that both of those things were determined strategies, but nevertheless, this is where the historiographic analysis between scholars engage in debate. At the end of the day, however, you have 750,000 people forced out of their homes, and I think personally, as a father and a grandfather, if there was a war happening in my region, I would consider it prudent to simply pick up and leave. That would make me a refugee, but it would also make me something of, I consciously chose this because I felt it would be safer. There's so much more to say about this, but we have very little time. We should also remember that there was a second, to use that term, a displacement of, ironically, about the same number of Jews from Arab lands that would take place in coming years as Jews experienced tremendous degrees of anti-Semitism in countries where many of them had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. So this is something we'll have to explore a little bit more next week. But let us now go to Palestinian nationalism, because here is when the Palestinians begin to get organized. Their leader, without doubt, is Yasser Arafat, who was the head of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And in the early 1960s, he realizes that, without a single coordinated voice, the descendants of of the refugees would simply not be able to return to their homes. This is especially the case after the Sixth, which is a hugely important development history of Israel. And by the way, with this short period of time, I'm not going to go through all the wars that Israel and her neighbors fought over the course of the last 75 years, but I will focus on this one in particular because it has lasting significance. On the left, you see what Israel looked like after 1949, after the armistice. Not a peace treaty, but an armistice, a ceasefire. And on the left, you see what happened after the literal 6-day war. It took 6 days. Israel was by troops from Egypt and Syria in particular, and elected to launch a preemptive strike before they could roll. Nasser in Egypt had ordered the United Nations to remove their peacekeeping force, and that was a signal to Israel that he definitely intended to attack. And so therefore, using its largely superior air power, the Israelis were able to destroy their enemy air forces on the ground and take advantage of air superiority to not defend themselves, but to advance the borders significantly. And what did they do with these areas? The feeling was at the time that, wow, that they conquered such chunks of territory, nations would say, well, this is how Israel is here to stay. They would pick up the phone and they would do for peace. And they say, let's go back to the 1949 boundaries and we'll have a peace treaty. Those phone calls did not come for over a decade. Yes, just a little bit over a decade. But they did get one from Egypt, as we shall see. So in the meantime, Israel decided territories is as follows. They annexed Golan Heights and East Jerusalem. That is the Golan Heights in the north, which have a significant military advantage because it overlooks this. Or if you're standing on there, you can turn it around and overlook the Galil region. So they decided to simply take that, sparsely populated and so on. Jerusalem, because of its incredible spiritual and historical significance for the Jewish people, was annexed. And they said, this is our capital forever. They reunited the city, which had been divided since 1949. But these regions, the Sinai Desert, and especially the West Bank, they occupied. And this is where we get this term apartheid, which, although it has somewhat offensive connotations and especially association with South Africa, we have to take that term seriously because in the West Bank in particular, and also in the Gaza Strip, which was a tiny piece that extends from the Sinai, there were well over 1 million Arabs, Palestinians. And if the regions were to be annexed, meaning made part of Israel proper forever by conquest, then those people would have to be given citizenship. There are approximately 20% of Israel's population out of the 1949 boundaries are not Jewish. There are Arabs, a little over 1 million Arabs living in Israel with full rights as citizens, and Israel could not extend those same rights to the second. Is something happened to them? Looks like it's still working, right? Did we lose the Zoom for a second there? No. Oh, good. Okay, my computer just popped off. If the Israelis were to extend citizenship to the Arabs living in the West Bank and Gaza, that would seriously reduce the Jewish majority and imperil it in the future because of the very high birth rate of Arabs in these regions. And let us not forget that there's something really crucial about Israel. It tries to do two things at once. It's very difficult to do both. On the one hand, as per Herzl, we saw earlier, Israel needs to be a Jewish state. It has to be a refuge for Jews fleeing anti-Semitism, a Jewish calendar. It has to have that Jewish element to it. Otherwise, what's the point? It could be Canada anywhere. Secondly, it wants so desperately to be a democratic state. It is simply founded on Western democratic values, which is one person is one. It is impossible citizenship to these people and keep the state Jewish. And so therefore, these people living in Gaza and the West Bank were in a kind of limbo status, stateless status, because they were not given citizenship, and we are now into, since 1960, 70 years since that event. The United Nations treated it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those two things, neither of them could happen unless they've happened, and they have not happened. One state, however, able to make a deal with Israel, Anwar Sadat, the three very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the part of the American Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, and on the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war with Israel in 1973, he calls up Menachem Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the Sinai. And Begin, although remarkably hawkish in his policies, he agreed to the idea, and they signed a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel that is not a warm relationship, but nevertheless has maintained itself to the present day. In exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood at a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelines. Under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijackings was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack at Mayanot in northern Israel, and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks. They did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off, invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to revolution. In 1987, you had the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular, and they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through the media. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at a heavily armored Israeli gives the idea that David Goliath turned upside down. In order to deal with this first incident, which was largely disobedience and low-key violence, the Israelis imposed all things like checkpoints. The huge number of Palestinians who worked in Israel had to go through security before they could cross the border between the West Bank and Israel proper. Very humiliating, time-consuming, and so on. And also at the same time, we have the growth of significant numbers of settlements. Because, and I know this is no surprise for most of the people on this call, and by the way, I can see from the clock that to conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very soon. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the extent, but I want to explain this properly, even within such a period of time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very rigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. Those Jews who were waiting for the phone calls to be able to land for peace. As the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai, they were willing to work with Jordan to give them the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground, establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty and this challenge of the large Arab populations living there. A significant number of Israelis are established. The degree to which these are tolerated or not tolerated was very much related to the political mood of the country and the leadership that it democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans had long been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet, which was a principal actor of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli PM, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but never he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was really on the decline, and the Rabin felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with them while he was weak. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords, and for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement to possibly cede territory to the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, and this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state, and Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map, which shows West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. You see the person who put this map didn't spell Israel right. Sorry about that, it's not me. These areas would have different levels of authority in the region. The Palestinians, in some places, would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security, but was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at the map and say, these are the Arab countries. There is so much. Israel is this tiny in the middle there. There's certainly room for Arabs who wish to live in a Muslim land. At any rate, maybe we'll talk more about that next week. Things change, like the Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of 1990s, they come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the Second Intifada. And whereas the First Intifada was largely, less violent, the Second Intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, in schools, in restaurants, in buses in particular. And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image taken during the Second Intifada refers to a point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally lynched and torn apart with people's bare hands. You can see the person raising his hands stained with blood, and this has ironically become a symbol for contemporary protesters as well. As you can see, this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this, building a massive fence or security barriers, they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel. And they also relies very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continue to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. And this led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2000, October 7th attack. And here now already in temporary history, and so I can truncate to a certain degree because we will pick this next week. It's going to be crucial. Under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews, a few settlements, about 5 living among 1.5 Palestinians, were increasingly arrested. In 2000, a very, very painful move which divided the country. The government under Trump decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza and to simply remove them from it entirely. That it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half their population under the age of 18, and so they simply decided to pull back. And the experiment was let them have their state as of let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. And these two major parties were Hamas and Fatah. Fatah, the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see, the West Bank, Fatah has the slight edge. Came out on top of a coup, and they would drive out any Shiites as well. So Gaza since then has been ruled. It's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks and there's concerns about import of munitions. And we'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to screw this because this will be also related to next week. But I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attacks, Israel responded with something called the Daya Doctrine, which is basically this military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack to deter future attacks. This Daya doctrine has proved to be useful and establishing détente with many of its neighboring neighboring countries. And in fact, today Israel does peace treaty not only with Egypt but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me conclude finally. We began this discussion with, when do we begin this talk? And I offered you a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Capta coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side, they have this image, obviously evocative of that original Roman coin, and it says underneath, the Galta Yehuda of the 1959, the Israel is exiled in Israel is exiled, and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel liberata, Israel liberated. And it shows you an image that is evocative of the original Judea Capta, but says so much more in a positive vein. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you have a young woman playing with her child. Where the despondent Jew sat, you now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews the world over, view the state of Israel. Not as warlike and engaged constantly in conflict, but rather a country that is dedicated to growth and to peace and to prosperity. And hopefully return to those days as soon as possible. With that, I want to thank you very much for your indulgence. I intended to end much earlier, but I'm very happy to address some questions.
In addition to this, I also hear strange popping sound as it penetrates the wood. There's an incredibly fulfilling about it. Every one of my senses is working overtime. I feel Alan, my team leader, pull on my back. I ignore it. The fire is shrinking rapidly as I pour thousands of gallons of water into this cup. I'm not
Thank you
backing out
so
now.
much
I only have to
for
retake the ground.
joining us again. This material is very difficult, very challenging, and
The popping
will be
is sister and
for
more
many,
frequently now.
but it is obviously the issue of the day
I
for
drive forward
Jews and anyone who cares about Israel.
into the final room.
My goal, unlike last week, is to stay within the 1 hour parameter that we set for this discussion. There is a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. I ask you to please press that and type in your questions, and we'll try to address at least some after the presentation. But I will try to stay within the allotted hour. And over the course of this, I'd like to very quickly recap where we are geopolitically after October 7th, and then I'm going to focus in deeply on the status of anti-Jewish hatred in the U.S. since October 7th, which I think actually represents a scene in the history of this hateful ideology. I'll propose a thesis to you that we can discuss in the final section and answer. So let me be a disclaimer because we tend to put this on the web after this live webinar. And so according to the community guidelines of many platforms that would host a video like this, it's important to note that this is a video which is discussing hatred from the hatred. Certainly not a video that is promoting hatred. This is for education only. There are some videos that I will share with you, and more of that will not there, but I want to give you a comfort one. Before October 7th, there was certainly not stability in the Middle East, but there was a certain level, perhaps, of complacency in some circles, largely because it seemed that Israel had managed to contain the threat of Hamas in Gaza and terrorism in general, with vigilance, but also with tremendous technology. Here's a photograph of the remarkable Iron Dome on the left, launching projectiles to take down the rockets that are launched from Gaza on the right. And it's an amazing, remarkable piece of technology that has been compared to a bullet knocking a bullet out of the air. Phenomenal, but it seems that many of us in Israel and around the world felt like Israel had found strategies that were effective in containing the entity that was expressed out of the region. Just to quickly look at the political nature of this is a very simple recap for people who may not be as familiar with the geography and political geography in particular. Here's a map of Israel. In the shaded area, you have the region which is commonly known in English as the West Bank, also the region known as Judea and Samaria, tonight, and the political disposition of this region, which is on the other side of the 1967 border after the Six-Day War, is that since the Oslo Accords, this region was to be ruled jointly by Israel and the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian Autonomy. It has not been a successful relationship. They have not been able to manage territory properly, and effectively it is under Israeli control. And you have a large population, well over 1 million people who are not Israeli citizens living in this region. Theoretically, they are legally subject to the Palestinian Authority, so it is not technically an apartheid because it's as if it's a separate state within the boundaries of Israel, but in terms of the lived experience, it's definitely a very distinct
separation between the way Israelis enjoy freedom of movement and so on, and Palestinians. Then on the west, of Gaza Strip, after the treaty of Egypt did not want to take it back, so that Israel keep it. And this region actually technically sovereign. In 2005, Israel disengaged the territory. That's the kind of the term for the withdrawal of all Israeli citizens from the Gaza Strip in 2005, and essentially it was left to its own devices. They had an election, and they elected Hamas, the dominant party, to the only election that had held in Gaza. And then a year later, Gaza, the Hamas movement in Gaza evicted their rival, the Fatah party, which is associated with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. So you really have three political entities of varying degrees of authority and power in the region. You have Israel proper, the state. You have the Palestinian Authority that only rules the West Bank, as Gaza has been taken over by Hamas, and of course that is a war zone. It is incorrect to say that Gaza City, at least until in the October 7th, was occupied, but it is true to say that as attacks from Gaza continued throughout the entire period, Israel imposed a greater and greater blockade, much more stringent blockade on the territory, controlling all the borders to prevent the access of material to be used for rockets in particular, with, as we see the results. What happened on October 7th? Very quick review. One of the methods that Israel used to contain the violence in Gaza is to build a massive fence with a very deep underground concrete barrier surrounded by observation towers and a lot kind of monitoring. Hamas was able to overcome this with essentially low-tech devices like bulldozers and so on, and using drones to explode the observation posts and things like that. And then they increased Israel's territory and created a degree of violence in the term pogrom that doesn't even come close to describe the horrific the headings and children, sexual violence was rife, and of course there are the themes, the kidnapped Israelis, 250 of them originally, now over 130 of them, and many of them unfortunately are no longer alive, but their bodies are still in Gaza as hostages, as leverage for Hamas in their ideal negotiations for exchange. That basically brings us up to where we are today. In terms of the history of anti-Semitism, I mentioned last week I believe that we had a very, very brief period where there was kind of real sympathy for the state of Israel, but it suffered this horrific attack on October 7th, but it didn't last terribly long. Days after that attack, we begin to see the first statements that emerged from the elite institutions of higher education in this country, including this statement, which was signed by over 30 student groups in Harvard, that begin the statement with the phrase, "We, the undersigned student organizations, hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for all unfolding violence," and referring to the conditions of siege, essentially, that Gaza was under while Israel was controlling the borders. They refer to Gaza as open air prison, and for the implications that October 7th violence was somehow justified as some kind of retaliation, or as we shall see, resistance. These are euphemisms for wrong, unacceptable. Constitutionalism becomes the order of the day. Here's another one I found difficult from the social work that refers to October 7th as Palestinian counter
This story
and as you can see, Richard Torrey recently coming out of the school of social
is one
wrong.
of the hardest stories.
But there's no question that anti-Semitism in the United States exploded the last 10 years, and these are all, of course, concentrated in the period after October 7th. It's one of those, I think, in many ways, logically very bizarre things that, when the Jews are attacked, it's as if that provides impetus for others to attack them as well. But anyway, you can see the chart here clearly indicates the explosion of violence. But it's somewhat misleading to look at this period here. A very talented young doctoral candidate at the University of Canada studied this brilliant, this man is Jose Manuel Rodriguez Caballero. And this is based on report instance of anti-Semitic attacks in Canada. And as you can see, the dots indicate the actual number, and that gray line and that black line indicate the projected progression. It seems that since 2002, anti-Semitism seems to be on the wane. But then all of a sudden, these outliers during 2021, 2022, and of course 2023, they're shown in the pink and circles there. And he has a lot to say about the influence of COVID on the surge of anti-Semitism. Obviously, there's much more, but it wasn't just October 7th that was contributing to this surge. It was the preparation. This is part of this. That COVID allows for the expression of farm and so this should all be fairly obvious to all of us, especially those of us who are following the news carefully, and those of us who live in neighborhoods where we experience unfortunately, but also, verbally and other one of the most bizarre phenomena of this period was the strange need of many people, especially young people, to somehow deface or erase posters associated with those Jews who were kidnapped. Sometimes arguing that they were propaganda to justify the Israeli attack on Gaza, which, in a sense, certainly true. The attack on Gaza, one of the main goals is to get the kidnapped people out of there, from Gaza. Another goal, I think very reasonable, is to destroy Hamas's ability to ever launch an attack like this again. But the posters seem to strike nerve among many people who see them, regardless of one's political orientation, feelings about this in the Middle East. You should be able to understand how horrific it was a child to be torn from his parents and taken to captivity, which we have in this situation. And nevertheless, the phenomenon was to share these things out. Why did that happen? To come back to this towards the end of this. But let's look at the actual statistics. So this is from the Harvard-Harris poll. It's a very well-respected poll. It comes out monthly where they ask a statistically significant number of Americans what they think about a wide variety of issues. Now, it tends to be predominantly political, measuring American political attitudes is going to be the next election. So, but since so many other issues in politics, we're very fortunate that they ask questions about conflict in Gaza as well. And as you can see here, in November 2023, the month after the October 7th attacks, Israel has a remarkably high favorability rate. It's the third most favorable institution as viewed by American citizens. Remarkably, only the U.S. military and the police are regarded with special admiration. And Israel is regarded as the U.S. Supreme Court, Department of Justice, news organizations like CNN, Fox News, and so on. So it's a rather remarkable vote of confidence in Israel that we see in the broad swath of the public, which is distinct from what we're happening in the artificial environment of the elite higher education institutions. Let's zoom in on the age demographic. You see some very frightening things. Have a look at the map on the right or the chart on the right. This is a question that I'll show you how it evolves over time.
A simple question: in general, in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? And as you can see, overwhelming number of Americans in November sided with Israel, 84%. It's true that 16% sided with Hamas, which I find very troubling, but nevertheless, it's a small number, less than 1 in 5. However, look at the chart below, and you see that when you break these answers down by age group, you see that people over 65, they seem to be very intelligent and they understand the situation. 95% of them sympathize with Israel in November 2023. This is before the wide-scale Israel attack on Gaza to destroy Hamas hostages. With every decade younger, that support for Israel fades until you get to this crucial age, 18 to 24. These are basically college-age students, and only half of them, 52%, support Israel over Hamas. That means that shortly after October 7th, if you ask the typical American between the ages of 18 and 24, it was a 50-50 split whether they would support Israel or support Hamas in the current conflict. That's a remarkable number to see that they can split. If I could ask them also, do you think it's true that Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 Israeli citizens by shooting, raping, and beheading people, including their families, kids and babies, or is that a false story? Very well documented. We have actually the GoPro video of some of the Romans themselves. You can see that 83% of Americans say it's true. We believe those horrible things happen. But when you look at the younger generation, 32% of them say no, we don't think it's true. There's a lot to say about why this is. I personally think it's probably because we don't have the same kind of news dissemination that we used to have 20, 30 years ago. Where I remember when I was a kid, my father would turn on the news at 11 o'clock, and it would be CBC. You would have like an announcer who would say the news, and it was like, truth, this is what actually happened. I had tremendous confidence in our newscasters. But nowadays, younger people tend to consume much of their information about the world from social media sources, which have not only the challenges of not relying on journalistic ethics, which is sometimes questionable thing too, but also social media tends to feed back to the viewer the kinds of information that will resonate with them most, keep them on that platform and keep them clicking on the ads. So it's not an extremely reliable source of objective information, and that may be coloring this number. But that's back in November. We see that over the last few months, a tremendous number of movements in favor of Hamas and more generally Palestine. This particular slogan was especially problematic. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There are a couple other versions of it, as you can see. And for many Jews and Israelis especially, we see this as essentially a call for the destruction of Israel. Many of the apologists for this statement believe that no, it was interpreted differently. We're trying to treat them in a much more general sense, not necessarily free from Jews, line, but freedom for everyone to express themselves and so on. And this is a little bit like, how do you translate from jihad or holy war? Is that like an internal struggle, or is that like a physical war? So that's the kind of thing that was circulating in this began to be very popular. A remarkable scholar, Ron Hassner at the University of California, actually went out there and conducted a survey of students, and it turned out that actually most students who were attending this were very confused about geography. When it said the river, they could not identify the Jordan. They asked perhaps it's the Euphrates or the Nile. And when it came to the sea, they were guessing not only the Mediterranean, but also the Atlantic and even the Caribbean. Once the geography was explained to them and how this idea from the river to the sea meant to raise the state of Israel, then many of them their feelings about the particular plan and revise them. And they are supported by a large, I mean, those who are protesting are supported by a large network, a disparate network. I also received this from Mr. Caballero. He sent me several links to organizations that will allow you to download free posters. You can use it in protests, and there's all kinds of organizations materials, systems, one that are providing, coaching for young people to participate in this kind of venture. And there's a certain element to this that seems grassroots and legitimate, but there are also some very troubling elements that suggest some outside sources of funding and organization. Let's have a look at this, for example. This comes from the Wall Street Journal, did a visualization of the number of protests after the killing of George Floyd. And as you can see, there's an eruption of them in the summer of 2020, shortly after the video of his killing was circulating. And then, with time, the amplitude of the number of those protests slowly decreases as you get to the winter time, drop off to zero. That looks like a human pattern of people who are spontaneously rage and expel rage, and slowly, life goes back to normal. But when you look at the protests that we have been doing lately, the amplitude, look at the bottom there, the amplitude is very different. The surge at the beginning in November, it's pretty constant, with spikes pretty much every week and sustaining itself throughout. I don't know about how social movements are organized, perpetuate themselves, but this particular chart strikes me as highly artificial, as if there are regular infusions of cash, organization, material, We shall see what happens now with this semester ended, summers begin, and jobs and things like that. The few encampments that are up there may change dramatically for reasons, how that cuts off. At any rate, come to the most recent Harvard Harris poll, is April poll, do you support Israel more or Hamas? And you can see that the younger generation seems to have been picking up their studies a little bit, and the support for Hamas has dropped from 48% to 43%. That is somewhat encouraging. And I think it's also important to note that, the news is suffused with the stories of protest because, that it sells newspapers and sells advertising. But the broad swath of Americans are still solidly behind Israel. This particular chart, which asks back in April, do you think that Israel should invade Rafah to find the last hostages there and to eliminate the Hamas terrorists who are hiding in tunnels? 72% of Americans and 57% of our youngest generation say absolutely. They should go in there and finish what they need to do. There's a very strong minority, 28% of all Americans, 43% of the who disagree, but nevertheless, that's still a solid majority, basically behind Israel. So while we're seeing that there's a lot of cause for alarm, to be sure, we should understand that the general mood of America, when you're outside of the university campuses, is still definitely very pro-Israel. We are still troubled by the numbers, especially. I'm going to focus on them a little bit. At this point, what I'd like to do is to go back a little bit in history and look at the history of anti-Semitism as ideology, what I call dark theology, and try to understand how it has evolved over time. Scholars have identified four really big periods where anti-Semitism adapts to changing cultural, political, religious, social values of the society communities in which it lives, and we can really see four big chapters in history. I would like for your consideration that we are now, unfortunately, on the cusp of a fifth possibility, a fifth variant. But let's go through the four historical versions. On the left, you see a photograph of John Paul Sartre, a very important French existentialist philosopher. After World War II, he wrote this book, which is a very small, thin book, and I found it very, very moving. Reflections on Jewish questions, which is really a misnomer. It's not the Jewish question, it's the anti-Semitic question. We were about all this anti-Semitism. But he writes in here, he was pas l'antisémitisme Jews did not Semites were invented. And Sartre proposes a model of anti-Semitism where the anti-Semite needs the Jew to explain the anti-Semite lack of success in life. Kind of like a jealousy model, where when an anti-Semite feels discomforted by rapid change in society, by uncertainty of the economy or uncertainty of personal status and things like that, and casts about for a victim, someone to blame, the Jews are conveniently dead. Now, in another form, we could discuss the merits of this particular thesis, but it's certainly a self-propagating kind of philosophy, because if that is true, then you can look back and say in time and say, wow, look, the Greeks hated Jews, and the Romans hated the Jews, and the Germans and the French, and so on. This is nothing new, it's always been happening. So the more anti-Semitism exists, the more it is easy to propagate into a future environment. Even in environments where they're hard to use, like in Japan, where you actually have translations of notorious anti-Semitic forgeries, like the protocols of the related elders of science. So let's dive into this a little bit. We should begin, first of all, with our terminology. The word anti-Semitism, especially spelled with a hyphen, was invented by this man, Johann Rothschild, who was himself an anti-Semite, and he wanted to find a more polite alternative to the popular terms movement and Judenfeindlich, which is German for Jew hatred. Those are very crude, vulgar terms, and so he said, wait a second, I'm not a Jew hater. It's just that the Jews are involved in this world conspiracy, so-called Semitism. We borrowed that term from linguistic theory that was developed in the late 19th century. And I'm anti-Semitism. I'm against this fictitious conspiracy of Jews to destroy the world. This is where he put a book called The Way to the Victory of Journalism and Jewishness. And because he argued that Semitism was a thing, which it is not, that's why it is spelled in English with a hyphen. Ironically, in German, it's not spelled with a hyphen, but that's the way English grammar works. But anti-Semitism, which supposes that Semitism is a thing. Most scholars today have adopted the spelling without the hyphen, because anti-Semitism is a thing of itself. It's not opposition to Semitism. It is a kind of that is just expressed with this kind of spirit. So that's the term we use. That's the term that was invented in the 1880s, and it has gained widespread circulation. It may be time to retire the term, because it is sufficient to describe what is. So let's look at the three earliest chapters and a little bit more time on a modern chapter that is associated with modern going forward. Classical xenophobia. The term xenophobia means fear of the stranger. Xenos, like stranger, I guess. In Greek, there is an American Aksanya, posting before Aksanya to open up first with the phrase of the host. So host guests are often strangers. That's where the then you look at the Greek and Roman authors, who often have lots of negative things to say about Jews. Most of those things are clearly rooted in basic cultural misunderstanding. Like, for example, the Romans would look at the Jews and say, how lazy are these people they take a day off, 1 in every 7. How is that possible that you can go through your life not working 1 day in 7? So they call the Jews sloth. They call the Jews, ironically, atheistic because they refuse to bow down to idols, which was the civic religion of the day. So they are not worshiping any gods. Well, they must be atheistic, which is hilarious, really, because it's the opposite. They worship one invisible God, which is very hard for the Romans to grasp. So there are all kinds of things like this where the Romans and Greeks felt like we don't get those Jews, they're so weird, and so forth. And typically, that is basically rooted in very easily explained misunderstanding. This, for example, is the Arch of Titus, the famous arch that commemorates the Roman victory over Judea in the Great Revolt of 66 to 74. The revolt that resulted in the destruction of the temple. And as you can see underneath it, there is this remarkable bas relief that shows the Jews carting off slaves, the various spoils from the temple, the menorah, and so on. So, you can't really call this anti-Semitic, like we'll see later, because this is essentially normal war propaganda. The ancients, the medievals, and the moderns all celebrate military victories. They often, portray their defeated enemies in a negative light, and that's just normal human interrelations, whether we like it or not. So classical xenophobia is not kind of like a bizarre psychological pathology, as we shall see later. We move to the second period, the period of Christian anti-Judaism. This is a period that is especially associated specifically with the birth of Christianity because of its unique relationship to its mother religion. Since Christianity is born from Judaism, the earliest Christians were all Jews, the apostles, and so on, and they're trying to articulate their identity in opposition to or distinction from their mother religion. And so the kind of arguments that you see in this kind of interview dialectic are fundamentally religious in nature. So, for example, you see it illustrated in a lot of Gothic art. The classic example of Ecclesia Synagoga. A woman representing the church, always on the left side of the image, and a woman representing the Jews on the right. These kinds of large, monumental pieces are often on the side of cathedrals, like this one in Strasbourg, are very useful to explain the complicated relationship between Christianity and Judaism to illiterate peasants who make their cathedrals for education. And as you can see on the left, the church Ecclesia is represented with a crown, holding a chalice, the bodice is done properly, and so on, and she's a reputable figure, and so on. And she is looking daggers at her sister. The synagogue is disgraced. Her staff is broken, indicating a loss of temporal power. She is holding in her left hand, her reader hand, the tablet representing the law, the Torah, and she's holding them, with the ends of her fingers as they're falling out of her grasp. She's actually, her posture is one of decline. She's been falling away from the rocks and is finally blindfolded, as if she's unable to see the truth. So the whole message is that Christianity takes over from Judaism, that Judaism is the rejected sibling and Christianity is the new favorite sibling, and this is how we would explain the theology. This is obviously something that Jews would disagree with. They agree with this particular description of how Christianity should be understood vis-a-vis Judaism, but nevertheless, a theological dispute, basically between a priest and a rabbi, it's not really violent to the Jew that we should see in the next stage. Sometimes there are elements sober, for example, this is from St. window in Zelda, Germany, 15th century, and on the left, the Ecclesia, the staff, the chalice riding a tetromorph, a mythical beast that harkens back to the book of Tesco, and a hand descends from heaven and crowns her. indicating divine favor. On the right, however, you see the synagogue. She is riding on a sterile animal, a mule, and she's holding on to a ram's horn from a decapitated from a ram, which indicates, a dissatisfaction with the Jews' reliance on the carnal sacrifices of the temple. Her staff is broken. She's blindfolded. Her crown is knocked upright. And in case you didn't get the overall message, there is another hand extending from the clouds above and inserting a sword into the top of her skull.
Welcome.
Very strong.
How are you? What's good, Kyle?
So this is very different from the classical xenophobic. This is a conflict that is rooted in a religious difference, religious dispute. So it's a new evolution, really, of anti-Jewish feeling. When we get to the medieval period, now I want to job?
I'm a certified project management professional.
This might not be the best section. You might want to skip over it or cover
Do you
it.
like Jews?
I am one, yeah. I love Jews.
Particularly 15th century, which coincides with a lot.
How are you?
Means of disseminating.
How'd you find out about me, Kyle Rittenhouse Jr.?
That's when you begin to see anti-Semitism.
You ever heard of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah, he's the guy who was acquitted for that shooting in Wisconsin, right?
Blood libel, which begins
Yeah,
first in
I think he lives in Austin, Texas now. Is that correct?
into the 13th century, and just
Yeah.
spreads like wildfire.
He hangs out at Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership. They're pretty close.
Jews must
I
capture
don't
a
know. I'm a
Christian
goyim. I
child,
don't know all these
torture it,
goyim
drain it
words.
of blood, drain him of
What do you need me to explain to you?
and then use that blood for matzah, and all kinds of things like this. Total
Okay, well, I haven't
racism,
used that term,
completely divorced from the truth.
so
And it's such
that's not
bizarre
a word that
argument
we've used
the
currently.
popes
How'd you find out about me,
announced
Kyle
it.
Rittenhouse Jr.?
It's not true. Don't
I think I was in
believe these
some
things.
kind of
There's
server
often
and
a gap between what happens at the highest levels of church.
Okay, very
what
cool, man.
happens in
Yeah,
the
that's
way
probably true.
this idea
All right, well, we're just watching Jewish History Podcast.
and persists
Feel
right
free
up
to
the
enjoy.
20th century. It has tenuous connections to religion in that the child victim is supposed to be some kind of reenactment of the original passion, but it is a religious element to just sort of the narrative, which is much more bloodthirsty. So many other examples of this, especially in association.
Yeah, what up, Tim? How are you?
And this very commonly circulated image of
How's it feel to be a Jew?
It's amazing. How's it feel to be going?
Blood libel. And the main picture there you see a devil associated with Jews who also appear in the image of Jews that went out in sorcery and involved the devil, and these horrific things with the pig. Very popular image. So these are kind of like bizarre, nasty hatred. Quite different from the earlier period, much more kind of sedate and religious in terms of, for example, a book of Isaiah. This is like really thirsty, it's really violent, and it's brilliant, and all of these elements, however, do have some messages in painted in P20, which commemorates the death of young Simon of Trent, that you saw actually 2 images ago, in a hyper-realistic, modern style, and clearly the images of grief or use torturing the child, even as defensive depictions of anti-Semitism in the 21st century, even though it harkens back to a 15th century charge. So that's the first 3 periods of the ideological sense of anti-Semitism. As you can see, anti-Semitism, it's like a virus that when it finds a new host, it simply finds ways to infect that host most efficiently. And it has an unusual degree of adaptability to a wide variety of cultural historical circumstances. So this takes us up basically to the 19th century, and that's when we get the period of what we call modern anti-Semitism. This is a term that's correctly called anti-Semitism per se, because this is when the term is it circulates around the combination of a couple of ideas. One of the most important books was this essay on the inequality of the human race. And this idea of racism, which is really fleshed out in the 19th century. It's a huge step down from basic color bias, which is much older. But the notion, kind of borrowing from Charles Darwin's theories and trying to humanity, that there are all these different races in the world.
I jumped several times to get just right.
Africans
and
all have different strengths and skills and weaknesses, and they struggle with each other to capitalize on scarce resources. The Jews in this system, which is deeply anti-Semitic, are a parasite who are perceived as being kind of a germ that infects healthy civilizations and then is able to kind of eat and move on to another coast. This is, you will note, completely devoid of any religious ruling, because the 19th century religion is in steep decline. You know, anti-Semites simply can't get any traction with your religious ideas of Judaism and so on, or the blood Bible and so on. And so they have this new sort of quasi-scientific idea of what the Jews mean. You see a lot of images like this. This is actually an election poster from Austria in 1920. Shows a obviously Jewish kind of worm snake thing strangling the Austrian eagle. The text says German Christians. Actually, there's a text missing on top. It says vote Christian Socialists, name of the party, German Christians, and save Austria. I'd save it from the Jew, who's poking it from within. And here's a remarkable book, however, Arthur Winter, translation of the title is Sin Against the Blood, a novel of the time. So you can see the muscular, healthy Aryan who, you know, if it weren't for the fact that he had this massive, overweight, fleshy Jewish vulture weighing him down, he would be able to get up and be strong and do whatever he needed. But it is the Jewish presence that is the sin against the blood that is weakening German society. So notice, no religious elements here, no Christian-Jewish dialogue or apologies, polemics. It's all race, and one more element, the idea of a conspiracy that Jews who are racially distinct, often portrayed in this caricature, are engaged in a massive worldwide conspiracy, popularized in particular by the notorious protocols of the other Zion. I showed you the Japanese earlier. This is a forgery that was invented by a notorious anti-Semitic. He was in the turn of the 20th century. And it posits that Jews are somehow locked into this system that has all kinds of things, like he wrote about that linked major cities so Jews could move around. And so on the right, you see a typical example. This is 1930. And it translates in the world government, the Jewish realm to subjugate the wealthy capitalist Jew. You see the monopoly man in here as well. He's really squeezing the globe, taking all the blood out of it with his claw-like hands. And this is essentially the message of modern anti-Semitism that we have to the present day. The Nazis were especially notorious in developing this witch's brew of racism and conspiracy fighting children propaganda for preschool. It's called the poison mushroom, and the whole message behind this book for children is, hey, Jews look like regular people, just like mushrooms and toadstools. Mushrooms are edible and delicious, and toadstools are poisonous. They look the same too. First, they claim to you still poisonous. in other words, who was a Jew person, even though they look like regular people. Racism and conspiracy theory. All kinds of examples of this highlighting the differences supposed between Jews and non-Jews in area. And the link, as you can see in this country, that shows the content of the conspiracy with the Jewish names and the obviously heavy, fleshy, Semitic look of this individual and how they're all connected to one another. So that's how the Nazis took this modern anti-Semitism to its lots of we have, unfortunately, pulled out into the 21st century. There's the photograph famous from Charlottesville, extremely right March in 2017, where the chant was, "Jews will not replace us," right? The whole idea of the sin against the blood, the Jews infiltrating society, taking the right to replace Aryan and so on, the sides and the kind of jealousy theory. There's some interesting kind of spins on this with COVID in particular, that COVID is somehow a Jewish plot to kill off large numbers of Aryans and so on. I mean, these things they would be funny if they did not happen. Unfortunately, there are people who believe now I'd like to bring us to the final remarks. I'd like to suggest that we're now possibly on the cusp of a fifth kind of movement that represents a qualitative difference from previous types of anti-Semitism. I find it deeply concerning. So let me share it with you. I've seen a few different ways to kind of term this. There's actually several essays written in the recent issue of the case of books on this. It's called anti-Israelism. It's a kind of anti-Semitism that is focused specifically on the land of Israel, the state of Israel, as the justification for more typical anti-Semitic attitudes. There's three basic fundamentals. If you go to it, I'm going to show you one image again. This is very, very Trumpish that actually came out well before October 7th, but it captures a lot of the tone of anti-Israel. Once again, this image portrays an Israeli soldier stabbing a child's heart. Clearly evocative of libel, the trend that we saw earlier, but it's divorced from obvious religious connotations and is subsumed with political connotations. Now, this kind of image, perhaps a person might subconsciously see it and not blame all Jews, but certainly blame Israel in particular, and it's hard not to how the blood level elements would seep out into the broader sense, call it truly anti-Semitic in the larger sense, rather than a very profane and vulgar political caricature. I would say that this anti-Israel possible fifth type of anti-Semitism has three basic fundamentals. And that we see more of this, study it more, we may find out this. So the first one is the basic idea that Israel is an illegitimate state. They like to example as the Zionist entity, as if they don't want to even say the word Israel. And it may be illegitimate for a whole host of different reasons. One of the principal things about anti-Semitism is that it doesn't have to make sense. It's just whether ideologically enough to, believe piece of it, they're holding it. So Israel is considered illegitimate because it is, a settler colonialist. Not only is that laughable because it's actually, I really want to call it a colonial state, but the most successful example of anti-colonialism is the reversal of colonialism, the return of indigenous people and away their country from the ultimate colonial power of the 19th century, the British Empire. That's on something on one another panel. There's no point in knocking all these different elements down. they're silly in many ways. Israel, for example, was the longest purchase in the 19th century, legally acquired. From that, there were defenses, and we have, so what happens afterwards in negotiations of these things. So I really don't want to spend our time talking about why these ideas are ridiculous, but I just want to try to imagine what are people thinking when they're engaging. So the first idea that's very important is that the belief that Israel is somehow an illegitimate state. Because it is legitimate, these anti-Israelists argue that erasing this historical anomaly of the state of Israel is justified often by any means, including attacks on Israeli Zionists, which means the vast majority of the Jews of the world, like as Zionists, who consider Israel their historical homeland. And there's a tremendous amount of euphemism that circulates around this, referring to attacks on Israel or Zionists as resistance. The use of somewhat vague foreign terms like intifada, where anyone who lived through the second intifada knows exactly what that really implies. So this is like the second fundamental, the idea that if we accept the premise that Israel is somehow an illegitimate state, and I would love to see anyone showing me a legitimate state by those kinds of measures, that erasing that state is somehow justified. And furthermore, often the very childish thinking of people who have never had to experience war, they will, likely say things like that Israel should be off the map. And they clearly don't know what that actually means. And third, and this is what I find especially troubling, the participation of Jews in these movements, these anti-Israelite movements, anti-Israel movements, lends legitimacy to the movement itself. It's a kind of tokenism, but it nevertheless seems to be very common. Like, it's amazing to me how much we see various Jewish individuals and organizations at the front of these. And what exactly does that mean? I want to point you to one incident that I saw last week that I found deeply saddening and troubling. This is a presser held at the Capitol. You can see several members of Congress in the background there, pleased with the speaker. Is a young 19-year-old student at George Washington University, person named Miriam, and she speaks. You can actually go to the forward website and listen to the speech. She speaks about how a young person has no access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. Make of that what you will. There are neighborhoods where you will find anti-Zionist synagogues, but there are very few that are truly anti-Zionist. Many that are non-Zionist, but anyway, because of that, she felt deprived because she had never had a bat mitzvah. She was never able to enjoy her mitzvah. But at the encampment at George Washington University, she was demonstrating not only have Shabbat services, but they actually had a rabbi come with a Torah scroll, and there in Shahada Square, which is what they named that quad, she had her bat mitzvah. So she was proudly describing how she discovered her Jewish identity and her Jewish roots, center of this essentially pro-Hamas. Why do I say pro-Hamas? It doesn't take much action to find Hamas. For example, she referred to where she had her Shahada Square. This was what the protesters renamed quad. Shahada means martyrs square, like a shahid, someone who, for example, dies in the course of a suicide bombing. And the Shahada is also one of the 5 pillars of Islam. It is a sentence that proclaims Muhammad's preeminence as a prophet. And it's actually the core of the conversion to Islam ritual. So much so that we see it in many contexts. This is actually the Shahada written, and you may see the green background is familiar because this is actually the Hamas flag. So there's too many levels of separation until you get to that point. And what means that a young person reminds with Jewish identity is in this time. I have, I'm very proud of it, I've actually kept myself on time. I'm going to conclude. I'd like to take myself a little bit outside of my comfort zone, if you don't mind. I normally prefer to speak only about things that are firmly in the past. And I'm a historian, and I'm in my comfort zone to address current events. Nevertheless, I was asked by Rabbi to speak last night at the Queens Jewish Center, and he specifically wanted me to address, okay, what does history teach us about the man we're in right now? History is stubbornly silent on what we're supposed to do about the future. History just sits there. Historians, on the other hand, may have something to say, and I try to eschew that particular practice, but I feel that since Rabbi Kerbo asked me, I will at least make an attempt at how I personally view the current just for your information as well. So what you see on the screen here is a text I came across when I was researching things Passover. And you'll see in the very, very well-known passage from the Haggadah read on the Passover table. And it reads, in every generation they rise up against us, destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. However, under Russian censorship law, no Jewish text could be published without censors' approval. And so in Bill 1959, the censor insisted on adding a couple of things. You see the circle in white there and red. He put the rising up against us in the past tense. Right? They used to rise against us, but now we live in, the paradise of Tsarist Russia. That kind of thing was happening more. No more anti-Semitism. Gorgeous here. And then he changed the divine rescue from the present tense, and God is still here always. Because back then we were persecuted, no longer under the Tsar. Therefore, we want to need current protection from God. That was censor's attempt to make acceptable for 1859. But if we look at another text from this period that I find especially important for this context, this is also, by the way, 1850 happens, and this managed to get them. And it's of course a passage you're reading the Hebrew, Sana Tosef prayer, in holidays, a very solemn moving prayer that offers the solution of repentance, and then above the word teshuva in small letters, prayer, tefillah, and tzedakah, diminishes the severity of the disease. And this is kind of like the prescription. So looking back in history, I see three really important ways that we can see upon this moment and find our way through this perhaps new evolution of Judaism. First of all, truth. One of the most awful periods in history was undoubtedly the destruction of the Second Temple, which was characterized by incredible divisions between Jews. The fighting between Jews in year 69, before Tito's breached the walls of Jerusalem, was horrific, far worse than what they had ever endured before. Zealots attacking zealots, innocent people, blood flowing in the streets, burning each other's grain stores. And obviously that ended in horrific destruction and terrible tragedy. But at the very time of this phenomenon, this is the Theodotus inscription. It is pieces of synagogue furniture, appurtenances that have survived. It comes from BCE, and it is a plaque. Every synagogue has to have a plaque. The earliest thing that happened in the synagogue basically is a plaque. And in fact, Theodotus paid for the synagogue, paid for the plumbing and things like that, and everyone enjoyed themselves. And this Theodotus inscription speaks the idea that Jews are strongest when they come together and they look at their person. I was especially moved in this moment by something that was quoted to me. This is Rabbi Anil first. Reform rabbi who had the incredible courage to speak just a while ago to his congregation. Sermons are taped, and he asked this different question: why are so many of the young Jewish protesters, graduates and alumni of Reformed synagogues, youth groups and camps? What did we do wrong? Can you imagine getting up and saying to your congregation, what did we do wrong? And most importantly, what should we be doing now to instill in our youngsters the core Jewish value of Israel, which he defines here as love, concern, responsibility for others. Now, I'm not including this particular clip here to knock Rabbi Hirsch, God forbid, or his movement, or things like that, saying that he took a heroic stand to speak to his congregation about, hey, we're seeing this here, we're seeing this happen. What did we do wrong? And every synagogue, in my humble opinion, should be engaged in self-searching as well. That's tshuva. That's going back and looking at first principles. And I will say that, I have had many interactions with Jewish people who are involved in the protest, and blood of Isaiah and Amos flows through their veins. And I believe they are misguided, are pursuing much of these protests in good faith, believing that they're supporting what is right and just. They do not see themselves as self-hating Jews, and in humble opinion, I don't think we should treat them as self-hating Jews. We should do our best to draw them close, love. Anyways, I'm stepping outside. So the second thing, tefillah. Right? So tefillah also in the synagogue. This is a synagogue from the 5th century. And even though it was from the 3rd, 4th century, even though it was hundreds of years after the temple, the mosaic still references to the various appurtenances in the synagogue itself. And what's fascinating about the time that this was built, the period of phenomenal crisis for Jewry, and especially in Israel. The Jews had fought and lost 3 major wars with the Romans. They tried once more in 352, a smaller rebellion, horribly crushed. It was clear that the Romans had no patience left for the institution of the Nasi, the patriarch. In fact, it would only be a few decades before they ended that. And it's at that time, when things looked most bleak, that Jews got together and recorded the Jerusalem Talmud. The core text that went on, especially the Babylonian variant, to become what some would call the Constitution of Judaism. Phenomenal massive scholarly effort happened in an extremely dark time. Because at this time they said, you know what? You can't rely on the current status quo to be able to stop the now time that we put the mathematical work that we have. So when Jews come together in Cuba